A red-haired girl fears her brother assassinated the king. An official announcement confirms the king's death. The first in line is crowned the new king. The smirking new ruler is named Prince Craig. King Craig reads a notice. They seek a new empress. The Empire of Salverka expanded its territory after the war, but the source of their immense power remains unknown. A plan is hatched to offer their leader a wife. A noblewoman furiously rejects marrying into the Salverka family. Tremble, she calls Salverka an empire of savages. Craig praises Aurori's idea, planning to send a woman to extract information from the king of the frozen blade, even if it costs her life. A brief interlude passes before the story continues. A voice summons Lady Amelia to the king, and she flinches. Gazing at the night sky, Amelia agrees to meet the king. Amelia nervously wonders why her brother has summoned her. A servant announces Lady Amelia's arrival at the king's chambers. Trembling, she offers a tearful greeting to His Majesty. Lounging with several women, Craig casually informs a stunned Amelia that she has received a marriage proposal. Her brother reveals her suitor is Noam Lefebvre, the fearsome king of the Frozen Blade, and emperor of the Salverka Empire. When Craig questions her, she quickly expresses her gratitude for the sudden proposal, clenching her hand with a grip. She smiles, hopeful this marriage will end her suffering. Aurora appears, cruelly calling Amelia stupid for accepting a marriage to a savage emperor. She cruelly tells Amelia she'll just be used for bearing children. With a lift of her chin, Craig's voice commands her, uncover the secret to Salverka's power and leak it back to them. He declares this espionage is her true mission. With a loud bang, Craig dismisses his companions as Amelia braces herself. He towers over her, grabbing her chin and mockingly praising her expression. Leaning in, he menacingly compliments her face, citing her royal blood. Rip! He violently tears her dress, leaving her horrified. She begs him to stop as he declares he will personally inspect if she's usable, telling her to feel honored before she screams. Thud! She lies broken on the bed, recalling how her brother inspected her like an animal. Ugh. She sobs, wishing she could just disappear. A month later, on her wedding day, she prepares to depart for the Empire. Her brother cruelly wishes for her ugly scars to heal. Her maid, Nadia, announces that it is time to depart. Amelia feels for Nadia, her new maid, remembering a moment of comfort between them. Nadia prays for her happiness, and they share a heartfelt farewell as Amelia's carriage departs. In the carriage, she smiles while reading a letter from Nadia. The letter is a confession from the late Lady Lydi, revealing the secret of the witch's venom linked to Amelia's mother. Her mother's torture produced tears of poison, the source of their kingdom's wealth. The queen realizes they are extracting this world-destroying poison from the witch in the basement. Their family had hoped Amelia would also produce the venom, but she was useless to them. Amelia is horrified by the truth. A memory surfaces, her mother gently healing her bug bite with a soft shaw. Her mother explains that her power can both heal and harm. She realizes her mother hid this power to protect her. They twisted her mother's power into a tool for murder. Clutching the letter, Amelia weeps for her mother. Unforgivable. Vowing revenge, she will never forgive the kingdom that murdered her mother. Amelia's journey ends in the dark, creepy empire of Salverka. Huddled in the carriage, she shivers from the biting cold. Clank, armored guards part for a white-haired ruler, who welcomes her. Kneeling before him, she is officially welcomed into the grand hall. She beholds her new husband, as he declares her his empress. Two cats agree to read comics together later. The Emperor Noam is informed that the princess's arrival is imminent. He coldly orders her entire entourage to be sent back immediately. If only the princess remains, he'll know she's the spy. He summons a maid named Agatha, ordering her to spy on the princess. Agatha accepts her mission to watch Amelia's every move. The new maid stands ready, her expression firm and unreadable. A memory of a kind mother comforting her child and a bruised servant flashes by. Agatha sternly reminds her new mistress to act like an empress. Amelia listens silently as Agatha addresses her as Your Highness. She asks to be called Amelia, confessing she was never proud of her title. She then asks when she will dine with His Majesty. Agatha informs her she will live and eat separately until the wedding. Without even a greeting, Amelia realizes she is already under suspicion. Grip, she clenches her fist, determined to fulfill her promise to her mother. Snap, Agatha announces that her bath is ready. Panicked, Amelia fears the maids will discover her scars. Grip, flinch. She refuses their help, startling the maids. The other maids giggle at her shyness, until Agatha's glare silences them. Agatha suspects the princess is hiding something by refusing aid. Peeking through the keyhole, she's horrified to see a back covered in scars. Startled by the sound, Amelia quickly turns around. Resigned, she accepts that her wounds can no longer be hidden. She vulnerably asks for help, explaining the wounds are too painful to wash herself. Splash. Agatha gently begins to wash the princess's scarred back. She realizes Amelia was brutally tortured by her own brother. After the bath, Agatha reassures Amelia her duty is simply to help. Flap. Noam receives Agatha's report via a magical bird, questioning why he was sent a wounded bride. Agatha reports that Amelia is silent and suspicious of her. Intrigued, Noam orders his bird to stay close and uncover her secrets. FWAH. He hands Agatha a glowing blue orb for her mission. Noam ponders the mysteries: a dead king, a new ruler, and a wounded bride. He's determined to find out what is happening in Uelvana. Plop. Agatha gives Amelia the orb, a magical gift from the Emperor to heal her. In the bath, Amelia realizes the Emperor knows about her scars. She gasps in shock as she discovers her scars have completely vanished. Agatha leans in close, whispering that it must be magic. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit palace back home. A noblewoman, Aurora, cackles while choosing a dress for Amelia's wedding. She gleefully tells her mother Amelia is being married off to a savage monster. With a cruel smile, she anticipates the kind of monster Amelia will become. Once upon a time in a land far away, there lived a princess who was known for her kindness and beauty. Her heart was as pure as the driven snow, and her smile could brighten even the darkest of days. The princess was loved by all who knew her, from the humblest peasant to the mightiest king. Amelia stands alone, contemplating the strange events. She connects the healing light to the mysterious powers of Salverka. The sensation reminds her of how her mother healed her as a child. Amelia asks for a library to learn more about the Empire. She begins reading about the history of magic, seeing visions of witches flying and controlling animals. The book explains how these magical people controlled their motherland, making other kingdoms envious. This envy turned to jealousy, fear, and hatred from those without power. She reads that because people fear what they don't have, the people of Salverka hid their powers and fled north. They vowed to never again display their magic in front of people from other kingdoms. Declaring themselves an empire under their first emperor, she realizes magic is real, and the first emperor was Noam's father. She learns that magic abilities typically manifest around the age of 20, but exceptional mages discover their powers much younger. Looking at her hand, she realizes her own healing light appeared when she turned 20. The book describes how the kingdom was built with powerful magic, and that the current emperor is the strongest in history. She sees an image of a young Noam studying, driven to become the strongest. As an adult, he is depicted with his army, possessing sharp, hawk-like blue eyes. The text describes him mercilessly trampling his enemies on the battlefield. This ruthless power earned him the title King of the Frozen Blade, making Amelia realize he is truly feared. The scene transitions to Amelia on her wedding day, her expression resolute. She resolves to succeed, fueled by the memory of her mother being used and murdered by her own family. A royal guard announces that preparations for the reveal are complete. Her new husband, Noam, offers his hand, asking her to take it. She nervously apologizes and accepts his hand. At a guard's command, they are suddenly floating into the air, much to Amelia's surprise. She looks up in pure wonder as a shower of petals rains down upon them. Below, a happy family watches the magical wedding spectacle. Beaming, Amelia marvels at the incredible sight of flowers falling from the sky. Noam explains this magic is why they celebrate only with their own people. He tells her that as the new empress, she must be aware of these powers. Realizing the healing orb was his magic, he confirms her suspicion. She smiles, delighted by the existence of such abilities and realizing her mother's powers were also magic. Elsewhere, a smug Aurora arrives at the palace, unimpressed and anticipating her siblings' arrival. She eagerly wonders what kind of monster Amelia has become, hiccuping with cruel anticipation. When guests toast the Emperor's new wife, Aurora is stunned to see a beautiful Amelia beside a handsome Noam. She turns to her mother in disbelief, questioning if that is truly Salverka's emperor. Other nobles murmur in surprise, confused that he isn't the war-obsessed savage they expected. Amelia glances back at Aurora with a cold, knowing look. Aurora seethes with rage, cursing Amelia and fuming that she was supposed to be marrying a monster. Enraged, she wishes Amelia would just die. Grab. She clenches her dress, hating how things have turned out. With a grin, Aurora changes her tune and asks others if they've seen Ualavana's extravagant wedding gifts. She boasts about her kingdom's superior power and the unique jewels and paintings they sent. Haughtily, she claims the gifts are more precious than anything the other guests could imagine. Amelia overhears, sadly remarking on her sister's rudeness to guests from other kingdoms. Tap, tap, tap. Aurora loudly takes credit for teaching Amelia proper etiquette, gloating about their kingdom's importance. Step, flinch. Gnome suddenly appears, thanking First Princess Aurora for her journey, causing her to freeze in shock. Flap, she panics, wondering if he overheard her arrogant speech. Glance, she quickly recovers, telling herself she only spoke the truth. Noam turns his attention to Amelia, addressing her as his empress. With an icy stare, he asks if she really learned her manners from her sister. What? Aurora is stunned by his blatant insult. His thoughts are scathing. It seems the first princess acts shamelessly in public. Noam coldly remarks that the first princess was the only one taught to act so shamelessly. Aurora trembles with fury, screaming internally that she was meant to be his wife, not the useless Amelia. Stunned, Aurora desperately tries to explain her arrogant words. She bows her head, nervously offering her kingdom support in times of need. With a forced smile, she stammers out a promise to help them. Noam leans closer, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he accepts her offer. Whisper, whisper, snicker. As the crowd mocks her, Noam points out that no one approves of her behavior. His cold blue eyes lock onto hers as he warns her to watch herself. Flush! She seethes, wondering why he would reject the offer of their kingdom's wealth. Dash crying that it's too much, she flees the party in humiliation. Flinch! A smirking man with black hair greets Amelia, who recognizes his voice and freezes. It's her brother, who cruelly remarks on how energetic she looks. Approaching Noam, her brother asks if his other sister was rude. Noam correctly deduces that Aurora was simply taking out her frustrations in public. Her brother dismisses Aurora's actions as an attempt to liven up their shabby party. He asks for forgiveness, but Noam is disgusted by such a weak apology from a king. With a placid smile, Noam states that he doesn't mind. Prick. He adds that he's more concerned for Ualavana's reputation, striking a nerve. The brother boasts that Ualavana's discipline is far stricter than the Empire's. His eyes glowing with cold light, Noam declares that bullying the weak is an act of cowardice. The party guests part, creating a path for the imperial couple. Aurora tearfully hides behind her brother's back as Amelia and Noam look on. Flinch Amelia gently touches Noam's arm, causing him to startle. She expresses concern for his fatigue and suggests he get some rest. Agatha the maid appears, informing Amelia that her bath is ready. As she follows Agatha, Amelia glances back, her thoughts still on the Emperor. Noam watches her go, his recent words about cowards echoing in his mind. While bathing, Amelia realizes she needs the Emperor's help to stand against her cruel brother. Agatha's compliment on her beauty snaps Amelia out of her deep thoughts. Amelia feels a wave of gratitude for Agatha, who has served her so diligently without question. Looking at her kind maid, she considers confiding in her. As she tries to speak of her past, Agatha gently interrupts, noting her nervousness. Agatha mistakes her anxiety for wedding night jitters, smiling understandingly. Amelia recalls Noam telling her to take a bath, realizing she misunderstood his intent. She clenches her fist, trying to convince herself that she will be fine. A terrifying memory flashes in her mind, and she's gripped by fear. Knock, knock! A sudden knock on the door makes a terrified Amelia flinch. Creak! The door opens to reveal Noam, whom Agatha cheekily announces as the groom. Agatha encourages a nervous Amelia to trust His Majesty and fulfill her duties. Badam, her heart pounds as she tries to calm herself while Noam approaches. Badam, he holds out his hand and addresses her as my empress. Grip. Badam, her heart races as she grips her dress, watching his feet approach. Badam with a look of dread. She anticipates what will happen tonight. Reaching for her, Noam gently asks his empress to come with him. She looks down at his outstretched hand, her face a mask of fear and hesitation. Looking down at her, he sternly reminds her that she is the empress. Hick. He states she must abide by the Empire's customs as she quietly cries. Sniffle. Through tears and gasps, she whispers that she is ready. Leaning close, he apologizes and says he is going to look inside her now. Flinch. A traumatic memory of her brother causes her to cry out his name, shocking Noam. Cough, cough! As Amelia sobs in bed, a concerned Noam says her name. He gently asks what's the matter, but she continues to cry in distress. Slap! She strikes his hand away in a panic. A stunned Noam stares as a terrified Amelia gasps in horror at her own action. Shake, shake! She trembles uncontrollably, stammering an apology. Creak. Getting out of bed, Noam tells her he's going to get Agatha. Amelia desperately reaches out, pleading for him to wait. She begs to be allowed to perform her duties as Empress, insisting she can do it. A frantic Agatha rushes into the room, calling out to Lady Amelia. Heave, heave. Agatha helps the distraught Empress, asking if she is all right. A memory of her mother calling her a useless ingrate flashes through her mind, fearing she'll be called useless again. Determined not to be seen as useless, she tells Agatha she must apologize to the Emperor. In the hall, a young man with dark blue hair, Second Prince Luca Lefebvre, greets Noam and insists he call him brother. Luca cheekily reminds Noam that it's customary for him to stay with his Empress until morning. As Luca looks on in surprise, Noam's eyes narrow as he realizes Amelia was afraid. Noam decides he cannot touch someone with such deep wounds in her heart. Slam, he storms out, leaving a confused Luca wondering about her wounds. Noam reflects on how he scanned her memories to check for concealed weapons. Remembering her brother's boast about Yuelivana's strictness, Noam is disgusted. He concludes that her trembling and scars mean she suffered daily violence and abuse. Fuming, he smashes his fist down on a table, cursing her abusers as lowlifes. Creak. He sits, still contemplating whether she might be a spy. In another room, Amelia waits anxiously, her hands clasped in worry. Bang! She watches Prince Luca leave the room after the door slams shut. She sadly accepts that she won't be able to apologize tonight, as he didn't seem willing to talk. With Agatha, she nervously thinks about moving into the main palace with him tomorrow. Steeling her resolve, she decides she cannot let things remain unresolved between them. Stomp, stomp. Two knights rush down the hall, calling for Emperor Noam and apologizing for the late disturbance. A wounded soldier from the border reconnaissance team appears before Amelia and Agatha, stating his business is urgent. Noam stands before the kneeling soldier in a dimly lit room, ordering him to state his business. The soldier reports that the White Knights investigating nearby lands have been discovered and are on the verge of defeat. Grit. Noam grits his teeth, unable to believe the news. The soldier grimly explains that the White Knights face complete destruction, as only a few of them manage to escape. The Empire's military is explained. The Black Knights, the White Knights, and the Imperial Knights are all elite magic users. Prince Luca commands all three divisions. The White Knights were the ones attacked, a shocking blow to the invincible Imperial army. The next day begins in a grand, empty dining hall. As Amelia hears the Emperor cannot join her, she bites her lip in disappointment. Thinking about how they aren't truly married yet, she gasps as someone wishes her a good morning. She turns to find Prince Luca smiling warmly, addressing her as Your Majesty. Amelia worries that Luca knows about last night and now thinks she's a useless empress. Luca simply observes her for a quiet moment. He brightly offers to eat with her as a substitute for his brother, surprising her. As Agatha smiles, Luca charmingly asks if he'd be a bother, and a flustered Amelia quickly agrees. Clatter! He happily takes his seat, declaring, "All right then!" He leans in, telling her that his brother Noam was worried about her. Luca explains that Noam isn't rude, just unsociable and clumsy with his feelings. He adds that while Noam is stern because of his position, he's not an inconsiderate person. Pout! He cutely complains that his brother used to be much cuter when he was younger. As Amelia imagines a young Noam, Luca smiles fondly, insisting that his brother is still a nice person. Luca encourages them to eat before the food gets cold. Amelia savors the food, reflecting on how long it's been since she's eaten with someone. Slam, a door suddenly bursts open, interrupting their meal. Standing in the doorway, a surprised gnome hears someone call his name. Amelia cries out to him, and he looks down, softly speaking her name for the first time. She looks up at him, her heart touched, as she addresses him as Your Majesty. Blushing, she realizes with a start that he has finally said her name. Noam explains that he couldn't eat with her due to the unfolding crisis. He tells Luca that the situation remains as harsh as he reported yesterday. Noam entrusts Luca with the care of the palace and Amelia in his absence. Luca smiles confidently, accepting the responsibility with a simple, "Leave it to me." Amelia worries about the Empire's safety, recalling the state of the night from the previous day. Remembering the terribly wounded soldier, she realizes something awful must be happening. She blushes as she sincerely wishes for his safety while he looks on. Gathering her courage, she asks to speak with him upon his return. Noam agrees with a smile, promising to arrange a time for them to meet, much to Amelia's delight. As Noam prepares to depart on horseback, Luca wishes him luck, while Amelia and Agatha watch. Suddenly, medics rush by with an injured person, shouting for people to make way as Amelia watches in horror. Whoosh! A severely injured man coughs up black smoke as medics desperately call for a healing magic user. Amelia stares in shock, seeing a strange black shadow emanating from the victim that no one else seems to notice. The scene is interrupted by a promotional banner. Agatha comforts a frightened Amelia, as Luca frantically directs the staff to prioritize the most severe injuries. A lone white bird soars through the sky as Amelia silently prays for Noam's safety. Emperor Noam arrives dramatically at the front lines as his soldiers cheer, relieved by his presence. He surveys the devastation in disbelief, wondering how this happened, as a wounded soldier gasps in gratitude. An elder soldier warns him to be careful before Noam looks down, horrified to realize the affliction is poison. Back at the palace, Agatha gently tries to lead a concerned Amelia back to her room. Amelia despairs, feeling utterly powerless as she senses that something terrible is happening. Gasp! Seeing the pain of the injured, she notices the black shadow spreading and realizes she's the only one who can see it. As a medic coughs, Amelia observes that the shadow is thicker on the most wounded, noticing one particularly dark trail. The ominous shadow leads to the body of a fallen knight. Luca tries to pull Amelia away for her safety, urging her to return, but she resists. Grip, dash! Filled with resolve, despite feeling powerless, she breaks free and rushes forward, shocking Luca. She kneels beside the fallen knight, honoring him as the son of Salverka and a loyal blade to the Emperor. Other staff members weep, praying for the fallen soldier's spirit to find peace. Shock. A new voice calls Amelia's name, revealing the Empress Dowager, Ghislaine Lefebvre, whom Luca and Amelia greet as mother. Curtsy. Amelia immediately drops into a curtsy, offering a flustered apology. The Empress Dowager embraces Amelia, warmly thanking her for praying for one of Noam's knights. Amelia looks at the Empress Dowager, touched by her kindness. Luca rushes to his mother's side, but she insists she's fine, unable to sit idly by as she did in the past. She recalls the painful memory of injured soldiers arriving after her husband, the former emperor, passed away. She explains that his body was also overcome by poison. In a devastating flashback, she remembers holding her husband's hand as he died, with their young children watching on. Agatha explains to a stunned Amelia that the Empress Dowager was once an expert in healing magic. Leaning on Luca, the Empress Dowager admits she's terrified, as this situation feels exactly like the last time. Alone, Amelia ponders how even an expert healer couldn't remove poison. Gasp! The memory of the black shadows triggers another memory. As a child, she saw the same shadow when her mother healed her from a poisonous bug bite. A horrifying possibility dawns on her as she touches her lip in thought. Agatha calls out to her, but Amelia is lost in thought, realizing she saw the shadows clearly when no one else did. She remembers her mother and comes to a startling conclusion. Her mother must have been a witch who used poison-related magic, a power she may have inherited. A memory of a poisoned man surfaces as she realizes she might be able to remove the poison just like her mother. Snapped out of her thoughts by Agatha, Amelia apologizes for being distracted, which Agatha accepts. Amelia quietly reflects on how everything has happened all at once. Agatha reassures Amelia that she worries about her as her maid, while Amelia fondly thinks about how much closer they've become over the past month. Teary-eyed, Agatha softly calls out to Lady Amelia. Agatha tries to comfort Amelia, insisting His Majesty will be safe because he's the strongest man in the Empire. Amelia playfully disagrees, calling him unsociable, rude, and a strange person who talks to his hawk. The two share a heartfelt laugh, finding joy in the moment. Lying in bed that night, Amelia worries about the black shadow being poisoned. Clutching her sheets, she clings to his promise to return, determined not to see anyone else die. Whoosh! In a desolate land, a mysterious figure in a plague doctor mask appears. Far away, Gnome violently coughs, clearly afflicted by the poison. Amelia sits quietly in a grand room, reading a book as Agatha watches over her. She recalls a memory of being locked behind a magically sealed gate with Agatha. Staring at the magically chained door, she thinks about how she's been unable to go near it since. With newfound resolve, she holds her book tightly, a determined look on her face. Gasping, Amelia rushes out as Agatha calls for her to wait, while a medic reports a patient is very badly injured. Bang! She throws open the doors to a room, desperately calling out for His Majesty. A horrified Amelia finds a chaotic scene as a distraught Empress Dowager is held back from a severely wounded Noam. The Empress Dowager desperately fights against those holding her back, crying out that he's her son. Sobbing, the Empress Dowager fears losing another loved one, as staff urgently discuss that the antidote won't work in time, deciding to gather healing witches. Amelia approaches the bed and sees Noam covered in the same dark poison that took his father, his promise to meet her again, echoing in her mind. She thinks of all the things she still needs to tell him, including that she is not his enemy. Grit! With a determined blush, she vows that he cannot die. Luca grabs her arm, calling out to her in alarm. She begs him to let go, warning him not to touch Noam and insisting she cannot lose him. Reach! She extends her hand toward the poison on Noam's chest, making a desperate plea. Glow! Her hands radiate with light as she calls on her mother for strength, shocking Luca. A stunned Luca asks her if she can use magic. Amelia hesitantly admits that she can't, but implies there's more to it. Understanding, Luca offers to help, telling her she is their only hope to save his brother. Magic flows between Luca, Amelia, and the unconscious Noam as they work together to heal him. Blink! Rise! Noam's eyes open as he slowly sits up in bed. He turns to see Amelia, who has fallen asleep in a chair beside him. Luca explains that Amelia used an antidote magic from Solverka to save him, a power her mother also possessed, which surprises them both. Luca then changes the subject, asking Noam about the kingdom he visited. In a flashback, Noam coughs violently as a plague doctor mocks him, calling the powerful frozen blade pathetic for falling to poison. Noam recalls the chilling revelation that the poison was obtained from Ua Lavana. The enemy taunted him, saying his new empress was from Ua Lavana, and that he should curse her as he died. Noam remembers seeing countless poisoned bodies, realizing his enemy's cruelty. He scoffs at his foes' tactics, finding it hilarious they would sacrifice their own people just to attack him. With icy fury, he declares that they have no worth being alive. Crack! The shocked enemy begins to freeze solid under Noam's power. His opponent shatters into 1,000 pieces of ice. Noam stands peacefully as ice crystals fall around him like snow. Back in the present, Amelia sleeps soundly, her head leaning to the side. Her eyes flutter open as she awakens. Noam, wearing glasses and holding papers, greets her, acknowledging that she saved him. He removes his glasses with a gentle smile and sincerely thanks her. Clang! He approaches a flustered Amelia, noting that she must be exhausted from using magic. A man gently holds a red-haired woman's hand, telling her she should rest. He leans in closer, whispering for her to rest a bit more as she blushes. Smiling, the white-haired man explains he was investigating whether magic power flowed through her hands. He confirms that the magic energy called mana is indeed flowing throughout her body. She looks up in shock, realizing he had investigated her powers. She worries to herself that he now knows she has magic power but can't use it properly. Looking downcast, she hopes he won't call her useless. A traumatic memory of mocking faces, calling her useless shatters before her eyes. Clenching her hands, she resolves that she has to be strong. She looks up in surprise, reacting to his words with a questioning, "Huh?" The white-haired man explains that people fear what they don't have, and that her powers are considered normal where they are. He asks if her mother is Lady Felmarin, and she confirms it, wondering what he's getting at. He explains the different types of magic, noting that poison is one of the rarest, an ability to both create and heal all poisons. He tells a story of a woman with this power who was brought to the palace to assist the knights. Revealing a portrait of a smiling woman named Lady Malbranche, he declares this is most likely her mother, leaving her utterly horrified. He sits back, finding it hard to believe the very witch they've been searching for was in Ua Lavana all along. The red-haired woman breaks down in tears, realizing with horror that her mother was kidnapped and forced to marry into the royal family so they could steal her powers. The white-haired man, looking weary, begins to speak about the poison he inhaled. He reveals it was a weapon of war obtained from Ualavana, and she cries out in denial. He asks what she means by tears, as she internally questions if her mother was forced to produce the poison. She explains the horrific truth. Ualavana's royal family tortured her mother, squeezing strong poison from her very tears. Overwhelmed by the pain after years of torture, her mother died when she was young. She screams in anguish, crying that her mother was killed by Ualavana, turned into nothing more than a tool for murder. The man explains that because the poison was made from magic itself, no ordinary medicine or healing could work against it. He looks at her intently, acknowledging that her mother undoubtedly had the ability to create poison by her own will. He recalls that her mother was very proud to have been a witch from Salverka. Flashing back to traumatic memories of the poison's victims, he laments how Ualavana used her mother for their own gain and played with her life. He remembers his father and many others whose lives were taken by her mother's stolen power. The red-haired woman looks at him with fiery determination, declaring that she wants to avenge her mother. She clutches her chest, insisting that revenge is now her reason for living. Her resolve falters as she cries out that she is powerless and can't even fight against her own brother. The white-haired man stares at her, firmly stating, "You are not powerless." With tears in her eyes, she looks up at him in stunned surprise. She pleads with him, asking if he will fight by her side, and vowing to never forgive the people who killed her mother. Her expression hardens into one of pure fury as she declares, "This is revenge." He turns to her, saying he needs to apologize, which leaves her confused. She confesses that her brother married her off to him, so she could act as a spy and leak information. He smiles warmly at her, saying she's too honest to be able to trick someone. She blushes shyly, touched by his words. With a confident grin, he announces that they will get their revenge together. He offers his hand to her as she stares, wide-eyed and full of hope. Standing beside her, he promises they will train her to properly use her abilities as they are needed to counter the poison. A cheerful man with blue-gray hair appears, calling out the name Luca. The white-haired man asks Luca how long he was listening, and Luca admits he overheard since the part about getting revenge. Luca wraps an arm around the red-haired woman, offering to be her training partner, while the white-haired man remains silent. Luca thinks to himself that the other man is actually very good at teaching. The red-haired woman stands opposite a man in a sun-drenched forest clearing, ready for her training to begin. Dressed in a new purple and black outfit, she admits to herself that she's nervous. A small, chibi-like maid is shown presenting her with the new clothes, which are easy to move in. Posing awkwardly, she thinks about how she's never worn such a form-fitting outfit before. Amelia glances sideways at Prince Luca, a thought forming in her mind. He turns to her with a wide, friendly smile, waving cheerfully. Addressing her as Your Majesty, Luca announces it's time to begin her lesson. He demonstrates how to gather magic, instructing her to focus it into her fingertips as a bright energy swirls in his palm. Amelia agrees to try as a tiny, supportive Luca cheers her on from the side. FWSSH. She closes her eyes in concentration, attempting to form a ball of light. Puloof! The magic fizzles out in a disappointing puff, startling her. Amelia looks crestfallen as her spell fails, while Luca thinks to himself, "Oh boy." Undeterred, she vows to try again, causing Luca to chuckle at the long road ahead. Exhausted and panting, Amelia remarks on how difficult this is, especially since he made it look so easy. Luca kindly suggests they take a break, and she agrees, admitting it's more tiring than she expected. He smiles and explains that everyone in the Empire starts this training at 5 years old, much to her shock. Sitting together on a bench, Luca asks if she is aware of the Magic Academy, which she confirms. He elaborates that at age 5, children are tested, and those with above-average magical abilities are admitted into the Grand Magic Academy. The Academy offers various fields of study, including curses, healing, alchemy, summoning, and combat magic for aspiring soldiers. Students learn the basics before choosing a specialty, and upon graduation, they can become certified imperial witches who serve the palace. He reveals that everyone at the palace, including Agatha, is an imperial witch, which Amelia finds incredibly cool. Amelia realizes with admiration that in this empire, one's future is determined by ability, not social status. A look of concern crosses her face as she processes this new information. Luca explains that people from her homeland of Salverka typically gain their abilities around the age of 20. He adds that, aside from daily magic use, their lives are much the same as in other kingdoms. To prevent the misuse of magic, he explains, students are bound by a powerful contract upon entering the academy. This contract prevents them from attacking others unless they themselves are under attack. If they break the rule, their magic is forcibly stripped away for a time, ensuring the safety of the populace. Luca notes that some, like him and his brother, are exempt from this rule so they can intervene, which Amelia finds complicated. He states that even the most powerful mages must first learn to control their abilities. Once registered with the school, he continues, the training truly begins. An illustration shows how a student's use of magic is then strictly controlled by the academy's laws. Amelia concludes that this strict magical law is likely the secret to Salverka's strength and peace. Curious, she asks Luca what type of magic he specializes in. Whoosh! He summons a small flame, explaining that he primarily uses fire magic specialized for battle. He also mentions he can use some healing magic taught by his brother and mother, which makes Amelia ponder the concept of fire magic. Flare. Suddenly, a brilliant bird made of fire erupts from his hand, startling Amelia. Chirp! Luca proudly introduces the creature as one of his familiars, leaving Amelia stunned by the flaming bird. The firebird cocks its head inquisitively as Amelia stares in continued disbelief. Nudge! She tentatively reaches out, and the little bird gently nudges her finger, delighting her. Overcome with joy, she laughs while holding the cute familiar as Luca watches her with a gentle smile. Elsewhere, Noam sits at his desk with his own white bird, looking pensively out the window. He hopes for a day when everyone can accept magic as openly as she does. A warm smile graces his face as he decides he must find a way to thank her. A sweet memory flashes by of Amelia's joyful interactions with Luca and his firebird, Pout. Back in his office, Noam looks distinctly displeased, his bird mirroring his expression. That night, under a full moon, Amelia lies in bed, pouting to herself. Creak! She opens the door to her balcony and steps out, remarking on the beauty of the big moon. Standing in the moonlight, she admires the beautiful, sparkling night sky. From the courtyard below, Noam stands with his bird on his shoulder, looking up at the castle. The bird seems to alert him to something, and his gaze shifts upward. Amelia gasps, startled to see him standing down below. She leans over the railing as he calls up to her, asking what she's doing up so late. Flap! Foosh! Deciding he must go to her, he leaps into the air, his blue cape billowing around him like wings. Noam floats toward Amelia on the balcony, asking her to repeat herself. A stunned Amelia realizes with a gasp that His Majesty is floating in the air. She marvels that it feels like stepping into a picture book, while Noam notes her view of the world is quite different from his. Reaching toward the heavens, she exclaims that the color of the sky they're seeing is the same. She continues her thought, musing on the moon's light and birds playing under the sun. She compares him to the birds, a comparison that seems to startle Noam. Smiling, he warns her that she'll get cold if she tries to fly in her current clothes. He gently wraps a magnificent winged cloak around her, assuring her that she won't be cold anymore. With a warm smile, he extends his hand and invites her to come with him. He takes her into his arms, and together they soar into the moonlit night sky. Overjoyed, Amelia exclaims that she's actually flying. Feathers drift from the beautiful blue and white wings as they glide through the air. Noam smiles, telling her he's glad she likes them as she gazes at him warmly. Filled with excitement, Amelia eagerly asks if they can go see the academy. Remembering her conversation, she explains that Prince Luca told her all about it. Doom. Noam's face darkens as he internally fumes, wondering when she and Luca got on a first-name basis. Amelia praises the Academy's merit-based system, which seems to surprise Noam. His expression turns serious as he asks if Luca also told her about contractual magic. Flying over the city, he reveals the system's dark side. It's used to control and exploit those with stronger powers. She holds his hand and counters, arguing that such rules are necessary for the people to live in peace. As they look down at the palace, he explains he wanted her, the new empress, to know the Empire's darker side. She smiles and confidently tells him she understands. Amelia suddenly spots a strange glow from below and asks what it is, catching a flustered Noam by surprise. He explains that the glowing traces of light are leftover magic from the students' daytime activities. As they fly over the Radiant Academy, she whispers how beautiful it is, and he agrees. Twist. She playfully turns toward him, mentioning she heard students start training at age 5. Turn! Amelia quickly apologizes for her closeness, while a blushing Noam insists it's fine. Flustered, he softly calls her by her name for the first time. Amelia. Surprised, she asks how he knows her name, confusing the equally flustered emperor. He points out that she called his younger brother by his first name. Blushing, he adds pointedly, that she won't seem to call her own husband by his name. Panicked, Amelia insists that she does know his name. Blush. With a shy smile, she sweetly calls him Master Noam. A stunned and beet-red Noam is left completely speechless. As he tries to compose himself, Amelia inwardly thinks that he's actually quite a clumsy person. Framed by white flowers, they hold hands under the starry sky. The scene transitions to a wide shot of the grand castle, under the full moon. Flutter, they land gently on the ground amidst a shower of magical feathers. Stomp, Stomp Noam begins to say he's glad she enjoyed their flight, but both of them freeze in shock at an approaching sound. Bam! An irate older man stomps down the stairs, flanked by knights, shouting for the emperor. A nervous Noam thinks, "Oh no," as a terrified Amelia looks on. Shake! The man grabs a trembling Noam, yelling at him for leaving the palace without permission again. Flinch! He furiously demands to know where they were loitering, making them both jump. The man berates his laughing knights before turning back to Noam, declaring it's time for another scolding. Shake, a young page, whispers for Lady Amelia to follow him, as she trembles in fear. Rumble hiding behind a pillar, they watch the man continue to scold the emperor for his inexcusable behavior. Whisper. The page explains to Amelia that the scary man is Sir Caesar, the leader of the Imperial Knights. He reveals the only people who can scold the emperor are Caesar, his mother, and their nursing mothers, which surprises Amelia. Amelia wonders aloud if the head maid who bakes her sweets was one of the nursing mothers. In a flashback, Noam winces as an off-screen voice yells for his attention, startling Amelia in the background. Luca explains that the angry man, Caesar, is their father's former trusted knight. Sasser is shown furiously yelling at a young, stoic Noam. Jump. The scolding suddenly turns to a shocked Amelia as Caesar declares she's not off the hook either. He berates her for joining the emperor's escapades, warning that she is responsible if anything happens. Prick. Luca's attempt to calm Caesar down is met with a sharp command for the prince to be silent. Fed up, Caesar decides all three of them need a good scolding. The next day, Amelia recalls with a sigh that Caesar's lecture lasted until morning. She reflects on her visit to the creepy academy, feeling inspired to work hard like the students. Turning a corner, she stops in surprise upon seeing Noam. She and her maid politely wish His Majesty a good morning. Noam stares back at her, remaining silent for a moment. His silence leaves both Amelia and her maid confused. A flashback from the previous night shows a blushing Noam pointing out she won't call him by his name. The memory continues with Amelia sweetly calling him Master Noam, to her maid's shock. Back in the present, a blushing Noam finally greets her by name. "Good morning, Amelia," leaving the maid speechless. The flustered maid wonders how the two got so close without her realizing it. As they walk together, Amelia thinks about how exhausting Sar was yesterday. Noam reflects on his darker past, surprised he can now make such a soft expression. Amelia cheerfully says she enjoyed their night flight and wants to go on another walk soon. He smiles and agrees, adding they should be careful not to get scolded again. Noam privately recalls how broken she seemed when she first arrived at the palace. He informs Amelia that a guest is arriving tomorrow, a noble with ties to the imperial family whom he wants her to meet. He reveals the guest is also a friend from his school days, surprising Amelia. Noam worriedly hopes his friend doesn't make a bad impression on her. His comment makes Amelia wonder if the guest is an abrasive person. Remembering the hell she endured, Amelia reassures him and thanks him for his concern. The next day, Noam, Amelia, and her maid wait in a sunlit garden. Noam stands beside Amelia, ready to make the introduction. He introduces a young woman with white hair, Sophia, who greets the Empress with a polite curtsy. Sophia expresses her deep honor at being in Amelia's presence. The three sit for tea in a beautiful garden filled with flowers. Tap. With a gentle smile, Sophia compliments Amelia on being as beautiful as the rumors say. Noticing her quietness, Noam asks Amelia if she's all right now. Amelia internally admits she isn't used to interacting with nobles after her isolated life in Ua Lavana. From her perspective, Sophia observes Amelia's crown reflected in her teacup. Amelia resolves to be friendly, reminding herself that Sophia is Noam's friend. She happily mentions that Noam told her they attended the academy together, which Sophia confirms. Sophia expresses sympathy for Amelia's past, remarking how lonely it must have been for her. A quick flashback shows Noam warning Amelia that Sophia sometimes says hurtful things by accident. Amelia now understands what Noam was trying to warn her about. Sophia insists she must make a good impression, while Amelia reassures her, noting that her own brother was very social. Recalling her lonely childhood studies, Amelia muses that it must have been fun to meet other students at the academy. She compliments Sophia on her academic excellence, but Sophia shyly denies it. Sophia fondly recalls how Noam patiently taught her magic when she was struggling at the academy. She then notes that Amelia, by contrast, could use recovery magic naturally from the beginning. Sophia explains that her family specializes in earth magic for agriculture and supplies the imperial palace. She casually calls the emperor by his first name, Noam, catching Amelia completely off guard. Sting! The casual use of his name sends a pang through Amelia as she realizes they truly are close. Noam coldly tells Sophia it's time she learned to watch her mouth. A teary-eyed Sophia quickly apologizes, claiming she was lost in fond memories. Amelia calmly recalls reading that Sophia's family, the Barbastras, supplies most of the palace's ingredients. Feigning friendliness, Sophia invites Amelia to have tea with her and her friends sometime. A brief flashback shows a younger Sophia having tea with a red-haired girl and Noam. Sophia boasts about her powerful friends, mentioning the Lord of Froster and the Alvier family's daughter. With a slight condescension, Sophia points out that Amelia was a princess in the isolated Ewa Lavana. Amelia internally seethes, realizing Sophia thinks she's a spoiled princess when, in reality, she was deprived of even a single jewel. Sophia feigns difficulty, claiming she can't think of a gift that Amelia would appreciate. Amelia smiles graciously, assuring her that simply witnessing the wonderful magic in Salverka is enough of a gift. Changing the subject, Sophia brings up Amelia's rare poison magic, mentioning Prince Luca told her about it. Amelia admits she is not yet skilled with her magic, but Sophia insists she shouldn't be modest about such a unique ability. Sophia's sweet facade drops, as she sinisterly suggests Amelia would have been better suited as a knight than as the empress. Her malicious smile widens, revealing her true intentions. In her mind, Sophia declares herself the cutest person in the world, believing everyone, including Noam, is hers for the taking. Her thoughts turn bitter as she criticizes Amelia's meager, unhealthy body, which she deems unfit for an empress. Sophia scoffs that Amelia is like a poor commoner, revealing that she, from the Barbastre family, was groomed from a young age to be the next empress. She glares at Amelia with contempt, thinking of her as an unsightly woman. Grabbing Amelia's arm, Sophia feigns concern, declaring it absurd that Amelia became Noam's wife, and advising her to focus on magic instead. Sophia condescendingly challenges Amelia to a magic duel, confident her family's magic will prove superior to Amelia's shabby abilities. As Noam looks on with concern, Amelia hesitates before responding. Finding her resolve, Amelia smiles confidently and accepts the challenge, stating her magic will suffice. Sophia laughs with delight, eagerly agreeing to the duel. With a subtle smirk, Sophia privately thinks that no one is perfect at first, underestimating Amelia. Sophia suggests they move to a more open area, and the maid begins to clear the tea set. Noam tries to stop Sophia from forcing Amelia, but an aide quickly pulls him aside for a word. Grab. Ignoring Noam, Sophia excitedly pulls a surprised Amelia by the arm. As they walk into a field, Sophia offers to demonstrate her own magic first. Whoosh! Sophia casts her spell, enveloping herself in a beautiful whirlwind of colorful flower petals. Amelia and her maid watch in awe, completely captivated by this stunning display. Holding a flower, Sophia dismisses her spell as basic earth magic, inwardly judging Amelia's impressed reaction. Crush! She contemptuously crushes the flower, thinking Amelia's level must be pitifully low. Amelia closes her eyes, determined not to bring shame upon Master Noam's name. Shine, a brilliant, golden light erupts from Amelia as she concentrates her magical energy. She opens her eyes with a relieved smile, holding a successfully formed orb of glowing blue magic. Sophia inwardly scoffs at the pathetic little spell, calling Amelia a child, but outwardly puts on a smile and congratulates her. Snicker. Amelia humbly explains this is the best she can do for now, earning a hidden, mocking laugh from Sophia. Sophia patronizingly notes that Academy students can do much more, but excuses Amelia's weakness due to her busy schedule. Her true feelings show in a menacing grin as she thinks to herself how pitiful Amelia is. Sophia recalls hearing that Amelia needed Prince Luca's help to use her antidote magic during a recent border attack. Leaning in, she questions Amelia's priorities, suggesting she should focus on magic training rather than her duties as Empress, leaving Amelia stunned. Sophia warns that magical weakness is unacceptable in the Empire, and that failing to save someone will bring shame upon her husband. She continues her verbal assault, leaving Amelia speechless and shaken. Sophia presses on, urging Amelia to train her great skill and master it as soon as possible. Squeeze! Amelia's resolve crumbles as Sophia's words hit home, making her doubt her place as Empress. While Sophia glances toward the maid, Sophia turns her insults to the maid, noting her lack of magic and implying she was assigned to match Amelia's low worth. She questions why the maid works at the palace, claiming only top academy graduates are allowed, leaving both Amelia and her maid shocked. Frick! Sophia's final jab, asking if the job is too big for the maid, finally ignites Amelia's anger. Amelia firmly defends her maid, stating that Agatha is a very capable and compassionate person. Amelia turns to face a shocked Sophia and Agatha, questioning the insult. With newfound confidence, Amelia coolly remarks that magic seems to be all Sophia can think about. Amelia fiercely defends her maid, declaring that Agatha is not only capable and compassionate, but also performs her duties with grace. Sophia inwardly marvels at Amelia's defiance, admitting she underestimated the seemingly feeble Empress. With a condescending smile, Sophia dismisses Agatha's hard work, claiming it can't make up for a lack of talent. Amelia's expression darkens as she internally sees at the suggestion that Agatha lacks talent. A flashback shows Agatha gently chiding a younger, studious Amelia for her messy room while carrying a stack of books. Flap. As a book tumbles from the pile, Agatha cries out a warning to a startled Amelia. Freeze Agatha quickly casts a spell, stopping the falling books in midair to protect a stunned Amelia. Snap. With a snap of her fingers, Agatha sternly reminds Amelia to keep her study tidy, leaving the younger girl in awe of the floating books. A starstruck Amelia gushes that Agatha's magic is amazing. Agatha humbly admits she has some magic, prompting Amelia to ask why she chose to become a maid. Agatha explains that her dream was always to work at the Imperial Palace by His Majesty's side. Back in the present, Amelia calmly asks Sophia if she knows of Agatha's accomplishments during her time at the Academy. Amelia's eyes gleam as she promises that hearing of Agatha's ambitions will surely change Sophia's mind. Sophia scoffs dismissively, realizing Agatha is a commoner and seeing it as an explanation for her perceived weakness. Amelia reveals Agatha's magic was strong enough for Academy admission, but Sophia counters that many commoners have that much power. A flashback shows a younger Agatha being mocked and isolated by noble children at the Academy. The narration explains that despite the derision, she worked her way into the Academy's upper classes. Even there, she faced discrimination from nobles who looked down on commoners. The bullying escalates as a male student pulls her hair, but their confrontation is interrupted by a figure standing at the end of the hall. A young Noam steps in to protect Agatha from her tormentors. He fiercely defends her, telling the bullies that her presence in their class proves she worked harder than any of them. To repay the debt she felt she owed him, Agatha's dream became to serve as a maid in the Imperial Palace. Amelia continues her triumphant speech, explaining that true strength can be achieved through dedication. Agatha looks on, her eyes filled with emotion at Amelia's passionate defense. Amelia explains that Agatha's magic is hard to sense because she specializes in defense, which gathers mana within the body. Sophia inwardly panics, realizing she'd forgotten about defense magic and made a foolish assumption. Stuttering, Sophia insists that being a commoner is still an unchangeable fact. Amelia delivers the final blow, revealing that Agatha's great service as a battle aide earned her the title of Baroness. The revelation leaves Sophia utterly speechless with shock. Amelia coolly observes Sophia's disinterest in nobles who were once commoners. Changing tactics, Amelia quizzes Sophia about the Rowlett family, who supplied the palace, but Sophia can't recall them. Amelia explains that the Rowletts have little magic and grow all their produce by hand. While their quantity is limited, the quality is supreme, a concept Sophia initially dismisses, but Amelia insists is key. Amelia reveals that the Rowlett family's reputation has already surpassed Sophia's, explaining that rarity increases value. She drives the point home by reminding Sophia that her own ruby brooch is valuable precisely because it is rare. Amelia concludes that people and things cannot be judged by magic alone, predicting the Rowlett family's rise to luxury status. She lectures Sophia on the importance of both quantity to prevent starvation and a work ethic that strives for quality. Cornered and desperate, Sophia accuses Amelia of planning to unfairly manipulate market prices. Leaning in, Amelia points out that Sophia's own stature isn't based on magic alone, causing Sophia to inwardly rage at the powerless Empress's audacity. With a chilling smile, Amelia turns the topic to Sophia's wonderful brooch. Sophia looks up in fear as Amelia calmly focuses the conversation on her brooch. Sophia feels a wave of intimidation, wondering how the Empress suddenly became so formidable. Amelia asks if Sophia is aware that the recently invaded territory was Frostro, catching her completely off guard. Grit Sophia internally curses, realizing with horror that she had completely forgotten about the invasion. Amelia informs her that Marquess Alvir's own daughter was injured during the attack, but continues to aid the relief effort. As Amelia mentions Sophia's supposed closeness to the Alvir daughter, Sophia looks down in shame. With a gentle smile, Amelia suggests Sophia should check on her injured friend instead of bothering her for a brooch. Regaining some composure, Sophia concedes that Amelia has clearly done her homework and is fit to be Empress. Twirl, with a cruel smile, Sophia mocks Amelia's magic, calling it shabby and useless for an Empress. Grit Agatha seethes with anger at Sophia's insult toward Amelia, her expression hardening. A stern-looking gnome appears, remarking on Amelia's progress and coldly addressing Sophia by name. Pop feigning delight, Sophia turns to Gnome and claims she was just teaching Her Majesty a few things. Flinched Sophia recoils as Gnome explains how Amelia selflessly exhausted her magic-healing soldiers, recalling the immense strain it took and how he and Luca had to support her. Gnome continues his defense, stating that Amelia has learned far more about the Empire than Sophia could imagine. He proudly declares that Amelia is working hard to be their Empress, just as Agatha worked hard for her own status, earning a grateful look from the maid. Noam condemns Sophia, stating that her tendency to put down hardworking people in the name of talent reveals her own flawed character, leaving her speechless. He fiercely orders a shocked Sophia to apologize to them. Quiver! Sophia trembles in disbelief, asking how Gnome could say such a thing as she grips her dress. Step. Amelia and Agatha watch as Sophia's expression twists with rage, inwardly refusing to apologize to a lowly maid. Noam exposes the Barbastri family's corruption, accusing them of exploitative trade practices and paying their workers criminal wages. Bright. He decries their underhanded methods, showing visions of them taking advantage of the common folk. Noam coldly states that magic was never meant to be a tool for controlling people. With a final, chilling glare, Noam declares that he rejects Sophia as a person. Panicked, Sophia backpedals, insisting Noam is mistaken and that she only wants to use her magic to benefit the Empire. Grab. She desperately clutches his arm, changing the subject to wanting to speak with Luca. Noam icily questions her familiar use of their names, asking how long she plans to pretend they're still just classmates. He orders Agatha to send Sophia off, and as thorny vines emerge, a terrified Sophia begs for forgiveness while being led away. Glare. She looks back with hatred. Agatha commands silence, but Sophia screams not to be touched by a filthy commoner as thorny vines ensnare her, prompting Amelia to cry out a warning. Whip. A thorny vine lashes out toward Sophia. Whoosh! She braces for the impact, finding herself unharmed. A stunned Sophia asks Agatha if she's hurt. Surrounded by a shimmering magic circle, Agatha calmly addresses Lady Barbastra. Droop. Agatha coolly dismisses the defeated Sophia, telling her it's time to go home. The scene shifts to sunset, with Agatha escorting a dejected Sophia away from the palace. Alone with Amelia in the rose garden, Noam apologizes for Sophia making a bad impression on her. Amelia smiles, reframing the experience as a good opportunity to learn how others might attack her. Noam reflects on the confrontation, admitting he never knew Sophia was such a discriminating person. He recalls the investigation he ordered into the Barbastra's finances, shocked by Sophia's idleness. His thoughts drift back to Amelia's passionate defense of Agatha. Noam watches from a distance as Amelia and Agatha stand together after Sophia's departure. With the ordeal over, Noam and Amelia share a quiet, smiling moment as the sun sets. Smelling a rose, Amelia resolves to protect what's important to her, acknowledging the power of magic. Noam watches her, thinking to himself that she is quite admirable. To make up for the day, Noam asks Amelia if she would go into town with him soon. A new day begins as the scene opens on a pair of sunlit glass doors. Agatha helps a smiling Amelia get ready for her outing. Amelia explains that she couldn't forgive Sophia's insults when Agatha notes her repeated thanks. Agatha tells Amelia the outfit suits her well, and Amelia beams, excited for her first trip into town. Agatha reflects on how Amelia was once like a caged doll and hopes she will finally have fun. The two share a warm, joyful hug before the outing. An aide announces that His Majesty is ready, and they should be on their way. Noam and a dark-haired boy wait for Amelia with welcoming smiles. In a crowded town square, Amelia is amazed by the number of people and things she's never seen before. She excitedly tells Noam she's always wanted to visit the town, curiously asking about a vendor's tool. A citizen spots the imperial couple, happily pointing them out and remarking on how close they seem. Flush, a woman calls them a perfect couple, causing both Noam and Amelia to blush brightly. Amelia smiles with relief, thankful that the citizens approve of their relationship. An apple suddenly floats in front of Amelia, leaving her to wonder why. Lunge, the apple morphs into a horrifying monster and lunges at Amelia, who lets out a terrified scream. Bull! As Amelia apologizes in a daze, Noam yanks her into his arms, pulling her to safety. Flinch! Holding Amelia, Noam furiously threatens the apple monster with capital punishment for daring to attack the Empress. A man in a black hood appears with an apple, telling Noam he needs to discipline his underlings better, leaving Amelia confused. Whoosh! The hooded man teleports behind another cloaked figure, leaving Amelia completely stunned. A shocked Amelia wonders aloud how the apple could have turned into a human. Poof! The green-haired man explains he was conserving magic by transforming into an apple after fighting monsters. The man formally introduces himself as Bruno Lasperno, leader of the Empire's Black Knights. With a warm smile, Bruno adds that he is also an old friend of Emperor Noam. A small chart illustrates the military structure, with the chief commander overseeing the White, Imperial, and Black Knights. The narration explains the duties of the White Knights who guard the Empire and the Imperial Knights who protect the palace. Finally, the Black Knights are revealed to be monster exterminators, as Amelia recalls reading about them but never meeting one. Noam remarks on the recent increase in monsters, which Bruno confirms has been happening since last month. A narration describes how monsters prey on humans for their mana, with commoners being the most vulnerable. Noam recounts how casualties have risen despite his and Bruno's efforts to strengthen defenses. Pointing into the distance, Noam draws Amelia's attention to a snow-capped mountain range in the north. He explains that while the mountain protects them and provides water, it is also a dangerous haven for intelligent monsters. Noam falls into a moment of deep, pensive thought. Changing his tone, Noam smiles warmly and expresses his complete trust in the talented Bruno. Giggle! Noam and Bruno catch up on personal news about a friend's new baby, and Amelia giggles at their casual conversation. Amelia smiles, noting their close friendship and resolving to research the monster threat herself. Under a full moon, the name Ualavana appears, shifting the scene. In a dark chamber, a kneeling boy pledges his service to the enthroned Lady Aurora. The scene focuses on the thorny, dark roses entwined around the throne where the boy kneels. Stomp. Lady Aurora furiously berates her subordinate for not following her plan exactly. Stomp! Looming over him, she threatens that he will not get off easily if he fails her. As her subordinate trembles, Lady Aurora fumes over her humiliation by Noam and the useless but proper-looking Empress Amelia. Heave! Huff. Breathing heavily with rage, she vows to drag Amelia down from the throne as the chapter concludes. In a bright, cheerful scene, Amelia stands smiling between Noam and Bruno. The scene returns to the town, where Amelia gazes curiously at a candy stall. She admires the lovely and colorful sweets displayed in large glass jars. In a cute illustration, Amelia looks completely captivated by the variety of candies. A friendly baker with dark hair approaches and offers Her Majesty some of his baked sweets. Delighted, Amelia remarks on how delicious they look, but pauses, needing to find her attendants first. Looking around in confusion, Amelia wonders where everyone went just as a hand clamps over her mouth. MMFHCK Amelia struggles against her captor, the pain causing her to lose consciousness as her shoe falls to the ground. The scene transitions to a lone stone cottage surrounded by dark woods under a blood-red sky. Amelia is shown lying unconscious on the wooden floor inside the cottage. Waking up, Amelia sits dazed in the dimly lit room. TCH. Her kidnapper, the baker, mocks her for waking up and smugly refuses to answer her questions. Amelia laments being separated from Noam, comparing her abduction to her past with her mother and suspecting Sophia's involvement. Ring. Amelia decides to use her magic to investigate her captor by observing his mana flow. Loom. Focusing her magic as Luca taught her, she looks at the man's silhouette, trying to perceive his power. Gripping her dress in confusion, Amelia finds it strange that she cannot see any light of mana from him. Amelia directly asks if he is from Ualavana, shocking the man who demands to know how she knew. Realizing only Princess Aurora would orchestrate this, Amelia confronts him, asking if he's working on her orders. The kidnapper panics, yelling at her to shut up while she calmly observes his reaction. Amelia pities the man, concluding he's just a pawn, as she thinks about how Princess Aurora continues to torment her. Bite, stomp. The man dismisses her thoughts, shouting that his orders don't matter as he lunges toward her. Slam, thud. He roughly pins the struggling Amelia to the floor. Held down, Amelia screams in terror, demanding to know what he is doing. The kidnapper sneers, telling her to be quiet as it will be over soon. Grab. The kidnapper seizes her leg, warning a terrified Amelia not to resist. A leering man with brown hair smiles cruelly. A black-haired man with glowing golden eyes smirks with evil intent. Chill Amelia stares up from the floor, paralyzed by fear. Clenching her fist, she vows to be strong and defeat her siblings. Shove Amelia angrily pushes him away, her eyes glowing as she issues an order. Lunge. The enraged kidnapper shouts at her to shut up. Thwack. He brutally strikes her down. Erg. Despite her tears, she furiously asks how he dares to attack the Empress. Ha! He mockingly tells her that her words hold no power here. He mocks her tears, but she touches her face in shock, realizing they're purple. A narration explains that the more the witch was tortured, the more she cried tears of poison. She realizes with horror that her purple tears are the same poison tears her mother cried. A flashback shows a woman with long pink hair, wondering if her magic has grown stronger. He looms over her, menacingly telling her to be still. Thinking of revenge, Amelia finds new resolve, declaring she's not useless anymore as her eyes burn with determination. Slide, her hand inches toward a fallen, crown-like pin on the floor. Grinning menacingly, she holds the sharp pin, thinking about his connection to her sister. Holding the pin coated in her tears, she asks if he knows about Ualavana's poison. She confronts the confused man, stating that if he works for her sister, he must know about Ualavana's poison. He shakes his head, utterly confused by the name Ualavana's poison. As he trembles in confusion, she chuckles, realizing he's just an ignorant underling whom she pities. Shake. She holds up a glowing purple tear, calmly stating that her tears are different. As he shakes in terror, she reveals they are the source of Ualavana's lethal poison. Quiver. He refuses to believe she has her mother's power, but she coolly tells him his belief doesn't matter. Glint. Lift. She calmly lifts the poisoned pin toward the stunned kidnapper. Drip. She lets a single drop of poison fall into his mouth, musing on its deadly history. Grin. With a chilling smile, she tells the panicking man she will watch to see how long he lasts. Clutching his throat in agony, he gasps that this can't be happening. Erg, cough. He violently hacks up blood, collapsing in front of her. Gah. He writhes on the floor, choking in excruciating pain. Standing over his convulsing body, she states that she warned him, but doesn't need to kill him. Shine a light emanates from her hand as she decides he won't die from this. Bang! Noting her purple tears, she bursts through the door and escapes the cottage. Dash Noam runs frantically through the forest, desperately calling out for Amelia. His search leads him to a single abandoned shoe lying on the street. He picks up her shoe, his expression filled with horror and despair. He runs, vowing to protect Amelia from suffering her mother's fate. Rustle. A barefoot Amelia wobbles through the dark woods, glad to be free but unsure of where she is. Master Noam. Hearing her voice, a relieved but exhausted Noam pants for breath. He rushes to her side, asking in alarm if someone hit her. Seeing his pained expression, Amelia apologizes, feeling guilty that he searched all day for her. Grab. She frets over him, asking where else he's hurt, and pointing to the scratches on his legs. He pulls her close, insisting it's his fault for ever leaving her side. He gently asks her to tell him what happened, and she agrees. Noam expresses his surprise at her strength, while Amelia resolves that she must be this strong to punish her sister. Looking resolute, Amelia declares that she has decided to become strong. Noam smiles warmly, telling her that he is proud of how robust she has become. His expression hardens as he thinks that her attacker is now in deep trouble. Russell. Amelia tells Noam the man worked for her sister, and he agrees they must interrogate him to discover her plans. Noam carries Amelia through the dark woods, heading back toward the stone cottage. The kidnapper pants in terror as Noam's menacing shadow looms over him, his eyes glowing. Jump recognizing him, the terrified kidnapper stammers out the title, King of the Frozen Blade. Noam tells the man to be grateful, for it is time for his punishment. Eat crawl. The man scrambles away in terror, screaming for help, as Amelia and Noam watch. Gleam. Amelia's purple eyes glow as she notes she can't see any black shadows, while the man continues to tremble. Flinch Noam observes the man's pain, remarking on how terrifying her poison must be. He menacingly details how the poison will first inflame his throat, then gnaw through his body to death's door. Yell! The kidnapper desperately begs for his life, but Noam coldly demands he reveal who ordered him. Tremble. The terrified man remains silent, shaking uncontrollably. Noam explains that returning to the princess means being erased as evidence, pitying the man's unfortunate fate. The man finally confesses, revealing he was promised a ton of cash if he impregnated Princess Aurore's sister. What? He reveals the princess's plan. If her sister had another man's child, she would be forced from the throne. Amelia seethes with rage, disgusted at how low and vulgar her sister could be. Noam realizes the princess knew Amelia was already pregnant, and Amelia looks at him with concern. Crack, his composure breaks as he declares that they cannot let the man live after all. Amelia rushes to Noam's side, insisting he can't take a life based on temporary emotions. Outside the cottage, Noam addresses Amelia formally, while the bound and blindfolded kidnapper kneels before them. Bow! Two attendants apologize profusely for not protecting her, but Amelia kindly tells them not to worry. Smile. Amelia smiles warmly, while Noam looks away, slightly flustered. Noam reports that the man confessed to working alone, but orders a thorough investigation of the forest just in case. A hooded man with green-tipped hair is surprised she escaped on her own, and Amelia explains she used poison magic and an antidote. Phew. As the kidnapper is taken away, Amelia warns him not to think he'll go home unscathed. The hooded man questions her about poison magic, and she reveals she inherited the ability from her mother from Solverka. He stares in disbelief, calling it a miracle that a witch with such rare magic is still alive. He adds that he never would have thought that she was her daughter. Amelia looks on grimly, confirming that Levana is their enemy. The hooded man looks down with sympathy, acknowledging how hard it must have been for her. Flinch. He expresses his relief that she is safe, and Noam agrees they now have the man's testimony. The scene shifts to Levana, where a man with black hair approaches Lady Aurore in a garden of red roses. Aurore greets her brother with a smile, announcing that she has good news. She gleefully reveals that Amelia is having a child, and that she sent an assassin to attack her today. She asks her brother with a wicked smile if it isn't a marvelous feeling. Thwack! She is brutally slapped across the face, her expression turning to shock. Drip. Kaya! Blood drips from her mouth as her brother grabs her by the hair, and she screams for him to stop. Ow! He berates her for acting without his permission, and she falls to the ground begging for forgiveness. He grips her face, calling her a fat pig, and coldly warning her not to disrupt his plans. Whack! He throws her aside in disgust, lamenting how useless everyone is. Images of a prosperous kingdom and a happy family flash by, representing a peaceful world. A young boy with black hair and golden eyes declares this tepid world worthless, and vows to destroy and rebuild it. A flashback shows a stern man holding a chain attached to a kneeling woman with long lavender hair. The narration recalls her poisonous tears, a power the young boy once thought was beautiful. He believed that as long as they had her, they could build a kingdom of both money and power. But his father grew greedy, seeking only riches, which the boy vows not to repeat. He outlines his plan to rule by rewarding nobles, taxing commoners, and dealing with the useless. For the poor who cannot contribute, he coldly declares he will purge them all. He muses that the useless are worthless and have no right to live. Ha ha ha. Laughing maniacally, he vows to make everyone surrender to his power and claim it all. He concludes that to create his powerful army, the poison-producing woman must be kept alive as his useful tool. A young boy with black hair and golden eyes peeks from a doorway, holding a lantern. He internally fumes over the crummy food, worried someone might die from malnutrition. He offers bread to a frail girl with light purple hair, sternly telling her to eat or die. Crack! He trips and drops a glowing purple vial, which shatters on the cobblestone floor. Blip! A drop splashes into his eye as he screams in agony. The girl gasps his name, Prince Craig, realizing it was poison. She rushes to his side, cradling him amidst the broken shards with a look of grim concern. Shine. Desperately embracing him, she covers his wounded eye as a holy light envelops them, pleading for him not to die. Shove. He pushes her away with a grunt, ordering her to let him go. In a flashback, a man reveals his father's interference led to a woman's death, leaving him unable to obtain more poison as two young girls cry over her coffin. A plague doctor mixes chemicals as the narration reveals their supply is running out, regretting not invading other kingdoms for more tears. As an older Craig walks away, a blue-haired man muses that Craig will be a useful weapon, so long as a certain witch's corpse remains in the castle. The thought lingers over a dark chamber containing an ornate, heavily chained black coffin. Grit. An enraged King Craig clenches his fist, cursing the stupid Aurora for interfering with his plan. A mysterious hooded figure appears in a tree, addressing the troubled King Craig. The figure tells him not to be on guard, reassuring him that they are not an enemy. Craig looks up impatiently, dismissing the figure as irritating and demanding they state their business. Swoop. The figure reveals they share a common goal: Solverka's emperor's head, and mentions a man Aurora sent. They then offer to kill the emperor for him, leaving Craig stunned by the proposal. The figure vows to prove their allegiance and asks Craig to await good tidings before vanishing. Slam. A stern older man with a mustache angrily slams a prison cell door. He and a dark-haired attendant stare in disbelief at a body on the floor, questioning how it happened. The scene transitions, marked by a colorful promotional banner. A red-haired noblewoman rushes towards Sir Caesar and Sir Bruno, frantically asking if it's true the man is dead. A gray-haired official scolds Her Majesty for being there, questioning how a breach occurred in their supposedly impregnable security. Gasp! She sees the body on the floor as an investigation into a possible suicide is announced. Her eyes widen in horror as she wonders if she failed to remove the poison, accidentally killing him. Grab! Her maid with glasses quickly clarifies that he didn't die from her magic or poison, but from a sliced throat. The maid gently comforts her distraught mistress. The red-haired woman thanks her maid and asks to be left alone in her room. She is still racked with guilt, believing someone died because of her actions. Creak! Opening her door, she worries that she is a danger to others as long as she is connected to her sister. Thud! She closes the door, resolved that people will continue to get hurt because of her. She stands with a heavy heart, her expression filled with sorrow and resignation. The view pulls back, showing her sitting alone in her grand pink bedroom. Clack! The door opens, and a man with white hair enters her room. Overwhelmed by sorrow, she can only think that someone died because of her. He approaches, acknowledging that while the man worked for her sister, he shouldn't have lost his life. He sits beside her and asks if he can tell her a long story. He begins by explaining that his father built the empire to save the people of Solverka, who were attacked for using magic. A vision of his royal parents appears as he shares his father's dream to create a world where magic and its users are accepted. He recalls his childhood with his brother, expressing pride in his father's conviction. However, that ideal came at a price, as he states that war is necessary to achieve it. He confesses that as emperor, he has already taken countless lives to secure the kingdom's peace. The kingdom's current peace, he concludes, was built upon a mountain of stolen lives. He looks at her with understanding, telling her that her feelings of guilt aren't wrong. He reminds Amelia of her vow to become strong and avenge her mother. He acknowledges the shocking incident, but explains that great accomplishments often require sacrifices. Amelia realizes she had only been thinking of herself, while Master Noam was fighting as a soldier. She considers the immense loss he must have endured after becoming emperor at such a young age. Looking up at him with newfound resolve, she thanks him, saying his story has opened her eyes. Amelia resolves to become stronger, not just in power but in her heart. Noam tells her that if she's feeling even a little bit better, his visit was a success. He then adds with a somber smile that he's lost all of his kindness. Amelia looks at him and thinks that, at the very least, she has never been hurt by him. She recalls when she first arrived, how she was told to live alone for a whole month. Noam apologizes, confessing that on their wedding night, he wrongly suspected her and looked into her memories, causing Amelia to flinch. He admits he pried into her past out of suspicion, knowing it hurt her. With a look of sincere regret, he bows his head. My memories. She realizes she knew he'd seen her past with the king, but had tried to ignore it. Flashes of memories with him appear, from a formal meeting to a younger, happier moment. She admits to herself that it's strange she's never felt afraid when he's touched her. Taking his hand, she gently reassures him. She smiles warmly, telling Master Noam not to put himself down because he helped her overcome her fears. Touched by her words, Noam looks up with a soft expression. Blushing, he clutches his cravat and thinks to himself that he doesn't mind. In a comical moment, a green-haired man asks why Noam's face is red, and both he and Amelia blame it on the cold. Phew, Amelia sighs, as the green-haired man agrees that the wind is indeed quite chilly. The green-haired man interrupts, announcing he has a report on Ua Levana. Amelia turns, stating that the information must be important for her as well, and asks to be included. Standing with renewed confidence, she declares that she's ready to hear it. Flick. He presents the documents, explaining the report covers the recent culprit and Ua Levana's internal affairs. Amelia politely insists on being allowed to listen to the report. The scene shifts to a dark and foreboding view of a grand Gothic-style building. In Noam's office, he and Amelia listen intently to the report. The green-haired man concludes that they cannot yet confirm Princess Aurore's involvement in the incident. Noam listens thoughtfully as narration reveals the Black Knights are the most informed on the matter. The report details how the gap between nobles and commoners in Ua Levana has widened, pushing commoners to their limit. He continues, describing the kingdom's horrible state, widespread poverty, and recent violence against the royal family. He reveals there is also a mysterious plague spreading, which has killed many citizens, leaving Amelia shocked. Amelia absorbs the grim news with a grave expression. She considers the situation, believing an investigation into Ua Levana will benefit them and might even lead to something more. Noam looks at her and promises they will also search for information about her mother during the investigation. Her face lights up with hope as she eagerly agrees. With a determined smile, she vows to see those responsible punished. Jump. The green-haired man playfully leaps onto Noam's desk as Noam reminds him about his upcoming monster hunting dispatch. Later, in a dark forest, the green-haired man and other cloaked figures are told the monsters are ahead and are asked to lead the extermination. Russell. He's immediately distracted by a stray cat, much to the exasperation of his comrades who urge him to focus. Roar. A hulking, pig-like monster erupts from the trees. Stomp! As the monster charges, the green-haired man calmly calls it annoying. Boom! He unleashes a massive wave of green energy with a single motion. Slam! Splatter! The blast completely annihilates the monster. Walking alone afterward, he complains of boredom now that the cat is gone, and decides to investigate Ua Levana tomorrow. Babam! A cheerful blue-haired man waves with a bright smile. The blue-haired man explains he can't leave the Empire for a long time, while Noam looks on, unimpressed. He eagerly volunteers to investigate the epidemic in the other kingdom with the White Knights. A vision shows Noam looking regal on a horse, while the blue-haired man appears flustered below. The blue-haired man teases Noam, claiming people are more relaxed around him, but Noam curtly tells him to can it. Noam surprises them both by stating he'd like the blue-haired man to take Amelia with him. Bow. The blue-haired man smiles charmingly and vows to protect Amelia on their journey. A blushing, blue-haired man tells His Majesty he's excited for their trip, but she insists it isn't a game. He agrees, suggesting they leave after breakfast as a white-haired man watches them. The red-haired woman suggests eating the head maid's pancakes, much to the blue-haired man's shock. As a small, white-haired boy asks if he's okay, the red-haired woman happily declares they should go. Flare. The flustered, white-haired man wonders why he's so bothered by their interaction. The red-haired woman smiles sweetly, making him realize with dread that his wife is actually an evil woman. Two men stand guard near a horse, their expressions serious as they watch from a castle gate. The white-haired man informs the couple he has provided guards, but urges them to be cautious. Flap! The red-haired woman confidently smiles, assuring him they will be fine. Grrr! As the couple laughs together, the white-haired man looks on with a jealous, grumbling expression. The red-haired woman turns back to the white-haired man, thanking him for his concern. Smiley. The couple flashes a bright smile at the white-haired man, making him even more flustered. Blush. He stands alone, completely overwhelmed and blushing furiously. Rattle, rattle. An escorted carriage travels across the countryside. Narration states they will switch to horses at the border. A finger traces their intended path on a large map. Glance. Holding the map, the blue-haired man asks the red-haired woman if she has ever ridden a horse. She responds with a confident and knowing smirk. A dark memory returns of someone screaming at her that she is the horse, not a rider. Whip. Flinch. In a flashback, a cruel woman whips the young girl. She grimly recalls that they never let her ride a horse because she was forced to be the horse. Shock. Back in the carriage, she looks visibly shaken by the painful memory. The blue-haired man beside her offers a gentle, reassuring smile. The scene transitions to a peaceful view of rolling green mountains. As she looks at her companion, she thinks to herself that Master Noam is very kind to her. She reflects that her brother never reveals his true feelings, especially after their father's death, as images of the two somber men appear. She recalls the nation's grief and how her brother rarely smiled after becoming the emperor as a teenager. She sadly concludes that his heart must have been completely gouged out by the tragedy. Blush. Teary. She remembers seeing him look on with envy, causing her to blush. Sitting in the carriage, she smiles contentedly. She muses that despite seeming sensitive and clumsy, he is also incredibly strong. She gazes out the carriage window in quiet contemplation. She feels lucky to be his wife, noting that though Master Noam speaks of his past, he never complains. An image of the blue-haired man's warm smile flashes in her mind. Lift. She gently raises the window shade for a peek outside. She sees the white-haired man riding on horseback beside their carriage. Her expression becomes serious as she resolves that this applies to her too. With a somber look, the blue-haired man thinks that this journey will finally allow him to release his pent-up anger. The scene shifts to a bleak and impoverished village under a dark sky. Desperate villagers question when they will be freed, lamenting that the promised government officials never arrived. A man states the government won't help, revealing a pile of bodies as proof that many have already died. The narration confirms their fears. The new king is ordering their deaths by denying them even the bare minimum. Cough. Hack. A sick villager coughs violently while his companion asks what's wrong, both wondering how much time they have left. An old man tells a younger one to abandon hope, questioning why nobles receive preferential treatment. He bitterly speculates it's because nobles pay taxes, something they can't do without an income. An elderly man declares with grim certainty that the kingdom will kill them no matter what. He reflects that life was better under the previous king, and wonders if this misery is the work of Levana. A bright memory shows a happy family, as a little girl offers flowers to her father for a festival. Her family realizes the festival is for the second queen's birthday, meaning a large town celebration. Yay! The little girl cheers with excitement as her parents decide the whole family will go to town. The father smiles warmly, agreeing to the happy family outing. A man kneels in desolate ruins, staring at a pile of bodies as rain falls. A gaunt, gray-haired man lying down hears a voice command him to rise. Resigned to death, the man is startled by a voice asking if he's okay. He weakly looks up, wondering who is pleading for him to hang on. He mistakes a beautiful pink-haired woman for the long, dead second queen, realizing with finality that he is about to die. A hooded Amelia and Prince Luca arrive in a desolate village, which she identifies as a place where a plague has spread. Prince Luca looks on with a sad expression, agreeing with her grim assessment. Amelia wonders how a plague could have started, when, whoosh, a man collapses, and she rushes to his side. She realizes this isn't a normal illness, and as Prince Luca helps the man, she declares it's not a plague. With a look of dawning horror, Amelia identifies the true cause. This is poison. Amelia leans over the poisoned man, asking if he is awake. She, Prince Luca, and a black-haired companion offer aid, telling the man they've come to save him. Flinch! The man scoffs at their offer, cynically asking if the nobles are just playing savior. A brown-haired attendant warns her that the man is dangerous, but Amelia calmly reassures him that she will be fine. With a radiant smile, she formally introduces herself as Amelia Lefebvre of Salverka. The man recognizes her name in stunned disbelief, realizing she is the second princess. Amelia explains they came because the king has abandoned his suffering citizens, and she cannot stand by. The man resigns himself to death, but Amelia fiercely vows that she won't let him die. He confronts her angrily, questioning what she can possibly do after abandoning the kingdom. Yell! Her black-haired attendant furiously defends her, but Amelia quickly tells him to stop. She tells her companion not to be angry at the victims, then reveals to the villagers that they are suffering from poison that can be removed. Whisper. Prince Luca quietly asks if she truly intends to detoxify everyone, and she confirms she does. Amelia declares that since they know the cause of the suffering, they are obligated to fix it. She reminds Prince Luca that Salverkans hide their magic, and using it here would be... He looks worried. She understands his concern, acknowledging that his cautious thinking is natural. Prince Luca grabs her arm, urgently asking if she plans to hide her magic forever. Amelia realizes that the Emperor and Master Noam are fighting for a future where magic is accepted. Believing magic is a wonderful tool for protection, she grips her cloak, resolved to show the world its goodness. She looks at Prince Luca with newfound determination in her eyes. She challenges him, stating that this is the first step toward universal acceptance of magic, and she wants the world to know its greatness. Gulp. Prince Luca is visibly moved by her passionate declaration. He admits she is right and agrees to help, offering to restore the villagers' strength with healing magic after she detoxifies them. Amelia turns back to the villagers, firmly promising to remove the poison and get them back on their feet. Shine! A brilliant purple light emits from her hand, shocking the old man as she begins to heal him. She proudly announces that this is magic, a power the people of Salverka possess. Prince Luca watches with hope, believing the people must understand, while the healed man stares in awe. The old man marvels at his restored hands as Amelia smiles kindly at him. Amelia asks the healed man to lead them to the other survivors. Their party gets to work, with Prince Luca and the black-haired man happily healing and tending to the grateful villagers. A young girl, now healthy, clasps her hands and thanks Amelia. A mother and daughter tearfully express their gratitude to the Lady Empress and Sir Prince. Standing together, Amelia and Prince Luca feel a sense of relief, agreeing this is the right way to introduce magic to the world. The group pays their respects at a graveyard, with Amelia explaining their final task is to pray for the dead as she recalls her own grief. Looking at the sunset, Amelia quietly thinks of her mother, vowing to take her to Salverka one day. Loom. Amelia approaches a large barrel of water, getting Prince Luca's attention. She points to a pail and asks if the water looks black to him. He confusedly replies that it doesn't. With a serious expression, Amelia gives an order: find the source of the village's water. Prince Luca begins the next phase of their mission, using his healing magic on a villager's hands. The villager marvels at his healed hand while Prince Luca examines a map with a concerned look. Elsewhere, Amelia uses her own magic to treat a sick and worried woman. A voice addresses the startled red-haired woman as, "Your Majesty." Prince Luca and an attendant arrive, announcing they've found the source of the water. The attendant explains that a lake at the foot of the mountain feeds several villages, but a landslide last year blocked the main river, forcing them to get water from much farther away. Amelia asks if there is any other source of drinkable water, but the attendant confirms the distant river is their only option. She and Prince Luca look on in dismay, and she calls the situation horrible. With fiery determination, Amelia declares that they will provide water for the villagers themselves. Prince Luca thanks the man as he and Amelia lead their group away from the village. Standing before the vast lake, Prince Luca confirms that all the local rivers originate from this single source. They discover a massive rock slide blocking the river, and Amelia marvels at the size of the stones. She realizes that if they can clear the dam, the villagers will have clean water again. Prince Luca explains that citizens of their empire are contractually forbidden from using offensive magic. He elaborates that using battle magic requires parliamentary approval to remove their limiters, which he doubts they'll get for another kingdom's problems. Amelia cuts him off, insisting he's not finished explaining. Prince Luca grins, revealing that 2 people in the Empire are exempt from the magic restriction, and he's one of them. He clarifies that battle magic isn't the same as life or death magic, like healing, so they must inform Noam before using it. Flare. The black-haired companion summons a flaming bird, stating he will send a message to Noam for his decision. He adds that he must also report Amelia's use of magic, causing Prince Luca to groan in frustration as she smiles sheepishly. Prince Luca gently holds the flaming messenger bird, pleading for it to quickly tell Noam what is happening. Flap! The fiery creature takes flight as the 2 watch it go. Prince Luca smiles at his companions, announcing it's time to put them to work. A villager explains to a knight that a nearby tree has been dead for a long time. Shine! Rustle! With a flash of magic, the knight instantly restores the tree to full bloom, producing perfectly ripe apples and shocking the villagers. Splash! Another knight magically creates water from thin air, amazing a nearby villager. Wow! He offers a bucket of fresh water to the grateful villagers, apologizing that he cannot make more for now. The knights diligently work, distributing supplies and aid to the grateful villagers. As a happy child receives an apple, Amelia asks a village elder if other villages were also affected by the poison. The elder points into the distance, explaining that the next village over likely was, as they share the same water source. A villager approaches Amelia, curious about her magic, and Amelia asks what she is wondering. Gasp! The woman recalls a man who once came to the village to kidnap a witch, causing Amelia to react in shock. Amelia immediately fears the witch was her mother and recalls her mission to uncover the truth of the kidnapping. She silently questions how the royal family knew about her mother's poison magic and managed to kidnap her from the heavily guarded Salverka, knowing her mother was the only poison mage at the time. She speculates that the royal family must have known about her mother's abilities and concludes a spy must have been in Salverka. Closing her eyes, she decides it's useless to ponder it alone. Resolved to find any information she can, she turns her attention back to the villager. Smiling kindly, Amelia sets her investigation aside, stating their priority is ensuring everyone is safe. She stands in quiet contemplation, gazing at the sky. Flap! The flaming messenger bird soars toward a distant grand castle. Chirp! The white-haired emperor is startled as the fiery bird appears at his window. The bird lands on his arm, and he calmly asks if Prince Luca sent it. He receives the message, murmuring that they want to obtain water. The emperor considers the dire request to restore a village, noting it's not favorable to the empire, but vowing to protect it for Luca until his return and explain everything to Caesar. He clutches his chest, realizing there is something else he must check on immediately. His expression hardens with grim determination. The scene transitions to a peaceful country path, as the story is marked to be continued. Step. An older man named Caesar is addressed while observing two men sparring. Flap! The white-haired emperor arrives, announcing his departure for Ua Levana. Gasp! Caesar reacts with stunned disbelief at the sudden declaration. Phew. Caesar correctly deduces the trip is about Prince Luca and Her Majesty, which the emperor silently confirms. Caesar proudly declares that he is still alive and kicking. The emperor offers a subtle, confident smile. Flap! Caesar tells the emperor that he trusts him, as the emperor looks on with resolve. Clop! Rustle. Master Noam arrives on a white horse, greeted warmly by the red-haired woman and her dark blue-haired companion. The dark blue-haired man explains to Noam that the villagers' river has dried up because of a rock slide. Pointing to a map, the dark blue-haired man outlines their plan: break the rocks to restore the river's flow. The villagers whisper in disbelief, questioning if the emperor is truly there to help as he watches them with a pained expression. As the group stands together, Master Noam thoughtfully says, I see. The red-haired woman confesses to Master Noam that she asked Prince Luca to use magic, apologizing for her selfish actions. Noam reassures her that he heard the report and finds her actions in saving the people admirable. His expression hardens as he states that, as the emperor, he cannot easily condone using their abilities. The red-haired woman looks downcast at his words. She recalls how both she and her mother were tortured, their abilities exploited for the wrong reasons. She looks at Noam with renewed determination, stating she understands Salverka's painful history and is prepared to face it with him. Smiling gratefully, she thanks him, and he returns a gentle smile. Step, Noam approaches the others, apologizing for making them wait. Grit. He thinks to himself that he never imagined using his powers on such a scale in another kingdom, and that the residents will surely be shocked. A dark-haired man with red eyes asks Noam if he wants him to handle it. Noam steps forward confidently, declaring, "This is my job." He observes the massive boulder, noting the small fissures within it. As his companions tell the villagers to stand back, he explains that water is filling the cracks. Woo-woo. He closes his eyes, focusing his magic as he thinks about the principle of water expanding as it freezes. Crack! Clink. Ice crystals form and expand within the rock, shattering it from the inside. He knows the expanding ice will shatter the boulder completely. Whoosh! The dam breaks, and a powerful wave of water rushes forth as Amelia gasps in awe. Sob. The villagers cry tears of joy as they watch the river fill with water again. The red-haired woman stands beside a stunned and emotional old man, tears streaming down his face, The old man tells her that she is like a god. She thinks to herself that even she finds it hard to believe their abilities are real. She gently reassures the villagers, promising never to use their magic to harm them and urging them to not be afraid. A grateful family looks on, their faces filled with renewed hope. The old man asks if she intends to save all of Ua, pointing out that many others are suffering. Noam requests that the villagers keep their use of magic a secret from the kingdom. The group smiles, their mission a success, as they prepare to leave. Now on his horse, Noam announces his departure, stating he must return to his office. The red-haired woman sincerely thanks him for coming all this way to help. He tells her that her courage has given him a new goal to strive for. She informs Master Noam that they will now visit the other affected villages. Noam gives them a warm smile before riding off. Turning to one of the village women, the red-haired woman asks to hear the story she mentioned earlier. The woman begins her tale of a strangely dressed man who offered a fortune to anyone willing to kidnap a witch. The woman repeats the man's offer, a large sum of money to kidnap a witch. The red-haired woman is taken aback by the story, while the villager admits it might just be a childhood rumor. In a flashback, villagers whisper about the stranger's suspicious offer. Most villagers refused, but a man named Gerdamel took the deal and is now living well, though the stranger has since vanished. The woman concludes that the strange man was gone from the village by the time she was old enough to remember. The red-haired woman is horrified, realizing her mother's kidnapper may have come from Ua. She considers that while poverty can drive people to crime, infiltrating the guarded Salverka would have been incredibly difficult. She wonders how the man knew her mother was a witch, concluding he must have had a spy inside Salverka. The woman tells her she doesn't know where Gerdamel is now, only that he disappeared. The red-haired woman realizes that finding Gerdamel is the key to uncovering the connection between Salverka and Ua. She reasons Salverka would only give up a precious poison mage if the alternative was extremely beneficial. Bo, the red-haired woman, thanks the villager for sharing her important story. Murmur! As the red-haired woman and Prince Luca walk through the village, the residents whisper amongst themselves. Ah, a grateful mother and daughter receive a gift? Murmur. An elderly man and two women gossip with worried expressions. Prince Luca offers a warm, confident smile. A white-haired knight and a light brown-haired knight stand at attention. With fierce determination, the red-haired woman vows to heal everyone. She hands a pouch to a thankful villager, while Prince Luca smiles as a man accepts a crate of apples. Phew! Wiping sweat from her brow, the red-haired woman lets out a sigh of relief. She watches over the bustling village, filled with happy and smiling residents. An old man approaches her, politely asking for a moment of her time. Gasp! Stunned, the old man recognizes her and addresses her as Your Majesty. Whisper. He begins his story, recalling a man from many years ago who bragged about kidnapping a witch. Flinch. She asks if the story is true, and the man confirms the kidnapper suddenly became very wealthy, leading her to realize it was his reward. The old man explains the recruiter offered a deposit and double payment for success, revealing that he was offered the same deal. He tells her he refused the dangerous offer, feeling a bad premonition, and simply pretended the conversation never happened. He continues, explaining that the man who took the job, Mr. Gerdamel, later disappeared, and his family was arrested by royal knights, never to be seen again. She asks if the government discovered that he had spoken to the strange man, but he confirms they did not, and that no one knew the recruiter's identity. The old man muses that after witnessing their powers, he now believes a witch may have truly existed. She seeks clarification, asking if the person who spoke to him and the one who recruited Gerdamel were two different people, which the old man confirms. Realizing the royal family must be involved, she resolves to find the arrested couple. As she thanks the old man, a mysterious hooded figure senses Salverka's mana in the area. From a distance, the hooded figure and his purple-haired companion observe the Empress. The companion wonders why she's here, but his leader has no idea. The purple-haired man grins wickedly, suggesting it would be fun to unleash a horde of monsters in Salverka, while the Empress and Crown Prince are away. His hooded companion chuckles, calling him a trickster, and admitting he's excited by the idea. The purple-haired man speculates that King Gag would be furious to learn of a rat in his domain, which the hooded man confirms, adding with a sinister grin that it sounds fun. A dark voice declares their intent to present the beauty of finality to the king. A hooded woman watches from the shadows as the red-haired empress shares a happy moment with a villager. The hooded man suggests it would be better to summon the monsters here instead of in Selverka, delighting in the twisted idea of destroying the very village they just saved. His purple-haired companion calls the plan awful but easy, lifting a staff to begin the dark summoning ritual. Grr, a pair of glowing red eyes appears within a swirling, magical sigil. Phew! The Empress sits down, disappointed that, despite talking to many people, she learned nothing useful. Ahaha. As she watches thoughtfully, Prince Luca laughs joyfully while playing with the village children. She speculates that the royal castle is the only likely source of the plot, though it's far away, before being interrupted by a voice calling her name. Prince Luca waves her over, and she turns to ask him what's wrong. As they sit together, he tells her he's been pondering the unknown source of the poison in the water. He reveals that while checking the lake, they discovered a large, mysterious building located between it and the river. Stunned, she questions the existence of a building in that remote location. Finding its presence highly suspicious, she passionately urges Prince Luca to investigate the building with her. She insists they might find clues there, looking at him with desperate hope. Arriving at an impressive mansion near the border, she whispers about how grand it is for such a remote area. She notes the stark contrast between the impoverished local villages and this lavish estate. Peering through a window, Prince Luca is shocked to see a masked figure inside, seemingly mixing poison. Confused by his reaction, she asks what's happening, and he apologizes for what he's about to do. Lift! He swiftly picks her up, giving her a clear view through the window. Looking inside, she sees figures shrouded in black shadows, and realizes they are dealing with poison. Her eyes widen in shock as she recognizes one of the people inside. A sudden noise from within startles her, as someone shouts an order to check on the products. Flap! Dragon-like monsters suddenly fill the sky, causing her to panic as Prince Luca realizes with horror that they are flying directly toward the village. The monstrous creatures descend upon the village, silhouetted against the setting sun. Yeah! Terrified children scream as a monstrous creature attacks the village. The dark-haired knight shouts for the villagers to flee as he prepares to hold the monsters back. Screech! A knight is nearly attacked, but a powerful blast of magic erupts from a young, blue-haired boy. The blue-haired boy commands his companions to evacuate the villagers while he takes on the monsters alone. Grrr! The boy faces down the last and largest monster, a massive fiery dragon. Bring it on, he thinks, gathering immense magical energy with a determined look. Roar! Boom! He unleashes a colossal blast of blue flames, engulfing his enemy in a powerful explosion. A young, pink-haired girl watches the display of power in amazement from behind a magical shield. Phew! Sizzle! He stands over a scorched crater, wondering if he went too far with his power. She and the blue-haired boy look at the ashes, wondering why monsters, native only to Selverka, appeared here. The red-haired woman realizes dark magic must be the cause. A dark-haired man concludes that demon-controlling dark magic is at play. He ominously wonders just what his brother is scheming. Snicker, snicker! Hiding nearby, the purple-haired man marvels at the Crown Prince's hidden strength as commander-in-chief. Twist! With glowing eyes, the hooded figure prepares his next move. This is a promotional image. Knock, knock! A dark-haired man sits alone in a luxurious room, lost in thought. Boo. The man is startled by a hooded figure hanging upside down, recognizing him with disdain. The hooded figure chides him for being mean after taking care of an assassin, so the man demands his purpose. The hooded figure reveals that a rat has infiltrated his kingdom and asks who it could be. The infiltrators, he reveals with a sinister grin, are his sister and brother-in-law. The hooded man feigns ignorance about their purpose, only stating that they are touring the villages. An aide reports that the plagued villages are suddenly thriving, much to the dark-haired man's disbelief and anger. He explains that the villages are inexplicably flush with food and water. Tap, tap. He asks about outside help, but his aide confirms no aid was sent, and the villagers refuse to talk. Stomp, he violently crushes the aide's head with his foot, frustrated by the lack of answers. You useless buffoon, he snarls, dismissing the terrified aide with a glare. He finds the sudden silence from the impoverished villages strange, a sentiment the hooded man echoes. With a cruel smirk, he decides to torture the villagers until they reveal the truth. Loom grinning, the hooded figure expresses his approval of such a barbaric plan. Loom, he then offers a simpler method, summoning a giant horned serpent from the shadows. The dark-haired man stares in shock at the massive, shadowy beast. Hiss! The hooded man whispers that the human-eating serpents are cute, and they both share a malevolent smile. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman waves a cheerful goodbye to the thankful villagers. He informs her they will ride to the border, and she readily agrees. Plop. As they travel, she recalls the poison, the mansion, and the familiar face she saw. She remembers the man from several ceremonies and identifies him as Duke Beatrix. She reflects on the Beatrix family's medical renown, realizing their expertise could easily be turned to creating poison. She deduces that her father's trust in them for medicine might have extended to entrusting them with her mother's poison. Gasp! The blue-haired man notices her troubled expression and asks if everything is okay. She insists she's fine, while the white-haired knight offers to stop if she needs rest. He glances back, still looking worried about her. Suddenly, he senses a powerful mana presence nearby, questioning if it was real. FWIPA cloaked figure swiftly disappears from view. The scene shifts to a magnificent castle under a clear blue sky. In a lavish office, a white-haired man with glasses directs the chancellor to the next topic. An elderly official vehemently argues for strengthening the Empress's guards after the recent attack. He agrees, lamenting his failure to sense her departure and suspecting a traitor within the empire. He approves the security increase but questions the chancellor about the budget. A green-haired woman suggests scaling back the wedding for funds, but the idea is immediately shot down. Bam! An elderly official furiously insists the wedding demands the grandest celebration ever. Shake, shake! A nervous brown-haired woman and a stunned white-haired official react to the news. The red-haired woman daydreams happily while the white-haired man, Master Noam, agrees with a grin. Preparations are announced for the largest festival of the year. The event is revealed as the Pake de Nino, the Harvest Festival. Knock, knock. The white-haired official's work is interrupted by his colleagues. The red-haired woman and the blue-haired man, Prince Luca, cheerfully announce their return. Master Noam welcomes them back with a warm smile. She reports to Master Noam about the poison, her mother's kidnapping, and the monsters, connecting them to a mana presence Prince Luca sensed on their way back to Ualavana. Prince Luca maintains a grave and thoughtful expression. Worried, she admits that she was unable to sense the mana herself. Prince Luca concludes there is a high chance a dark wizard is involved. Alone in a vast hallway, she contemplates how much she still has to learn about dark magic. A green-haired man named Sir Bruno greets her warmly, and she confirms they just returned. She tentatively decides to ask Sir Bruno about dark magic. She asks about the difference between normal and dark magic, which amuses him. He explains that dark magic controls another's mana, while normal magic creates something new. He confirms dark wizards can summon monsters and even steal others' mana, being masters of its usage. He says this power is considered taboo, and that officials suspect a dark wizard is hiding among them. She worries about their own mana, but he reassures her that only a wizard of immense power could handle their massive reserves. He chillingly explains that stealing such vast power would cause most people's bodies to explode. Stunned, she realizes how powerful she and Prince Luca truly are, and he confirms they are on another level. She ponders the implications for someone possessing her amount of mana. He speculates that her unique poison magic might harm anyone who tried to steal her mana, and she bows in thanks for the explanation. He adds with a smile that His Majesty Noam was worried about her, causing her to blush. The sun sets, giving way to a beautiful starry night. Master Noam and the red-haired woman take a romantic walk through a garden of blue roses. He gently offers her a single blue rose, and they share an intimate gaze. He worries she might be tired, but she insists she loves taking walks at night. She expresses her happiness at getting closer to the truth behind her mother's kidnapping. He smiles warmly, approving of her positive perspective. He reminds her that the Pac de Nino festival is next week. His wish for her to finally get a chance to relax leaves her flustered. She laughs, joyfully admitting she's been curious about the festival since reading about it. A flashback shows her reading about the Pac de Nino, the Empire's biggest annual festival. The festival is explained as a tribute to the goddess of life, Lucrece. It is a celebration for those blessed with special skills, chosen by the goddess herself. Students showcase their magic as an offering, while others pray for the fallen and heal the wounded. The all-night festival begins at sunset, featuring countless magical stalls for everyone's enjoyment. The festival is a time when all citizens of Salvirka are treated as equals. She gazes at him, expressing how much she is looking forward to it. He adds that this year will be the biggest celebration yet, as it also honors her becoming empress. Addressing him as Master Noam, she asks him to enjoy the festival together with her. Knock knock. Prince Luca calls for Noam before opening the door to his room. He finds the room empty and wonders where Noam could have gone. Remembering Noam and the Empress together, Prince Luca smiles devilishly, deciding it would be fun to tease them. Promotional image shown. A man with reddish-brown hair and a blonde-haired woman walk through a lively town square. A witch flies on a broom with an owl as maids present a cake, adding to the festive atmosphere. Master Noam addresses a crowd, declaring that rank is irrelevant at this year's larger-than-ever festival. Master Noam orders his guards to ensure top-class security for the festival. The guards are instructed to follow their plan should any monsters appear. He issues his final command: prioritize the citizens' safety above all else. He and the red-haired woman are dressed for the festival as he promises to stay with her all day. She excitedly exclaims that she can't wait any longer. They share a warm and affectionate smile. She excitedly narrates that today is the Paque de Nino festival, which begins at sundown, but she was so eager she got ready in the morning. Everyone wears extravagant costumes, making the town feel like a fairy tale, as a young witch laughs. Kya ha ha. Wow! She marvels at the crowd of children from the Elforcan Academy, and a man in a top hat suggests they should visit later. Stare. He coaxes a hesitant Master Noam, reminding him he was the one who insisted on being careful. Wink! A green-haired man chimes in, saying it's all so the couple can relax and enjoy the day. In a flashback, Prince Luca scolds Noam for making Her Majesty sad recently. The lecture continues as Prince Luca tells him he must take the initiative, suggesting he escort her by the arm, which makes Noam blush. Back in the present, he thinks to himself that he's not just doing this because Luca told him to. Touch. He gently takes her hand, surprising her and making her blush. Lift blushing Master Noam shyly asks her to stay by his side. Flustered and happy, she gazes back at him. Onlookers are starstruck, recognizing the general and the leader of the knights. Wa-ta-da! A boy proudly presents a sword made of magic, impressing the general with how cool it is. The green-haired man praises the sword, saying it could defeat monsters in a single strike. Whisper. She suggests they visit the Academy's exhibition, and a dark-haired woman named Agatha is appointed their guard. The scene transitions through the festival's dazzling lights. They arrive at the exhibition, a wondrous display of magical creations and illusions. Wow. Overwhelmed by the beautiful sights, she thinks everything is so wonderful. Watching a student trap a storm in a bottle, she feels that everyone else is much better at magic than she is. A group of young Academy students approaches and humbly greets her. Kneel. She graciously accepts their greeting as a young boy kneels before her. Kiss. The boy kisses her hand, surprising Master Noam and amusing her. Crack. A jolt of jealous magic sparks around Master Noam as he glares. Another young girl tells the Empress she is good at causative magic and prompts her pet rabbit to greet her. The Empress smiles warmly, petting the rabbit and calling it cute. The rabbit, Patrice, glares fiercely at Master Noam, earning a scolding from its owner for being rude. Even the rabbit knows he's jealous. Boom! She reassures the girl that rank doesn't matter and asks to see more magic, prompting Master Noam to conjure a massive ice palace. Smug, he proudly tells the amazed girl and Empress that they can even go inside. His companions judge his childish need to one-up a child, calling it a waste of magic as he fumes. TCH, what? His grand display backfires, making the children cry and startling the Empress. Squeal, squeal! Two young ladies nearby panic about what to do, while the Empress watches with an amused smile. One of the ladies notices another's earrings are replicas of ones the Empress used to wear. The Empress is stunned to learn from them that everything she wears becomes a trend because she's so beautiful. Push! Agatha steps forward to confirm that her dresses, accessories, and even portraits are popular, declaring her the town's idol, Lady Amelia. Touch. Master Noam gently touches Amelia's hair, remarking that it's not surprising since its color is so beautiful. Flustered, she thanks him, and he shyly apologizes in return. She waves a cheerful goodbye to her newfound fans. Chuckle, she smiles to herself, enjoying the moment. As they walk through the lantern-lit square, she happily reflects that festivals are so much fun. She marvels at the jewels of light as he explains the nightfall ceremony, where mana-filled lanterns are released to guide the spirits of the dead. She listens thoughtfully, taking in the meaning of the beautiful tradition. He calls her name Amelia as they stand together under the sky full of lights. Awed, she remarks that magic can produce so many beautiful and different colors. He agrees, adding that her healing magic and Agatha's defense magic also have distinct colors. He smiles, suggesting they see the lanterns up close. They walk hand in hand among the beautiful floating lights. She asks if they can participate, and he warmly replies, "Of course." He regrets not introducing her to his father and asks her to send a lantern with him, taking her hand. They exchange gentle, heartfelt smiles. Together, they hold a glowing lantern as a magical purple butterfly lands on it. Blink! At his gentle command, she opens her eyes. Wow! She marvels at the lantern, hopefully asking if it will really reach his father. Float. They release the glowing lantern into the starry night sky. She sends a wish to his late father, asking him to watch over Master Noam and apologizing for his suffering. Touched by her words, he gazes at her as she smiles softly. Watching from afar, Sir Bruno remarks they look like a married couple, and Prince Luca agrees today is for them to be themselves. Prince Luca quietly resolves he does not want to be the emperor. Sir Bruno teases that Noam would be mad, but Prince Luca retorts that their friendship won't save Bruno either. The group continues through the festival, passing stalls filled with glowing magical items. Prince Luca delights in the food, while Amelia encourages a hesitant Agatha to relax and eat with them. Gah! As Agatha questions Prince Luca, the ground suddenly warps beneath Amelia's feet. A close-up reveals the cobblestone ground twisting into a rising pillar. She cries out in shock as the ground shifts beneath her. Slips, she loses her balance and falls as someone shouts a warning. In a swirl of petals, Master Noam catches her gracefully in his arms. He holds her close, their faces just inches apart. Roar! Now atop the pillar, the crowd cheers for the Emperor and Empress. Blush! He blushes as onlookers coo over how close they are. A flustered Prince Luca admits he set the trap, while his companion questions his timing. He looks up at the couple before his expression darkens into a menacing glare. Agatha rushes to a now safe Amelia to check if she is hurt. An irritated Master Noam scolds Prince Luca for treating him like a toy, telling him to stop. Whoosh! The argument is cut short by the screech of monsters attacking the festival. A woman directs citizens to safety. As Prince Luca explains, the monsters are drawn to the large crowd. Prince Luca and Sir Bruno casually claim their targets among the approaching monsters. Ready, the three men prepare to unleash their magic. Boom. Their coordinated magical blasts light up the sky. Prince Luca warns his companions not to let their guard down. Their fight is far from over as more monsters swarm the sky. Promotional image is displayed. Screech. The friends grimly acknowledge that the monsters won't be an easy fight. The three men stand together, staring intently at the threat above. Sir Bruno smiles confidently, telling the other two he's counting on them. They face the descending horde of monsters, ready for battle. Screech Graw. A monster is instantly frozen and shattered by an ice attack. Crack! Master Noam unleashes his power, commanding a monster to face him. The bodies of defeated monsters rain down from the sky. A man urgently directs the fleeing crowd down an alley. Master Noam observes the battle, realizing the enemy numbers are greater than expected. Graw. He leaps into the air, unleashing a wave of lightning that electrocutes the swarm. Crack! The stunned monsters are instantly encased in sharp crystals of ice. A person shouts for the running crowd to watch their step. Gah! A small girl in a red dress slips and falls as Amelia looks on in shock. Screech! As a monster dives for the child, Amelia throws herself over the girl to protect her. Screech! Crack! With a determined gaze, she braces for the monster's attack. A glowing blue magic barrier of roses and webs envelops them as Master Noam appears, asking if she's all right. Cradling the child, she looks up with relief and stammers a thank you. He stands beside her, vowing that today he will be the one to protect her. She watches him go, telling him she's counting on him to ensure no one gets hurt. Someone calls out to their majesties, getting their attention. Sir Bruno rushes over, anxiously asking if they are safe. Master Noam confirms they are fine, and asks if the monsters have always been this violent. Sir Bruno looks away with a troubled expression. Master Noam falls silent, his gaze sharp and contemplative. Amelia notices a dark bruise on Sir Bruno's arm, exclaiming that he's hurt. Sir Bruno admits he was likely bitten by a poisonous monster, and Amelia urgently offers to detoxify the wound. Relieved, Sir Bruno thanks her, confirming that the pain is gone. Amelia smiles warmly, glad that he is all right. Master Noam watches them from a distance, a thoughtful and unreadable expression on his face. She finds it hard to believe that Sir Bruno, who has fought monsters for years without injury, was hurt. She thinks to herself that it's unlike him to let his guard down. A guard approaches Master Noam to give a report. The guard reports that the Empress is keeping the civilians safe, as Amelia gently comforts the little girl. Prince Luca surveys the damage, relieved that their preparations minimize the destruction, and orders an assessment. From a balcony, he addresses the survivors, ordering immediate repairs and gathering all available hands. FWIP, Master Noam whips his head around, sensing something. He asks Sir Bruno if he felt a presence, and Bruno confirms he sensed a strange type of mana. Master No asks if something is wrong, but Sir Bruno dismisses it before being reminded of his duty as a knight to protect everyone. Sir Bruno's eyes glow with a menacing light as his expression darkens. He volunteers to chase the remaining monsters, telling Master Gnome to conserve his energy. Master Gnome agrees, telling him to take care of it. In a flashback, a narration explains that two young boys, one with white hair and one with green, trained together as rivals. The young, white-haired boy looks on with a steely, determined gaze. At an academy, a teacher angrily demands to know who used magic outside of class as the two boys flinch. The teacher warns the students that their mana is stronger than most people's. She continues her lecture, explaining that their actions, not just their magic, will determine the restrictions placed upon them. Glance! The white-haired boy looks over at the green-haired boy, who nervously touches his earring. This narration explains this is a habit of Bruno's when he touches his earring. A promotional banner is displayed. The scene transitions to an aerial view of the Grand Academy. A young boy with green-tipped black hair touches his earring thoughtfully. The teacher continues lecturing her class of young students. The white-haired boy looks over at a blushing Bruno, calling his name. The teacher sighs, then declares she knows one of them is responsible, causing the students to flinch. The green-haired boy nervously touches his earring again. Raise. The white-haired boy raises his hand to take the blame. The green-haired boy looks on, flustered, as he starts to raise his own hand. Clack. The teacher approaches a student, reminding them of their powerful magic and warning them not to use it carelessly. Clack. The teacher addresses the green-haired boy as Lesperno, a wind magic user. Yell! She scolds Lesperno, asking what he would have done if his dangerously sharp tornadoes had hurt someone. Lesperno apologizes meekly as the teacher rests her head in her hand. Exasperated, he explains that he only used his wind magic to gently return a fallen baby bird to its nest. He tearfully insists that the bird would have died without his help. The teacher scolds him, stressing that while valuing life is good, he must not break the rules. Gnome recalls Bruno's light punishment and his lifelong nervous habit of touching his earring when confused or surprised. Back in the present, Gnome thinks about the unusually violent monster attack and decides to exclude Bruno from the investigation. Sir Bruno stands alone under the moonlight, lost in silent contemplation. In a dark forest, a cloaked man with purple hair meets with a taller, hooded figure. The purple-haired man angrily confronts the hooded figure, Toma, for breaking their promise by letting the monsters rampage. The hooded figure glares, retorting that they weren't told they would be directly involved. Toma admits with frustration that he was unable to control the monsters. Glare. Toma shifts the blame, angrily accusing the hooded figure of failing to warn him that the Empress uses poison magic. The hooded figure reminds a smirking Toma that he should know dark magic and poison magic are a dangerous combination. He declares that he lost control of the monsters because of that woman, Amelia. The hooded figure scolds Toma for his failure to report the information and reminds him who granted him his powers. Slap! After a sharp reminder of their alliance, a chastised Toma agrees to remember his place. Toma vows to take responsibility by killing Her Majesty, but the hooded figure questions if he's truly capable. The hooded figure smirks, revealing their true goal is to see Noam's sad face after Amelia is dead. The figure correctly guesses that Toma harbors a deep hatred for the Emperor. The figure's burning hatred is directed solely at a distant master Noam. As a memory of Noam's gentle smile appears, the figure confirms their intense hatred. The two conspirators arrive at their destination, the town of Ua Lavana. Snip! In a beautiful garden, A man with black hair and a red cape calmly cuts a single red rose. He looks up, questioning why a hooded figure has arrived so early in the morning. The hooded figure holds up the rose, explaining they have business with a girl there. Wilt. They specify the girl is from the Gerdemel family, as the rose in their hand withers to dust. Holding the wilted flower, the man suspiciously questions their intentions with the woman. The man grows irritated by the secrecy, demanding that the figure show their face. Slide, swish. The hooded figure agrees and begins to reveal their face, letting long, green-tipped hair fall free. The figure is revealed to be the green-haired man, who asks smugly if his appearance is to the other's liking. The black-haired man agrees to share information about the monsters bit by bit. The green-haired man reveals that the dark wizard who summoned the monsters is currently unwell. He then wonders aloud with feigned concern if she is doing okay. The black-haired man's expression darkens with fury at the revelation. The scene transitions to a grand estate called Solverka. A trainer named Loic, a man with curly orange hair, introduces himself to a red-haired woman. Loic smiles confidently, ready to begin the lesson. He bows politely, but the flustered woman questions if he's doing something rude. She quickly recovers, smiling and expressing her excitement for the lesson. She is visibly excited to begin her training. He playfully challenges her to guess his magic type, hinting it's the same as Sir Caesar's. Gaze. Spark! As she stares in confusion, he zaps her with a small electric shock, making her yelp. Bottom. He playfully apologizes and reveals the answer is lightning magic, leaving her flustered. Gasp! The woman thoughtfully repeats the words lightning magic, a connection forming in her mind. She begins to tell him about her recent experience saving a child at the festival. She recalls feeling a shocking jolt of electricity run through her fingertips as she shielded the girl. Loic explains this means she's ready for attack magic training, and she eagerly asks if she can start. As a preliminary test, he presents her with poison bottles, but she can only see the usual dark shadows around them. As she examines the bottles more closely, her eyes widen in surprise. Waft. She notices one of the bottles has a distinct yellow shadow unlike the others. She points out the difference to Sir Loic, asking why one poison's shadow is black while another is yellow. She smiles, realizing she might now be able to distinguish between different types of poison. Impressed, Loic confirms her perception, identifying the poison with the yellow shadow as one that causes inflammation. A hand holds a blue bottle of Penanon, a poison that causes numbness. The red-haired woman and Loic share a warm, smiling gaze amidst yellow flowers. A narration explains that from that day, she was recognized as an official magic user and began training to distinguish poisons and use attack magic. She recalls learning about the different types of poison and their corresponding colors. She learned that monster poison is green, paralysis poison is yellow, and began to master using different poisons in her attacks. She thinks about the sheer power of her abilities, recalling that her mother's poison weapons were easily strong enough to end a life. Crying into her pillow, she complains that her trainer was very strict, though she knows she must be careful with her dangerous powers. Master Noam approaches, apologizing for disturbing her rest, but saying he needs to speak with her. He explains that he heard she can now tell poisons apart and wishes to consult her on a difficult matter. With a serious expression, she correctly guesses that it has to do with Yua Lavana. He apologizes for bothering her, but she insists that she's fine, and this is important. Presenting a box, Master Noam explains it contains a poison weapon from the Frostro invasion, which the enemy claimed was supplied by Yua Lavana. Her eyes widen as she senses both her mother's poison and a paralysis poison within the weapon. He smiles, explaining this is their chance to prove Yua Lavana has been profiting from her mother's stolen poison. He brings up the factory they found, and she confirms she was thinking about it as well. He suggests they investigate the toxin-filled factory for its connection to the poison, and she nods in agreement. She eagerly suggests they investigate immediately, but when he mentions needing horses in disguises, she tells him they won't need horses. He smiles benevolently, surrounded by a radiant, divine light. The scene transitions to a vast and ancient-looking library. Slide in a memory, he slides a book on a shelf, revealing a secret mechanism. Creak! A bookshelf swings open, revealing a hidden, magically lit passage. She marvels at the secret place as he explains it's a magic passage of the Lefebvre family, known only to a select few. A field of blue roses frames his elegant, regal attire. Seeing an estate through the passage, She excitedly asks if they can travel there directly. He confirms they can, and prepares to cast a teleportation spell. She smiles, realizing this means she can finally use her attack magic outside of the Empire's borders. He takes her hand as they emerge into a magical forest, and she confirms this is their destination. They arrive at the estate, and he confirms they're at the right place. He sees men in plague doctor masks and realizes they're identical to those worn by the enemy soldiers, confirming this is where the poison weapons are made. Grit. He clenches his teeth with a determined grin. An older man praises a masked worker for a new batch of poison, stating their client will love it, as the worker promises the next order will be ready soon. She recognizes the purple poison vial as the weapon being produced at the factory. She informs Master Noam that the poison is identical to the one he recovered, and asks if they can infiltrate the facility to be certain. Now inside, Master Noam presents the weapon to the older man, stating he wishes to discuss it. The man explains he requested their secret arrival to confirm the weapon's strength himself, after which Noam asks if their presence is inconvenient. The man offers them special visitor masks, warning that it is dangerous to inhale the poison. The man thinks to himself, shocked that Master Noam would bring a woman to such a place. Tap tap, the masked man leads them on a tour, refusing to show them the production process as the woman peers into a workshop. The guide explains that their airborne poison causes throat inflammation and stops breathing. Grin. He boasts that by making the poison airborne with a special device, they can bring down an entire army at once. Now wearing elegant masks, she and Master Noam observe their surroundings. Waft. She turns her head, sensing the distinct aura of poison. Peering into a storage room, she notices the yellow shadows of nerve poisons. She spots workers handling yellow Patonasaki's flowers, realizing they are extracting the numbing agent Penanon. Through the window, she watches the workers and their harvest of strange yellow flowers. Glare. The guide notes her extensive knowledge, and she coolly replies that poison is her specialty. Irk. Master Noam scoffs at the weapon's effectiveness, pointing out it failed to defeat Salverka, which visibly annoys their guide. The guide angrily insists that their weapon will destroy Salverka, and can even defeat the Emperor. She feigns shock, remarking that she had heard Salverka's Emperor has never been defeated. The guide boasts they can create a stronger poison to destroy Salverka. Master Noam expresses a calculated interest in this certain death poison. The guide turns to him, suspiciously asking who they are. Touch. As Master Noam feigns ignorance, her hand touches his mask. Amelia unmasks, revealing her identity as Princess Amelia to a stunned Duke Beatrix. Step. Master Noam steps forward, commanding the Duke to address her properly. They stand together, confident and in control of the situation. Amelia fiercely interrogates Duke Beatrix about her mother's stolen poison. He scoffs, warning her that she's made a foolish mistake in the poisoned air. She smirks, coolly informing him that poison has no effect on her. Rush the Duke laughs and orders his guards to capture them both. Step. Master Noam moves to shield Amelia as she prepares for battle. Lift. Certain of her power, she lifts her hand as it begins to glow. She seizes the Duke, reminding him of her mother's fearsome reputation as a witch. He dismisses her as useless, claiming she can't replicate her mother's power. Gripping his face, she tells him in a chilling tone to watch his mouth. Gru. Erg. The Duke chokes as her poison takes hold of him. Thud, he collapses, paralyzed by the same type of poison he created. Shine. A brilliant yellow light erupts from Amelia, stunning the guards. Ugh. A guard cries out as he feels his body going completely numb. She furiously shouts that his victims died, unable to even scream for help. Kneeling over him, she reveals that only she possesses the antidote. Her eyes glow as she demands he reveal the poison's ingredients. Surrounded by flowers, she clutches a vial, burdened by the terrible truth. Holding the vial, she confirms to Master Noam that she's found the main ingredient. Flinch. She presses the Duke for more evidence, and he visibly flinches. Surrounded by magical butterflies, she demands to know where the proof is hidden. She calmly repeats that there is more proof connecting him to Ualavana's king. With an intense gaze, she orders the paralyzed Duke to reveal its location. Snatch. He fearfully offers up a key to his study, which she swiftly takes. Slam. She forcefully kicks open the door to the Duke's study. At his desk, her eyes fall upon a single, important-looking document. She finds a secret contract bearing her father's signature, but no royal seal. Realizing they tortured her mother for the poison, she vows she will never forgive them. She holds up the blueprints and poison recipes, presenting the proof she found. She explains to Master Noam how they mixed their poison with her mother's. The documents reveal the flowers only grow in Solverka's cold climate, not Ualavana's. Master Noam decides to investigate the factory further while she stays to search. He discovers a document with Gerdamel's signature, linking them to Ualavana's royalty. The incriminating evidence rests atop the crate of forbidden flowers. Amelia urgently shows Master Noam the secret agreement she discovered. He confirms finding the flowers and transaction records at the same location. She wonders if the location borders Ualavana and searches for a map. Looking at the map, she triumphantly points out the location they were seeking. He explains the location lies on the monster-infested border between their kingdoms. After a quick change of clothes, she playfully announces she's borrowing a horse. They ride side by side, their expressions set with grim determination. Arriving in a field of yellow flowers, she notes the unusual chill in the air. He gently drapes his cloak over her, explaining it's the mountain wind. Thud. As she ponders the poisonous flowers, her foot hits something hidden on the ground. A woman in simple garb watches as Amelia and Master Noam stand in the distance. Recognizing Princess Amelia, the woman gasps in distress shock. After Amelia asks who she is, the woman collapses before them with a desperate cry. Apologizing profusely, the woman's identity clicks into place for Amelia, who asks if she's from the Gerdemel family. Rise. The woman accepts any punishment for the second queen as Amelia firmly grips her arm. Amelia coldly states that the woman's life isn't worth taking. The woman falls to her knees, desperately begging Amelia to save her daughter instead. Master Noam looks on, confused, and asks for the daughter's identity. The woman confesses they were forced to cultivate the flowers for Duke Beatrix because her daughter was taken hostage at the royal castle. Kneeling, she surrenders completely, promising to tell them everything she knows. The scene transitions, focusing on the vibrant yellow flowers central to the conspiracy. Elsewhere, a cloaked man with green-streaked hair complains about a talkative King Craig while approaching a grand estate. Grin, he spots his target, a maid, thinking he's finally found Ms. Gerdemel, who flinches upon his approach. The cloaked man closes in on the unsuspecting maid, his presence ominous. Back with Amelia, the woman invites them into her home to talk before her husband returns. Inside, she nervously informs her arriving husband that Princess Amelia is their guest. Amelia wastes no time, intensely questioning the man about who kidnapped her mother. With a heavy heart, the man begins his story, recalling the events of 22 years ago. He remembers a simpler time when his family, though poor, was happy and complete. But one day, their peaceful life was shattered by a dark and terrible event. The man recounts how his father was paid a fortune to kidnap a witch, and how their success was cut short by the arrival of royal knights. Believing the order came from the royal family, they were led away without resistance. Upon arriving at the castle, however, they were confronted with a shocking and terrifying truth. Kick. A guard viciously kicks his father to the ground as his mother cries out in horror. The king sits on his throne, questioning them, and the man's father recognizes him with dread. The man recalls his naive thought that the king looked different from what he'd imagined. Chill. Terrified, the man's father stammers that they don't know why they are there. Snap! The king smirks, calling his bluff and identifying the man before him. Slam A guard brutally smashes his father's head into the floor as he cries out in shock. The king furiously accuses them of kidnapping the wretched witch, leaving the man stunned. Thud. He sees a bound and gagged woman with pink hair, Amelia's mother, thrown before them. Punch. To their horror, the king strikes the helpless woman with brutal force. Drip, drop. The bruised woman struggles as purple poison falls from her lips. Slam. The king torments her further, forcing her face into the poison before throwing her aside. Two guards hold his father down, preparing to force-feed him a spoonful of the same purple poison. While the son begs him to stop, the king smiles cruelly and tells him to watch as the pink-haired woman convulses nearby. Ursho, his father, chokes and seizes violently as the deadly poison is poured down his throat. Thud! He collapses, dead, in a pool of his own blood as his family screams in terror. With a demonic grin, the king declares that no one who knows about the woman can be left alive. Yang, the king seizes their young daughter, threatening to use her as a hostage to ensure their silence. The parents plead for their daughter Mireille's life, begging the king to punish them instead. In the present, the man explains Mireille became a maid at the castle, leaving Amelia stunned that a hostage lived there unnoticed her whole life. He recounts the king's cruel promise. They could see their daughter only once a year, briefly, through the castle gates. In a flashback, a young Mireille reassures her distraught parents that she is being fed and cared for. She explains that she was kept in a dungeon to care for the second queen. Crying, Mireille explains the queen's suffering is greater, having been forced to marry the king and now pregnant with his child. She offers a sliver of hope, saying the queen has finally been moved from the dungeon to a proper room. Mireille cries, fearing for the queen's unborn child, who she believes will suffer even more under her forced care. A memory shows Mireille vowing to protect the queen's child, as she lovingly holds a red-haired baby, Amelia. The revelation hits Amelia, leaving her utterly speechless and shaken to her core. In a sunlit memory, Mireille holds a young Amelia's hand in a field of purple flowers. The idyllic memory shatters in a blur of motion. Wah! A younger Amelia cries as Mireille rushes to comfort her. When a frightened Amelia asks if she'll be hurt too, Mireille hugs her, promising to always be by her side and protect her. Amelia's father, the king, cruelly informs her mother that she can't take her maid when she marries, warning that any resistance will cost the maid her life. Under the cover of night, a secret letter is passed from one hand to another. A flood of painful memories washes over Amelia, Mireille protecting her as a baby with her mother, and later shielding a terrified and injured Amelia. Mireille's voice echoes in Amelia's mind, praying for her happiness, as Amelia whispers her real name, Nadia. The full weight of the truth crashes down on Amelia, leaving her gasping in horrified realization. The final piece clicks into place. Mireille is the daughter of the Gerdemel family. The memory of Mireille's kind prayer for her happiness contrasts sharply with Amelia's current anguish. Still reeling, Amelia tells Master Noam she can't believe Nadia was a Gerdemel who knew everything, and he asks for confirmation that Mireille was her maid. Amelia confirms it, adding that Mireille also cared for her mother, flashing back to a happy moment of them together. In the present, the Gerdemel parents plead for their daughter's forgiveness, as Amelia thinks of Nadia's sacrifice. A cherished memory shows a joyous Mireille holding a laughing young Amelia. Her resolve hardening, Amelia clutches her chest, vowing to honor the promise she made to always be on Mireille's side. The scene shifts to Yua Levana's castle, where Mireille Gerdemel, known as Nadia, walks a dark corridor with a lantern. Her light falls upon a single ornate coffin in the desolate chamber. Opening it, she gasps in shock to find the perfectly preserved body of Amelia's mother, Lady Lydie, lying among roses. The king mockingly asks Mireille if she's bored now that his useless sister Amelia has been married off. With a sinister smile, he tells her to rejoice, as he has a new job for her. Mireille recalls her horror upon discovering Lady Lydie's perfectly preserved corpse in the coffin. She confronts the king, asking why the queen's body is still the same after 18 years, and furiously accusing him of raiding her grave. He scoffs, calling the body a resource to control Amelia, and notes that the witch's poison has likely prevented it from rotting. Grin, the king's eyes gleam with mad ambition as he imagines using the body to create an immortality medicine. Grit. Mireille clenches her teeth, enraged by his blasphemy and his cruelty toward Amelia. Ah. Yank! He viciously grabs her hair, announcing that her new job is to tend to the corpse. He leans in, whispering menacingly that she should be gentle with Amelia's precious mother. Taunting her further, he asks if she isn't happy to be of service to the queen again. Alone with the coffin, Mireille steels herself, her expression a mixture of grief and grim determination. While hanging laundry under the moonlight, her thoughts are heavy with her terrible new duty. A cloaked man with green-streaked hair suddenly appears, telling her he's been looking for Ms. Gerdemel. Startled, she turns and demands to know who he is and how he knows her family name. His golden eye glints as he ominously declares that he knows everything. What? He reveals he knows her family kidnapped Lady Lydie for money and were banished for it. She feigns ignorance, but his knowing smirk tells her the lie is useless. A name echoes in her memory, Lesperno. She remembers being a young knight, crying for her grandfather, as guards were ordered to dispose of a body, all under the watch of a man named Lesperno. Recalling the written order she saw back then, She confirms that Lisperno was the man's name. The man introduces himself as being from Salverka, the same country as the second queen. He paints a grim picture of Salverka, describing it as a fearsome empire ruled by a barbaric emperor. He claims Princess Amelia is being treated horribly and has been locked up by the emperor. The lie hits its mark. Mireille is horrified, believing Amelia is suffering, which explains her lack of communication. Lisperno unveils his grand ambition: to murder Emperor Noam, depose King Craig, and unite the two kingdoms for the good of all. Grin, he offers her a tempting reward for her help, a reunion with her parents. He adds another promise: a safe and peaceful life with Princess Amelia after his victory. His request is simple but dangerous: steal a single bottle of King Craig's poison of certain death. Mireille is aghast at the proposition, stammering in disbelief at what he's asking. He cuts her off with chilling finality, stating she has no right to refuse. Chill, as a shadowy hand grips her shoulder, he asks if she understands, leaving her frozen in terror. Overwhelmed by his threat, Mireille cries out in despair. Lesperno's words echo as she stands alone under the moon. He'll be waiting for good news from Miss Gerdemal. Back with Amelia, her resolve is set, as she tells Master Noam they must go to Mireille. With Noam listening intently behind her, Amelia's expression is firm and determined. Amelia thinks to herself that while she shocked Mir as a Gerdemal, she knows she's a victim too. She declares that they've come this far and must uncover the truth, vowing to accept whatever she learns about her mother. A gloved hand gently reaches for her arm. As she turns, her long red hair flows behind her. Hug. In a field of glowing yellow flowers, Noam pulls her into a tight embrace. He comforts the crying Amelia, holding her close as tears stream from her purple eyes. Noam looks down at her with an expression of profound empathy. He gently pulls her back to look into her eyes. Under the full moon, he holds her shoulders, offering silent support. He softly tells her it's all right, and that she doesn't need to force a smile. Noam reflects on her strength since arriving in Salverka. Always positive and never complaining, she anxiously accepted magic and learned all she could for the Empire. He acknowledges that she must be deeply hurt to learn her mother's poison caused his father's death. He tells her she doesn't have to put herself down for it. With a gentle smile, he assures her it's neither her fault nor her mother's. As she leans into his chest, he asks if she understands. Amelia cries quietly, finding comfort in his embrace. Noam realizes that the person involved in her mother's case was someone she once trusted. He accepts she'd be hurt, but promises to share her pain and sadness, always staying by her side to support her. His gloved hand gently cups her cheek, wiping away her tears. He gives her a reassuring smile under the bright moonlight. Amelia admits to herself that she's just pretending to be brave by copying Master Noam, because she truly wants to be strong like him. Overcome with emotion, she finally lets go and sobs into his shoulder. Noam holds her patiently, a soft smile on his face as he lets her cry. The moon shines down on a quiet, glowing field of yellow flowers. He's glad that despite having every reason to give up, she retained her kindness, recalling her bright smile as she once called his name, and he's happy she has her smile back. His expression hardens as he considers the future, knowing that uncovering the truth will bring even more hardships. They stand together in the field, looking into each other's eyes. Chuckle. Noam smiles warmly as he wipes a tear from her face. Amelia is surprised to see her tears are clear, realizing her poison no longer taints them now that she can use attack magic. Holding her brooch, Noam tells her she's unbeatable. Beatum. Her heart skips a beat at his compliment. He tells her he's glad, offering his chest whenever she wants to cry. Filled with newfound confidence, Amelia smiles brightly. Touch? She reaches up and gently caresses his cheek, catching him completely off guard. Blush. A flustered Noam asks what they should do now. He looks down at her, still blushing, as she smiles playfully. Beatum. His heart pounds in his chest. Beatum. His eye widens in a spiral of shock as his heart races. Amelia's gentle smile keeps the flustered Noam captivated. Ahem. Clearing his throat to regain composure, he agrees to take a look. Shine. Rang. Amelia's hand glows with magic, revealing a vision of Mireille before a grand estate. The scene shifts to a noblewoman with a bruised cheek, sipping tea in a garden with her maids. Sting! Ow! A sharp, sudden pain shoots through her face. She angrily clutches her cheek, fuming that he didn't have to punch her. A menacing, dark-haired man appears in her memory, calling her a fat pig and warning her not to disrupt his plans. Swish! Someone comments on the pleasant aroma of chamomile tea. Jump! A bruised, dark-haired woman demands to know who's there. A hooded man with green-tipped hair greets her, remarking that her bruise looks painful. She furiously blames him for her situation, accusing him of a setup. Shout! She angrily orders her frightened attendants to leave immediately. She demands he stop laughing, as he calmly removes his monocle. She accuses him of murder, but he scoffs, clarifying the limits of his promise. Yell! She screams in frustration, questioning what good his help was. A dark figure reveals the king was upset by her sinister plans for the empress. Gasp! He reveals she was saved from being killed instead, leaving her stunned. Having saved her life, the hooded man bids her farewell and departs. Ha! She trembles in terror, left alone with her fear. Muttering, she descends into a panic, denying any wrongdoing and questioning everyone. Convinced everyone is useless, she resolves to handle everything herself. The scene shifts to a grand estate under a starry night. The red-haired woman leads Master Noam down a secret path she found as a child. Creak! As the door opens, he asks what this place is. She explains it's an old torture chamber that Mireille told her about. She recalls it as a secret place full of memories, just for her and Mireille. Bang! As the door flies open, he quickly silences his companion. Frustrated at not finding Nadia, her older sister vows a thorough punishment. Hee hee. Inside the chamber, she gleefully considers which torture tool to use. She dismisses whips and needles as too boring for her plans. Snap. A cruel idea forms. She'll make her sister dance over a flame. The red-haired woman emerges from the shadows, her expression resolute. She calmly greets her sister, whose face registers shock. Aha. The sister breaks into a wild, maniacal laugh. Aha. Cackling, she demands to know why her sister is there. The red-haired woman asks about Nadia. Her sister reveals Nadia is a replacement. The white-haired man asks Amelia if she wants to handle this alone. Amelia and Noam stand united against their foe. Smirk. The sister realizes there was another person present all along. Amelia tells Master Noam to find Nadia while she handles her unruly sister. He smiles, agreeing not to interfere with her quest for revenge. Vowing to teach them manners, she raises her whip to strike. Amelia counters that her sister is the one who needs a lesson. Creak. Noam calmly departs, leaving the sisters to their confrontation. Smirk. The sister mocks Amelia, calling her husband cold for leaving her. She jeers that he doesn't love her and would easily discard her. Amelia smiles, knowing he treasures her dearly. With glowing eyes, she states her sister could never have what she has. Whip! The sister strikes, enraged by Amelia's newfound confidence. Amelia coolly dismisses her sister's behavior as pathetic and absurd. She screams that, unlike her and their brother, Amelia was never wanted. She cruelly reveals their mother died after being beaten. She laughs, calling both the mother and child worthless trash. Amelia observes that her sister simply can't resist harassing her. Amelia's purple eyes glow as she gives a menacing smile, remarking on her opponent's nerve. The bruised noblewoman screams that Amelia is useless trash, clutching a riding crop. She raises the crop, furiously demanding an apology for Amelia's inability to make poison. Whack! The crop strikes Amelia's arm, and a single purple tear falls from her closed eye. Drip! Her tormentor mocks her for crying, calling her pitiful as another tear falls. The noblewoman suddenly stops, her expression turning to one of stunned confusion. Shine Amelia's hand glows with green magic, disintegrating the crop as the woman shrieks in terror. With tears still in her eyes, Amelia smiles and asks if she's forgotten she's a witch's daughter. The woman stammers that it's impossible since Amelia never cried before. Amelia calmly replies that the pain was too much to bear then. Amelia warns her not to assume she's useless, but the woman scoffs, saying being the emperor's wife doesn't make her strong. Eek! Amelia effortlessly grabs and twists the woman's wrist, causing her to cry out in pain. Looking down at her tormentor, Amelia condescendingly calls her a poor, poor thing. As the woman chokes, Amelia stands ominously and asks if her sister's throat is numb. In a dark room, Amelia stands over her now kneeling sister, who panics as she realizes she can't speak. A terrifying visage of Amelia warns her sister that the paralysis will spread, causing her to scream in horror. Kneel! Her sister collapses, crying that it hurts, as Amelia notes she can't even speak properly. Amelia raises a finger to her lips, calling her sister's suffering pitiful. Her sister's thoughts spiraled into panic, wondering what she did to deserve such a fate. She gasps for air, her face a mask of pure terror. Amelia leans close, lamenting her sister's pretty face before admitting she's been waiting for this. Touch! Amelia's hand reaches for her as her sister recalls the chilling wish to see her face wrenched in pain. As Amelia gloats, her sister screams in terror that she doesn't want to die. The scene dissolves into a cascade of glowing purple roses and falling petals. Her sister collapses at her feet, desperately grabbing her dress and crying for help. Amelia dismisses her pleas, casually stating she didn't even use that much poison. Urgh! Her sister realizes in horror that her voice is gone, a fact Amelia callously confirms. Amelia glances at her own scarred arm, thinking of the 20 years of harsh discipline she endured. She smiles sweetly, explaining that her sister's cruel voice still rings in her ears. On the floor, her sister claws at her throat in agony, desperately pleading for her voice back. Zzz! The vision ends, and in the present, a gloved hand reaches for a sleeping guard. A white-haired man in guard's armor, Noam in disguise, stands watch under the starry sky. A senior guard approaches, noting that he's never seen Noam's face before. Noam introduces himself as Timothy Jobert, a new hire, but the senior guard is suspicious, having not been informed. Noam calmly asks if there is a problem, as the security head eyes him with doubt. A maid with a lantern arrives, addressing the security head. The disguised Noam calls out Nadia, causing the startled maid to freeze. Gasp! He explains he was looking for her to ask about that room, leaving Nadia shocked he knows of it. A thought bubble reveals Noam's silent plea for someone to back up his cover story. Smile. Nadia quickly explains to the security head that Timothy is a childhood friend and new knight. Noam and Nadia stand together, their cover story seemingly accepted. Dropping the act, Nadia leans in, menacingly demanding to know who he really is and how he knows about the room. She steps behind him, repeating her question with cold intensity. Who are you? He turns, his piercing blue eyes meeting hers, as he reveals his identity. I am Noam Lefauve. Grit. Ignoring his name, Nadia clenches her jaw in anger. Yell. She furiously demands to know what he has done to Lady Amelia. Confused, Noam asks what she means as she accuses him of imprisoning and mistreating Amelia. He calmly offers to show her the truth, inviting her to come and see for herself. Nadia follows him warily down a moonlit colonnade, refusing to believe a word he says. A warm memory flashes through her mind, Amelia happily calling her name. Overcome with emotion, Nadia tearfully whispers, Lady Amelia. Amelia expresses her relief that Nadia is safe, and Nadia asks if she's been hurt. Nadia explains she was worried after hearing Amelia was being treated horribly in Salverka, surprising Amelia. Smiling, Nadia reassures her that she's all right and asks why Lady Amelia has come. Amelia takes Nadia's hand, solemnly stating that her parents told her everything. Nadia's eyes widen in shock at the revelation. Amelia apologizes for prying into Nadia's past and learning about her struggles. A tearful Nadia bows deeply, apologizing for hiding the truth for so long. Grab. As Nadia says she had no right to stay, knowing her grandfather kidnapped Lady Lydie, Amelia firmly stops her. Amelia insists Nadia did nothing wrong, explaining that she and her parents were simply caught in the king's schemes. Amelia offers a warm, reassuring smile. Moved by her kindness, Nadia begins to cry. Amelia gently comforts her, remarking that Nadia was always the one who comforted her in the past. Nadia is struck by how much stronger Lady Amelia has become. With a grateful smile, Nadia thanks her. Amelia's expression hardens as she vows to save Nadia's parents and put an end to the true mastermind. After Mireille revealed everything, she, Amelia, and Noam sit down to discuss the past. Mireille explained that her brother's actions have been hurting her, revealing a memory of placing a purple-haired woman in a coffin. Amelia cries out in horror as Nadia explains that her brother raided Lady Lydie's grave, only to find her body perfectly preserved. Grit. It's revealed King Clay plans to use the body to create a medicine for immortality, but Noam declares he won't allow it. With fierce determination, Nadia vows to protect Lady Lydie no matter what. Amelia smiles gratefully, asking for Nadia's help. She promises that together, they will make her brother pay for his sins. Amelia declares their plan. Free Mireille and her parents. bring her mother to Solverka, and protect both kingdoms. Nadia reflects on Amelia's selflessness, lamenting that she herself is still being used by him. Clatter! She reveals that a man from Solverka claimed his family tricked her grandfather, shocking Amelia and Noam. Against a backdrop of dark roses, she reveals the man's name, Bruno Lasperno. A menacing vision of Bruno appears as Nadia recounts his plan to betray the emperor and take over Solverka, leaving Amelia in disbelief. Amelia and Noam exchange stunned and fearful looks. Noam looks away, his expression grim as he identifies the traitor as his old friend. Incredulous, Amelia struggles to believe Sir Bruno would betray Solverka. Grip. Amelia thanks Nadia for the information, but cautions her not to act yet, as they need a new plan. The scene transitions to a vast, starry night sky. The imperial palace of Solverka appears under the moonlight. Back at the palace, Noam gently tells a tired Amelia to get some rest. Amelia worries about Bruno's plot to take over both kingdoms, realizing Noam might have to kill his old friend. She considers their long friendship, thinking how painful this truth must be for him. Alone in her room, Amelia cries softly into her pillow. In his study, Noam sits at his desk, lost in thought. A white bird wearing an ornate brooch lands before him, drawing his attention to the metal. His mind flashes back to a memory of the same brooch being held. A teacher with glasses announces a competition, promising the brooch as a gift to the first pair to find her familiar. Wah! A young Noam looks around uncertainly as other children excitedly try to partner up. A nervous boy asks to be his partner, but quickly stammers an apology and backs away, intimidated by his royal status. The teacher finds the young prince standing alone and asks if he needs a partner. A boy with dark hair and green tips appears, announcing that he's alone too and suggests they team up. Surprised and happy, young Noam brightly agrees. The boy introduces himself as Bruno, wryly adding that a high-class person like Noam probably doesn't care. Grip. Blushing, Noam clenches his fist and eagerly agrees to work together. Loft. The two boys race through the woods, sensing the teacher's magic nearby and spotting her owl familiar. Rustle! Just as they are about to claim the brooch, a terrifying monster emerges from the trees, horrifying them. Thwack! A boy with dark hair and green tips swings a branch, while young Noam cries out in fear. Jolt! The green-tipped boy yells at a terrified Noam that they must fight the monster or die, reminding him he's the future emperor and must fight back. Young Noam stares in blushing surprise, surrounded by a field of daisies. He thinks in astonishment that the other boy just called his name. A massive blast of light hits the monstrous creature. Whoosh! Young Noam unleashes a powerful blast of ice magic. Working together, the two boys channel their magic in a final, powerful attack. Sniffle. Their teacher tearfully hugs them both, crying that she was so worried something would happen to her precious students after the now-defeated monster buzzes feebly nearby. Glance. Young Noam looks over at the teacher's owl familiar, which holds the prize brooch in its beak. He offers the brooch to his new friend Bruno, who looks at it in surprise. Bruno looks away shyly as he asks if Noam is listening. The two boys stand back to back, an unspoken bond forming between them. The memory fades, and an older, somber Noam sits alone on his throne. Clack. An adult Bruno, now with long hair, arrives in the throne room and asks why His Majesty summoned him. From his throne, Noam asks what happened with the strange mana source at Pacadinino. Bruno apologizes, claiming he lost track of it. A command echoes in the darkness. Stop lying. With glowing eyes, Noam reveals he knows Bruno was in Ualavana and met with Mireille Gerdemel. Realizing he's been caught, Bruno drops his facade, a slow, sinister smile spreading across his face as he admits Noam is quick to have figured it out. Noam scoffs that Bruno has some nerve showing his face, but Bruno calmly praises him as the king of the frozen blade. Unfazed, Noam cuts to the chase, demanding to know why Bruno betrayed him. Bruno explains that he simply dislikes an empire where one's status is determined by magic, rendering those without it as cattle. Noam accuses him of merely lamenting his own weak magic. Noam glares down from his throne, calling his former friend a traitor. With a villainous grin, Bruno retorts, "You're one to talk, Your Majesty." Noam reiterates that Bruno is just complaining about his own weak magic. A coolly determined Noam listens to his former friend's justification. Bruno claims he is siding with the weak, an idea that someone born with extraordinary power like Noam couldn't possibly imagine. Looking over a crowd of people, Noam reminds Bruno that as a commoner who became a head knight, he should be a symbol of hope to the weak. Noam issues a chilling warning. If Bruno works with Ualavana to take his empire, he will not hold back and will crush them both. Bruno smirks, slyly asking if that means Noam will let him go for now. Whoosh! As if I would. Noam declares, unleashing his power as Bruno recognizes a black magic circle he's never seen before. Clank. Ornate chains shoot from the magic circle, binding a shocked Bruno who demands to know what they are. Whoosh. Noam coldly tells him he doesn't need his magic, but a defiant Bruno laughs at the idea. Bruno's laughter dies as he looks down in confusion. He stares at the chains on his wrist, realizing he can't use his magic. Noam explains he used binding magic, telling the horrified Bruno to accept his fate. The throne room begins to explode and crumble around them. Crumble! As the walls collapse, a hooded figure appears, followed by the roar of a massive dark dragon. GRH. Sting! Noam clutches his chest in pain as a winged creature flies away. As dark feathers fall, Noam watches the creature escape into the sky. He stands resolute amidst the chaos, his gaze fixed and determined. Grit. Holding a golden artifact, Bruno realizes his magic has been sealed. He clenches his fists and roars in pure rage. Noam's thoughts race as he confirms Bruno's connection to dark magic and Ualavana, vowing to strengthen security. A man with long blue hair rushes in, calling Noam's name and asking about the mana he sensed, shocked by the destruction before him, as Noam calmly explains that he sealed Bruno's magic. Noam lists Bruno's many crimes, from conspiring with a dark wizard and kidnapping the Empress to ordering a monster attack, finally identifying him as the culprit. The blue-haired man reacts with stunned disbelief, unable to process the news. Noam explains that the binding spell he placed on Bruno stops the flow of mana in his body. He continues, warning that if Bruno forces dark magic through the seal, his flesh will break down. He instructs his subordinate to find the dark wizard, while Bruno is powerless, who then wonders what a dark wizard's weakness is. A memory of small, dark creatures flashes in Noam's mind, followed by the image of a red-haired woman, sparking a sudden, chilling realization. A red-haired woman named Amelia thanks a white bird, identifying the letter it brought as being from Mireille. Grip. As the bird rests on her shoulder, Amelia looks out the window and quietly promises to wait for Mireille. Her expression hardens with determination as she clutches the letter, her purple eyes glowing. Standing before a bright doorway, Amelia notes again that the letter is from Mireille. Holding the open letter, she thinks of Mireille and vows to wait for her. With resolve in her eyes, Amelia declares she will save Mireille no matter what. Amelia realizes Mireille's deadline to give Sir Bruno the poison is approaching, recalling his past kindness and his heroic figure while fighting monsters, unable to believe he was connected to her. She crumples the letter in her hands, accepting that it was all a lie. A sliver of her determined face is shown as she processes the betrayal. Amelia deduces that since Bruno went to the castle to see Mireille, he must already be in contact with her brother. She continues her train of thought, realizing that Bruno asking Mireille and not her brother for the poison means something sinister. A vision reveals a hooded Bruno with glowing purple hands looming over her tormented brother. She concludes that Bruno plans to kill him. Amelia fiercely declares that she will be the one to get revenge on her brother and won't let him die at someone else's hands. She understands Bruno's plan. To gain control of both Ualavana and Salverka, he needs to defeat both leaders, but he can't beat Noam's magic due to the binding spell. Therefore, Bruno will use her mother's poison, which can fatally wound Noam, even if he himself can no longer use magic. Amelia considers tricking Bruno with a fake poison, but realizes that would put Mireille in danger, leaving her at a loss for what to do. The white bird looks on with purpose. A spark of an idea hits Amelia as she looks up in surprise. Overcome with gratitude and relief, she closes her eyes and warmly hugs the magical bird. A man with light blue hair explains that he once thought the stories of dark wizards were just legends. But the legends were true. Some people envied those born with strong magic. Dark witches and wizards appeared before them, stealing mana from the strong and spreading it to the weak, shifting the balance of power. A massive war broke out between the two factions. The strong magic users lost their powers, and Solverko was nearly lost to the dark wizards. But then, a single witch appeared. This witch used poison magic to suppress the dark magic's strength, rendering them powerless. A glimpse of the confident, pink-haired witch is shown. Triumphant against the dark magic users, the pink-haired witch reveals their weakness, poison magic, a realization that dawns on the blue-haired man. Amelia and the blue-haired man stare at each other as she declares the answer is her. A soft breeze blows through a window as Amelia decides she just has to use her power. Amelia and the blue-haired man share a sinister smirk, ready to give their enemies exactly what they are asking for. A letter begins, addressed to a father and mother, asking if the writer's siblings are well. A young woman with glasses introduces herself, explaining she is working hard as the Empress's personal maid. Blah, blah. The maid, Agatha, enthusiastically details the Empress's new hairstyle, while a red-haired woman listens politely. Snap, poof, Agatha magically presents the woman with several different noble outfits from various regions. The red-haired woman, wearing a simple brown dress, praises Agatha's incredible magic. Agatha explains that her fashion magic only activates when she strikes a fashionable pose, much to the red-haired woman's confusion. As Agatha conjures a fairy tale image, the red-haired woman exclaims that it's just like a storybook. The red-haired woman wonders if she can use the magic too, and Agatha happily offers herself as a practice target. The red-haired woman puts her heart into it, strikes a cute pose, and says, "Ha!" Her magic works, transforming Agatha into a maid with black cat ears and a tail. Bottom. The red-haired woman thinks the result is incredibly cute. Clack. As Agatha meows playfully, a young boy with light blue hair enters the room, announcing his arrival. No. A silent scream echoes from the castle as the narration concludes. She is doing her best. The scene shifts to a cave entrance in a sunlit forest. Inside the cave, Bruno angrily demands that a man named Toma do something to fix his situation. Toma tells Bruno to calm down, insisting he can't restore his magic and that it's not the time for this. Grabbing Toma by his collar, Bruno yells that this is different and that Toma must accept he's just a human now. Bruno looks down at Toma, declaring that if he can't use magic, there's no point in living. Toma is stunned into silence, telling him not to say something so stupid, even if he can't use magic anymore. With glowing yellow eyes, a green-haired man furiously demands his mana. A purple-haired man thinks to himself that Bruno doesn't understand the risks, comparing mana transfer to a dangerous organ transplant. He knows that if the mana is rejected, the recipient will die, as a vision shows the green-haired man lying bloodied. In a flashback, the purple-haired man apologizes to the kneeling man, asking him to please let him use magic again. Reach. The purple-haired man takes his hand as a red crystalline staff materializes with a FWIP. Whoosh! Standing over the kneeling man within a magic circle, he prepares to cast a spell. He looks at his gloved hands, realizing in confusion that he can't feel anything. It dawns on him that nothing is happening because his power has been suppressed by strong magic. He thinks with regret that he can't give Bruno any more mana, as it would be a death sentence. The hooded man Bruno rises, declaring he doesn't need magic to kill Noam. He has a potion that already pushed the Emperor to the brink of death. As he walks away, Bruno resolves to blackmail someone into restoring his body before killing them, stating he can do it without Toma's help. He reasons that a dark wizard would only hinder him against a poison magic user, and he can't risk having his own magic stolen. Walking into a sunlit forest, he vows to reclaim what is his, no matter who stands in his way. The purple-haired man, Toma, reaches for him, but Bruno pulls away, coldly stating it's no longer his concern. Toma stands alone in the forest path, watching him depart. With a small winged creature on his shoulder, Toma admits he let Bruno go out of annoyance, but knows he can't let the situation continue. He considers that Bruno could likely kill the Emperor using the woman's poison. Looking out at a distant estate, Toma decides he must find someone to kill the Emperor before Bruno does. A voice narrates that there is someone willing to die for him, as Toma smirks with a cunning expression. Twirl. He spins joyfully, thinking it would be even better if that person takes the Emperor down with them, as that would release the restriction magic on Bruno. He recalls that Yulavana's anniversary festival is approaching, which the Empress and her husband will surely attend. Realizing their only chance is when the royals leave the Empire, Toma hopes King Craig will wreak havoc. The scene shifts to a grand mansion at night, where a maid with dark hair carries a lantern through the grounds. Creak. She enters a dark room where Bruno is waiting, and asks if she got the item he requested. The maid hands over a small, ornate vial, filled with a glowing purple poison. A large white bird soars over the sunlit rooftops of a palace. Creak. The maid is startled by the bird's arrival, excitedly announcing that a response from Lady Amelia is here. A hand removes the familiar purple poison vial from the bird's message pouch. Under the series title, a maid asks if it was obtained as another dark-haired woman looks on nervously. Inside, the hooded Bruno sits with his arms crossed, watching her. Grab! He suddenly seizes the maid's arm, causing her to cry out in pain. She watches in horror as he holds up the poison, frantically asking what he plans to do. Drip! He begins pouring the deadly, war-grade poison into a small inkwell. The maid lunges forward, shouting for him to stop. Stomp! He shoves her to the floor, telling her to shut up and warning that she'll be in danger if the king finds them. Terrified, the maid notices an uncharacteristic anxiety in his demeanor. A passing guard asks Bruno if he's all right, who dismisses it as fatigue from hard work. Bruno smiles slyly, holding up a bottle and offering the guard a nice stimulant that really works. The guard looks intrigued, but the maid realizes with dawning horror that Bruno intends to poison him. She desperately reaches out, pleading for him not to do it. Gulp! Ignoring her, Bruno sprays the poison into the guard's face, who chokes and gasps. Thud! The guard collapses as the maid watches, horrified. Shove! She angrily pushes Bruno, accusing him of poisoning an innocent man. She kneels by the guard and checks for a pulse, her face paling as she realizes he's not breathing. While she tries to wake the guard, Bruno coolly remarks that the poison's instant effect is incredible. He looms over her with a menacing grin, asking if she's good at handling corpses as she stares in disbelief at the unmoving guard. Shake! She frantically shakes the guard's armor, begging him to open his eyes. To her shock, the guard suddenly coughs violently. As she anxiously asks if he's okay, the dazed guard clutches his throat and confusedly asks where he is. The brown-haired woman is relieved, confirming Lady Amelia's statement was true. A quiet moment focuses on the thoughtful red-haired woman. A disoriented guard collapses into a maid's arms, asking what happened. Gasp! The maid recounts her terrifying encounter with Sir Bruno, who sprayed her with a mysterious substance. Bottom! She urgently warns the blushing guard that Bruno is dangerous and he must hide. Tap, tap, tap. She watches the guard hurry away down the hall. She trusts Amelia completely, certain she'd never provide a lethal poison. With a confident smile, her belief in Amelia is absolute. In Sulverka, a red-haired woman is asked if it was truly okay to send the poison. Her maid points out that the recipients will surely use it for evil. The red-haired woman smiles, confidently explaining that the poison isn't lethal. She reveals her secret training, altering poisons to cause a temporary death-like state. A flashback shows her triumphantly creating the non-lethal poison. She apologizes for her secrecy, explaining she didn't want to cause worry. The maid praises her growth, but Amelia humbly admits she included an antidote just in case. After explaining the plan for Mireille, she asks her maid to describe her own maid from Uellavana. The maid's face lights up with joy as she agrees. She recalls her as strict but kind, a gentle memory of friendship. Remembering her friend's help, the red-haired woman expresses her hope that she's safe. Amelia shares a warm, hopeful look with her loyal maid. A messenger bird arrives, and Amelia celebrates, exclaiming, "Speak of the devil." Flap. The letter confirms their deception was a success. He believes it's real poison. The letter details Uellavana's grand, two-part annual festival. Realizing she and Noam will be invited to the royal banquet, her expression hardens. A dark thought crystallizes. It is the perfect time for revenge. Amelia calmly gives her maid instructions to prepare for their upcoming visit. The day of Uellavana's founding anniversary festival has arrived. At the Grand Palace, a voice compliments His Majesty on his new, custom-made outfit. The smirking king boasts that as ruler of a wealthy kingdom, he must look the part. He reflects that this is his first anniversary since taking the throne. He recalls his youth, watching his father soak in the ignorant cheers of the people. The former king waves magnanimously to the adoring masses below. Now in the present, he coldly notes that his father is no longer here. His thoughts turn possessive as he declares all that applause is now his. With a crazed look, he demands the fools give him the praise he is owed. But the city streets below are completely empty and silent. He stares out at the silent square, utterly bewildered. Queen Lucia of Uellavana informs King Craig that all preparations are complete. He grabs her face, demanding to know why not a single person is in the square. An advisor explains the citizens are hiding due to a spreading epidemic. The queen looks away nervously as he questions if the epidemic truly kept everyone away. Slam, he erupts in fury, outraged at their absence on his special day. The terrified advisor can only whisper the king's name in response. The king's eyes blaze as he demands to know who they should be thanking for their lives. He proclaims that their very lives and the kingdom's survival belong to him. Grab, he violently seizes his trembling advisor. He snarls an order to whip the citizens out into the square at once. Squeeze. The queen covers her mouth in horror at the king's brutality. Jump. She leaps forward, pleading with the king to stop and forgive the man. Releasing the coughing advisor, the king compliments the queen on her fitting royal demeanor. The king reveals they have a great announcement, his touch making the uncomfortable queen clench her fist. Staring into the dark, the king resolves that tomorrow's celebration will erase today's humiliation. The scene shifts to a grand, sparkling hall packed with nobles for the festival. A smirking King Craig observes the crowded party from a high balcony. With arms outstretched, he formally welcomes everyone to the anniversary celebration. As Amelia and Noam watch from below, the king pulls the queen forward for an announcement. With a triumphant leer, he declares that the queen is finally pregnant. She looks terrified. He presents the queen to the crowd, who murmur excitedly about a future heir. A woman and a young boy watch the announcement with expressions of deep concern. Smile. The queen composes herself, a serene expression hiding her inner turmoil. The young boy's eyes fill with tears, his fear and sadness now clear. From the balcony, the king asks the nobles for their support in making the kingdom flourish. He raises his glass to Ulivana's honor, leading the entire hall in a toast. Cheers. Watching from the crowd, Noam dryly notes what a proper speech it was. HMPH. Amelia smirks, deciding it's time to go greet her brother as Noam advises caution. King Craig sits smugly upon his throne, radiating arrogant satisfaction. He watches Amelia approach, contemptuously thinking his useless thing has finally come to him. As Amelia approaches with a smile, he inwardly fumes over her uselessness and vows to put her in her place. He welcomes Amelia with a condescending tone, asking if he should call her by her name. "Or Your Majesty the Empress," he finishes, his voice dripping with mockery. The queen steps forward to congratulate Amelia on her conception as the king watches intently. Amelia turns the tables with a bright smile, asking if the unwell-looking queen is all right. The king seethes as he realizes Amelia has broken protocol by greeting the queen before him. Amelia offers a perfect, graceful curtsy to the clearly flustered queen. Lift. She kindly urges the queen to sit, earning Her Majesty's gratitude for the concern. Grit. King Craig grinds his teeth, consumed with rage over the perceived slight. The queen's father, Archduke Senfield, arrives, causing her to cry out his name. The Archduke formally congratulates the queen on her pregnancy and apologizes to the king for missing his wedding. The queen resolves to stay strong, refusing to look pathetic in front of her father. Smile. She forces a bright, happy expression to mask her distress. Her father gently pats her head, seeing through her facade and telling her not to force herself. Smash! A golden, jeweled scepter is shown with violent, impactful energy. Strut. Furious at being ignored by the murmuring crowd, the king shouts for Amelia. He lunges forward, violently grabbing Amelia by the front of her dress. In a flash, Amelia twists out of his grip, catching his wrist and leaving him stunned. The king stares in utter shock, completely bewildered by her unexpected defiance. Bow. Amelia calmly curtsies, sarcastically complimenting his proper greeting. The king's eye twitches with rage as he wonders when she became so bold. He recalls the weak, battered girl who once cowered before him, realizing she is a completely different person. A vision of the new Amelia appears, poised and powerful amidst a cascade of roses. Giggle. She playfully deflects his bitter sarcasm about her newfound happiness. Lean. The Archduke places a calming hand on the king's shoulder as Amelia offers a belated, formal greeting. Amelia explains that the gift she brought is a fine specialty from her new home in Salverka. The Archduke offers the king wine to distract him, but he angrily brushes the suggestion aside. Nod. The Archduke and Amelia share a quick, subtle glance, confirming their silent coordination. Watching from afar, the queen sadly notes how hard her father is working to placate the king. She feels a pang of inadequacy, comparing her father's efforts to her own failure to produce an heir. Clutching her stomach, she worries that the child she carries won't be born healthy. Nobles gossip in a flashback, recalling the queen's hasty and unexpected marriage to the king. It's revealed the powerful Archduke and the king share a dark alliance, with the younger, bruised Amelia caught in the middle. Amelia reflects that the king's marriage was a political move to keep the Archduke in check, realizing her brother is crueler than she thought. She recalls how her brother relentlessly pressured the queen for an heir right after their wedding, disregarding the difficulty of conceiving. Clasp. In a tender moment, Amelia takes the queen's hands, urging her not to think negatively. With a bright smile, Amelia encourages the queen, reminding her that both her mind and body must remain healthy. Teary, the queen is visibly moved by Amelia's kindness, her eyes welling up with emotion. Jolt. The queen is suddenly startled by an unexpected presence. Wobble. A woman with dark purple hair approaches, offering congratulations on the queen's pregnancy. The woman is introduced as concubine Aida, who offers a seemingly heartfelt congratulations while Amelia and the queen watch. Aida jealously thinks about the queen receiving King Craig's affection and wearing a beautiful dress. Lift. She disdainfully lifts the hem of the queen's gown. Sneering, Aida tells the queen she's a queen in name only, seething that it's all so unfair. The scene transitions to a starry night sky with a crescent moon. Crash, a maid screams for Lady Aida, startled by a loud noise and glancing nervously at a portrait of the king. On the floor, amidst shattered glass, Aida desperately questions why this is happening to her. The maid rushes to comfort the weeping Aida, who cries out that she gave King Craig everything, yet he won't love her. Aida suddenly turns on her maid, coldly stating, "But it's your fault," leaving the maid stunned. Cradling her baby, Aida bitterly claims that King Craig still loves the maid. In a terrifying threat, Aida declares that if the king still doesn't love her after she's born his child, she will give the baby to the maid. The maid can only stare in horrified disbelief at Aida's chilling offer. The innocent baby laughs and gurgles, completely unaware of the dark conversation. Back at the party, Amelia asks the queen if her baby could be a girl. Lean. Aida suddenly leans against the queen's shoulder. The queen is startled as Aida clutches her arm, calling out her name in distress. Aida recalls seeing King Craig embracing the queen yesterday. Aida laments that he was never so kind to her during her pregnancy, but the queen suggests he was just confused as it was his first child. Glare. Aida's jealousy intensifies as she points out the king visits the queen every night, scrunching the queen's dress in her fist. The queen is flustered, stammering for a response. A flashback reveals King Craig's cold fury, questioning why the queen couldn't bear his child and if he hadn't done enough. Chill! The maids tremble as the king addresses his queen, grabbing her face. With a sinister smile, he tells her she exists for him and that she and her child will make him the perfect king, terrifying her. The queen tells Aida the king was kind for the heir, not out of love, but Aida scoffs, claiming she loves him more. Aida cries out in frustration, wondering why the king hasn't visited her once since she gave birth. A chilling thought echoes. Now that the queen is pregnant, Aida's role is complete. The queen begs Aida to give him back as Aida descends into a crazed obsession, screaming her love for the king while the queen recoils. Amelia interjects with a radiant smile, praising Lady Aida for her pure love for her brother. Internally, Amelia thinks her brother is terrible for causing Aida so much anxiety. Amelia comforts the distraught Aida, explaining that the king doesn't visit because he trusts her. Stunned, Aida touches her face, whispering in disbelief that King Craig trusts her. Amelia reminds her that she nobly gave the king his first healthy prince, an act celebrated by all. Overjoyed, Aida agrees, tearfully remembering how everyone celebrated her and the prince. Aida desperately grabs Amelia, asking how to make the king love only her, and Amelia explains that a king's greatest love is for his kingdom and people. Amelia calmly states that loving his kingdom is the king's duty. Leaning in, Amelia suggests that because Aida loves him so deeply, she is the only one who can help him fulfill that duty. Aida quietly considers the new idea, something that only she can do. Wobble. Aida sways with renewed, albeit unhinged, purpose, giggling and telling the king to wait for her. Her unsettling laughter echoes through the air. Elsewhere, King Craig rants to the Archduke about Amelia's behavior, determined to correct her immediately. The Archduke calmly advises against it, saying he simply didn't want the king to cause a scene during the celebration. Changing the subject, the Archduke asks if he's getting along with Queen Lucia, to which the king claims he treasures her above all else. The king smirks confidently as he reaches for his wine, the Archduke watching him from behind. A man with light reddish-brown hair announces his intent to speak of his gratitude to Lucia and address a huge problem in the kingdom. Elsewhere, a blonde man notes the kingdom must be doing well with Lucia's pregnancy, but the dark-haired king vows to keep her safe and remain vigilant. The man from the first image declares he will be the one to take care of her now. He looks on with a confident, knowing smirk. He approaches the king in a grand hall. The king confronts him about a weapon, accusing him of endangering civilians, but the man dismisses the casualties as necessary sacrifices. The king challenges his certainty, but the man reveals poison was found in the people, traced to a duke's factory, and explains the devastating impact on their livelihood. The king glares menacingly, declaring the man is the problem. The man coolly agrees, revealing he made the king pay for the antidote, leaving the king stunned. The king questions him about a detoxifier, but the man feigns ignorance and claims he never received a report. An older noble furiously asks where he got the funds to help the citizens, accusing him of embezzlement. The man stands his ground against the accusatory nobles. A purple-haired noble demands to know why he would waste money on commoners. He sternly lectures the king, stating the kingdom was built by people, not by weapons. Ha! The king scoffs, accusing him of trying to curry favor with the commoners. He challenges the man, questioning if the nobles will still follow him now. Grit. The man recounts how the king's exorbitant taxes harmed the people, which forced him to tax the nobles as well. He explains that he took from both classes to pay the king, whose jaw drops in shock. The king erupts in manic laughter, mocking him for taking on the commoners' taxes and asking what a noble could possibly gain. The man reveals the people's request for him to lead them instead of the king. Stunned, the king stammers, "The king? You mean me?" The other nobles murmur that no one would accept such a succession. The man declares the kingdom is tired of the king's cruel monopoly on power. The king furiously points at him, shouting that he's a bastard who doesn't understand the gravity of his actions. As the king declares it treason, the man asks with a menacing glow if he's sure he doesn't know what's happening. The scene darkens as the king's name is revealed. Craig Fellamarin. Gasp King Craig looks horrified as someone asks about a specific ingredient. In a flashback, a red-haired woman appears as a voice explains she answered all his questions about the weapon and its sacrifices. Panicked, the king demands to know how the man knows his secrets. From the crowd, the red-haired woman Amelia watches the confrontation unfold. With a cool and steady gaze, Amelia is identified by name. Knock knock. Later, the man sits in his study, reading a document. A servant announces a visitor, and he's stunned to see Empress Amelia of Salverka entering his office. He nervously asks Her Majesty why she has come to see him. Amelia, accompanied by a woman with glasses, apologizes for the sudden intrusion. She states she has a request for him as a grand noble of Ua Lavana. She brings up the poison of certain death, but he politely refuses to discuss it, as she has married into another kingdom. Amelia presses him, revealing that a person's life is sacrificed to create the poison, leaving him in shock. She calmly confirms that he is unaware of the poison tears. He questions the term as Amelia offers to show him proof with a utensil. Drip. A single purple tear falls from Amelia's eye into a silver spoon. Plop. The tear hits the spoon and corrodes the metal with a burst of dark energy. Amelia reveals her mother, the second princess, had the same power and was tortured to death by the king to obtain the tears now used in the weapon. Horrified by the truth, the man realizes the queen was murdered. Amelia notes that her mother's tears are running out. The man holds the twisted spoon, shaken to learn a human life was sacrificed. Clench. He grips the spoon, declaring the act unforgivable, as Amelia explains she cannot pass judgment on her own brother. She states she needs someone from Ua Lavana to judge him, unite the nobles, and rule in his stead. She proposes that he is the perfect candidate, being the Archduke and the king's own father-in-law. Amelia makes her offer clear. She wants him to convict her brother, and in return, she will give him the throne. He simply replies, no, stating he has no interest in the throne, but his smile suggests he has another plan. The Archduke clenches his hands, pledging to do whatever it takes to help bring down the heinous king. A brief glimpse shows a nervous Amelia standing beside the smirking woman with glasses. The Archduke laments that the king's policies were too severe, and that his own attempts to change things failed. He recalls hurting those dear to him, vowing to bring her back. Grab? He clasps Amelia's hand, addressing her as Your Majesty. Clutching her arm with earnest resolve, the Archduke makes his promise to a stoic Amelia. In another time, a shocked King Craig confronts Amelia at night, stammering her name in disbelief. Amelia reveals her plan. She gave the people detoxifiers and secretly gathered their support for the Archduke. She condemns her brother, declaring that he became a tyrant and now has no one left on his side. The king realizes her treachery and horror, frantically questioning what happened to Beatrix's weapon production. She reveals the weapon's contents were swapped for sleeping medicine and perfume. Buckle. The king stumbles, his world collapsing. Lying on the ground, King Craig numbly repeats the word perfume, unable to process the deception. Amelia furiously condemns him for using her mother's tears as murder weapons and blaspheming people's lives for his own power. The surrounding nobles glare at their king with contempt and anger. She screams that he will now suffer the pain he inflicted, as the terrified king looks up at her. King Craig panics as he is surrounded by the shadowy, judgmental silhouettes of the nobles. A noble confronts the king over a past debt. Grab. He aggressively seizes the king's cloak. Kick. Another noble strikes the king, furiously recounting how many of his people died because of the king's cruelty. Other nobles join the chorus, blaming the king for their ruined lands and pointing accusatorily at him. Overwhelmed by shouts of worthless and useless, the king clutches his head, questioning if his entire world was a lie. Gasp. As the nobles accost the king, a man is stunned to see Amelia coldly watching her brother's downfall. From the floor, King Craig looks up at his sister, whispering her name in betrayal. Their eyes lock in a silent, hateful confrontation, hers cold, his shattered. Grab. With a sudden burst of rage, King Craig lunges and chokes Amelia. He snarls at her, questioning her gaze and calling her a useless woman who owes her status to him. Grit. Amelia endures his grasp, her expression hardening with defiance. Clinch. As the king demands to know what she is doing, a purple-gloved hand seizes his wrist, forcing him to let go. The unseen person forces the king's hand from Amelia's throat as she stares forward, unshaken. A hint of a triumphant smile plays on Amelia's lips. As Amelia smiles with satisfaction, King Craig recognizes the source of her power, the purple tears. A vision of Amelia and her mother appears, both cursed with the same poisonous tears. Push. Thud. King Craig is shoved to the floor, crying out as he desperately pleads to be released. He stares up from the ground at Amelia, who towers over him with cold indifference. His despair turns to madness as he erupts in crazed laughter. Propped on one arm, he points a trembling finger, asking if she had been hiding her power all along. Amelia coolly replies that she has nothing to explain and will never let him use her power again. The king recalls a woman named Aurora, realizing now that she wasn't lying when she said she lost her voice to Amelia's poison. The Archduke steps forward, rallying the crowd by denouncing King Craig as a tyrant who harms his people and even his own family. Calling for justice to rebuild Ua Lavana, he demands King Craig's execution as the nobles look on in agreement. The Archduke raises his fist, calling for all who agree to raise their voices, and a mighty roar begins to swell from the crowd. Roar! The angry shouts of the nobles and citizens echo through the grand hall. A dark-haired woman rushes through the crowd, screaming, "Stop!" shielding the fallen king and accusing them of cruelty. A stunned Amelia watches the woman, identifying her as Lady Aida. Crying, Lady Aida confronts Amelia, accusing her of deception for not revealing how much the king was hated by his own people. Amelia looks away guiltily, admitting that this was how things turned out. She tries to reason with the hysterical woman, pleading for Lady Aida to calm down and accept the truth. Lady Aida furiously defends King Craig, insisting he did nothing wrong and only ever sought to make the kingdom prosper. Her face is a mask of desperate tears as she continues her impassioned defense. Held in her arms, King Craig looks at the strange woman with utter confusion, asking, "Who even are you?" In a symbolic image, Lady Aida holds the king's chin with a look of obsessive devotion. Amelia reacts with fury and disbelief, shouting at her brother for his heartless dismissal of the one person defending him. Aida's pained thoughts echo, questioning how the king could be so mean after she loved him so much. Slip. From a garter on her thigh, she draws a small, ornate dagger, If you won't love me, then die with me. Aida screams, raising the dagger high above her head. King Craig stares in shock as Amelia screams for Lady Aida to stop. Freeze. Pause. A sudden, intense chill sweeps through the hall, stopping everyone in their tracks as Amelia watches in disbelief. A man with white hair and piercing blue eyes appears, coolly observing that the royals seem to lack grace. Clack! His polished boot steps forward with menacing purpose. Ha! A terrified Aida trembles, frozen in place by the man's overwhelming presence. Reach! As Aida tries to turn the dagger on herself, the man effortlessly catches her wrist and disarms her, letting her collapse to the floor. The defeated King Craig sits slumped on the ground, his face cast in shadow. Yank! The white-haired man violently pulls the king to his feet by his collar. Hoist, he lifts the struggling king completely off the ground with one hand. You fiend, he snarls, ordering his men to take the king away and punish him according to the law. Crash! He slams the king onto the floor, who groans in pain. Amelia looks down at her fallen brother, coldly telling him he needs to pay for his sins. Her eyes glowing with purple light, she vows, I won't let you die so easily. Royal guards apprehend the disgraced king, his face hidden by his hair. Dragged away by the guards, King Craig thrashes and screams, Damn it all! Amelia watches him go as Noam calmly adjusts his collar in the background. Noam leans in with a charming smile, causing a blushing Amelia to exclaim his name. Now in his arms, Amelia reminds him he promised not to interfere. She continues to protest his intervention as he listens with a slightly nervous expression. Amelia pouts, complaining that he stole her chance to handle the situation, leaving him to stammer in his defense. Noam's expression softens as he explains he just couldn't bear to see her in danger. As they stand together, a voice formally addresses them as Emperor Noam and Empress Amelia. Amelia turns to find Prince Derek, kindly asking if he's all right and acknowledging he must have been lonely. The young prince nervously says he has something to ask her, prompting a curious look from Amelia and a wary one from Noam. Elsewhere, the queen worries about Derek, wondering where he could have gone. Sway, she feels faint, stumbling forward. Her father catches her, asking what's wrong, but she insists she's fine. The Archduke reflects on how hard his daughter has worked, while she feels he's the one who has truly suffered. She looks at him with sudden realization, exclaiming, Huh? Her father's voice recalls how she endured the king because she felt it was her duty as queen. He lovingly reminds her she is his beloved daughter, not a political tool. Drip! Tears stream down her face as she cries out for her father. The Archduke pulls her into a comforting embrace as she sobs. Gasp! She remembers a younger Derek, proudly showing her a drawing he made, a portrait of her as a queen. Chill back in the present, the queen panics, asking where Derek is and fearing he was caught in the earlier chaos. Just then, Amelia and Noam arrive with the young prince, explaining he was looking for her. Jump! Derek leaps into his mother's arms, frantically asking if she was crying or hurt. The queen reassures him that people can cry from happiness, but he earnestly says he doesn't want her to cry at all. She promises not to cry anymore, hugging him tightly and calling him kind. He gazes up at his mother, their bond clear in the warm moment. Nervous, Derek clutches his fists, glancing back at a smiling Amelia for encouragement. He turns back to his mother, blushing as he shyly asks, May I? The queen smiles warmly down at her son, who now beams with pure joy. Derek vows that when he grows up, he will protect everyone, her child, and his real mother, so no one ever cries again, and she tearfully tells him he will become a great knight. The Archduke approaches, formally addressing Emperor Noam and Empress Amelia. The queen, holding Derek, declares with newfound strength that her child will be the reigning queen and that she will rebuild the kingdom. In a heartwarming scene, the queen dances with her father as Amelia and Noam look on with contentment. A grand portrait commemorates the new reigning Queen Lucia. Narration explains the queen was tasked with caring for Prince Derek, and they formed a bond like a true mother and child. While the former king's fate remains undecided in his cell, the newly crowned queen is sure to rebuild the kingdom of Ualavana. Meanwhile, a red-haired woman and Master Noam returned home. The scene shifts to their magnificent and sprawling estate. A maid with glasses cries out, "Thank goodness," overwhelmed with relief. The maid tearfully tells Lady Amelia how worried she was, but a white-haired boy points out that he was there to protect her. Amelia playfully tells the maid, Agatha, that she wishes she could have seen that side of him too. Amelia blushes as Noam stands close behind her. She gratefully thinks of Master Noam, thanking him very much. Gasp! Agatha watches this sweet moment between Amelia and a blushing Noam unfold. Shove! Insisting they must be tired, Agatha announces she'll prepare a bath and urges a confused, dark-haired boy to come along. Whisper, she leans in to tell the blushing boy that they mustn't disrupt the couple's private moment. The dark-haired boy nervously decides to leave as well, earning a sidelong glance from Noam. Room. He turns to find Agatha has already vanished, crying out for her to wait. Amelia sighs happily that they're home, though she knows they can't rest, leaving Noam a bit confused. She explains that it's all thanks to Master Noam that she's learned magic and grown strong. Blush. Flustered, she confesses that what she really wants to say is that she's happy to be with him. Noam smiles warmly, telling her he should be the one saying that to her. She leans in and gives him a gentle kiss on the cheek. Jump. Immediately flustered, she jumps back and stammers that it was just a thank you before trying to flee. The story is marked to be continued over a shot of Noam's hand. Chirp. A new day begins as a dove flies past the castle. Yawn. Amelia wakes up, stretching in her elegant bedroom. She reflects on sleeping well after their return and remembers that her training with Prince Luca resumes today. Her expression is full of bright-eyed determination for the day ahead. Dressed for training, she finds Master Noam speaking with another man in the hallway. Gasp! She suddenly recalls kissing his cheek, blushing furiously at the memory. Noam turns and asks if she's heading to training, while she tries to hide her burning cheeks. Changing the subject, she cheerfully announces that the head maid is baking cookies for them. Noam observes that she seems close with Luca, pointedly asking if she has more fun being with him than with her. She grows concerned, realizing that Master Noam doesn't seem pleased. There, in a tense moment, he glares at her while she looks back in a panic. Bright, her face suddenly lights up as she gives him an enthusiastic, "Of course," pout. A tiny Amelia stands between a pouting Noam and a smirking, dark-haired young man. Smiley, smiley. The dark-haired young man is amused, pointing out how rare it is for Noam to join them. Smirk. Noam coolly replies that unlike him, he was invited by Amelia herself, who even came to fetch him personally. The dark-haired youth muses that he thought Noam wouldn't come since he doesn't like sweets. Lift. The maid offers him a cup of tea as he gives his thanks. Amelia brightly offers a cookie, telling Master Noam that they made unsweet ones just for him. Bite. He leans down and takes a bite of the cookie directly from her hand. Noam looks on with a pleased and charmingly sly smile. Phew. A dizzy and flustered Amelia offers him the entire basket of cookies. The group reacts to the moment. Noam is stoic, the dark-haired youth is amused, Agatha is pleased, and Amelia is flustered. The four of them enjoy a peaceful tea party together in the sunlit garden. Amelia expresses her happiness that he likes the cookies, and he thanks her for being so considerate. He suddenly calls her name, catching her by surprise. He asks Amelia to stop by his room later, explaining that he has something to show her. Jump startled and blushing, Amelia eagerly accepts his invitation. A blushing Noam invites her to come to him, leaving Amelia stunned. He leads her away, internally hoping she'll like what he has planned. In a grand room, he presents her with a beautiful vase of pink flowers. Amelia stares at the gift, her eyes welling with tears. Seeing her reaction, he worries the flowers have brought back painful memories. She wipes a tear away, smiling brightly and telling him that she's happy. He gazes down at her with a gentle, loving expression. She explains that her siblings destroyed these flowers long ago, making his thoughtful gift even more meaningful. Beaming with joy, she holds a single flower and thanks him from her heart. He suddenly pulls her into a tight hug, startling her. He holds her close, thinking to himself how incredibly adorable she is. Peep. As they embrace, a messenger bird arrives with a letter. The bird lands on Noam's arm, offering him the letter. They sit together on a sofa, while Amelia reads the letter aloud. She gushes about the sender, hoping her child will be as kind, which makes Noam blush. Fwish. He suddenly rests his head on her shoulder. With his eyes closed, he softly suggests they try sleeping in the same room. Her face flushes bright red as she stares back at him in shock. The scene shifts to the castle under the light of a full moon. Dressed in a nightgown, a nervous Amelia tells herself everything is happening so fast. She gives herself a pep talk, determined to make up for their first night, now that she's no longer afraid. Clack. Jump. Noam peeks into the room, making her jump in surprise. Swoop. He sweeps her into his arms, declaring he can't wait any longer as she stammers in confusion. Plop! He gently sets her down on the large, ornate bed. Leaning over her, he confesses that her effect on him is making him crazy with envy. Kiss. He leans down and places a gentle kiss on her forehead. He gazes at her tenderly, whispering her name. She looks up at him with a blush, her heart pounding as he begins to speak. FWIP. To her utter shock, he simply pulls the covers over them and wishes her good night. Wide-eyed and utterly baffled, Amelia realizes he only wanted to sleep. Under the moonlight, she wonders if she completely misread the situation. Elsewhere, the disgraced King Craig groans weakly in his dark prison cell. Splash, a guard, cruelly throws a bucket of water on him. The guards mock the fallen king, sneering that he's just a man of flesh and blood like them. Realizing their past fear was foolish, one of the guards breaks into maniacal laughter. Splash, enraged, Craig lunges at the bars and screams, "Damn it." Tap. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes in the dungeon. Tap. Through his wet hair, Craig glares with pure hatred. Memories of a cruel man, his own pain, and distressed women flash through his mind. A brief vision of a long-haired man appears before the scene returns to Noam and Amelia sleeping peacefully. Chirp. As a new day dawns, Noam's eyes blink open. He sits up in bed and calls out for Amelia, but the room is empty. Puzzled, he walks the hall, wondering why she left so early without saying goodbye. Swish. He catches a flash of her red hair turning a corner ahead of him. She appears before him, framed by roses, and wishes him a good morning. She apologizes for leaving, but he reassures her, blushing as he mentions their first night together. Turn. She turns away, leaving him looking confused. She excitedly suggests they plant the flower seed he gave her and asks if he'd like to join. He smiles warmly and accepts, saying he's looking forward to it. Amelia smiles faintly, framed by a beautiful window. Confused and hurt, Noam wonders why she's acting so cold and if he did something wrong while sleeping, as she offers a quiet apology. Claiming she doesn't feel well, she turns to leave and rest, leaving a stunned Noam reaching out for her. He stands alone in the hall, waving sadly after her. Amelia walks alone through the sunlit garden path, observed by others from a distance. Bottom. Mortified, she thinks about how she was the only one who expected something to happen last night, while he just slept peacefully. Her thoughts spiral into despair as she worries he doesn't see her as a woman, or worse, that he thinks she is filthy. Realizing he's never once said he likes her, she tries to convince herself she's just overthinking it. Watching from afar, a worried Noam concludes he must have hurt her feelings but decides not to press the issue, wondering if it's just a bad mood. Lean. Pull. A mischievous, dark-haired youth leans on Noam and playfully pulls his cheeks, asking why he's so agitated today. The youth correctly guesses that Noam is worried because he doesn't know what Amelia is thinking. Shocked that he knew, Noam can only stare as the youth smugly declares bingo and offers to help him out. The youth tries to give Noam advice, but Noam seems flustered and resistant while the youth grows annoyed. Sighing in frustration, the youth exclaims that Noam doesn't understand a single thing about maidens. Noam explains himself, revealing he only invited her to his room because he was worried about her past trauma and wanted her to feel safe. His eyes widen in sudden, shocked realization. The youth explains that she must have been prepared for more, having overcome her past fears to accept the invitation. He advises Noam not to betray her trust and to be upfront about his feelings, explaining she must have been worried. Noam shouts, "No!" and passionately insists he wanted to sleep with her simply because it was her. Elsewhere in a grand hall, one maid tells another that the sheets she's carrying belong in a different room. The second maid is confused, explaining that Mireille usually handles that task. The first maid sighs sadly, remembering that Mireille is retiring today. The scene shifts to Queen Lucia writing at her desk. Clack. Mireille enters, dressed for travel with a suitcase in hand, and politely excuses herself as the queen looks up. Mireille tearfully thanks the queen, expressing deep gratitude for being allowed to leave the castle. The queen smiles kindly, stating it was only natural after her many years of service. She fondly recalls how Mireille was strong enough to protect a young Amelia and feels confident she'll be fine. Clench. The queen steels her resolve, preparing for the grim task of executing the former king, seeing it as a duty to protect Amelia. She accepts this as the important role she has been tasked with. Gasp. Mireille calls out to the queen, startling her from her heavy thoughts. Now bandaged, Mireille says she has one more request. With the queen's consent, she reveals she must fulfill a dear promise to Lady Amelia as an image of a coffin is shown. Rattle, rattle. A carriage carrying the coffin travels down a country road. Mireille gazes out her window, awed to finally see the imperial capital of Salverka. She smiles with bright-eyed hope for what lies ahead. Back at the estate, Amelia watches a dove from her window, looking lost in thought. Amelia excitedly runs through the halls as maids chase after her, begging her to slow down. Bursting outside, she beams with pure joy, surrounded by flowers. Jump Amelia joyfully leaps into Mireille's arms, crying out her name and thanking her for coming. Hug. They share a heartfelt hug, while a maid watches with a happy, touched expression. Mireille smiles, telling Amelia she's elated to see her looking so energetic. Amelia confirms she's full of energy and asks why Mireille came all the way to Salverka, knowing it was difficult. Mireille explains that she asked Queen Lucia for a special entry note, leaving Amelia stunned. As a knight presents a large, ornate coffin, a shocked Amelia asks Mireille if she's the one who brought it. Placing a hand on the coffin, Amelia sees a vision of her smiling, pink-haired mother, Lydie. Overwhelmed with emotion, Amelia breaks down in tears over her mother's coffin. Mireille explains that she told the queen she wanted to bring Lady Lydie home, and the queen immediately consented. Looking at the mages practicing nearby, Mireille explains that many people in this empire can use strange powers, just like Lady Lydie. Amelia excitedly tells a surprised Mireille about the mages in the empire. Mireille smiles fondly, looking peaceful and happy. Amelia smiles back, acknowledging Mireille's efforts. As they discuss Mireille's plans to live with her parents, Mireille reveals her dream of opening a bakery. Amelia is thrilled by the news, certain the bakery will be a huge success with its royal approval. Mireille recalls how a young Amelia always loved her fresh-baked bread. As Amelia beams with pure joy, Mireille encourages her to live her own life. They share a touching moment, holding hands in a long, sunlit hall. Amelia turns to a maid with glasses, addressing her as Agatha. She stands alone in a solemn, sunlit chapel before a large cross. Leaning over the open casket, Amelia gently welcomes her mother home. Gazing at her mother's peaceful face, Amelia regrets that she wasn't strong enough to save her in the past. She reflects that her mother could have fought back if not for the contract magic that bound her. Speaking to the coffin, she confesses she couldn't forgive those who hurt her mother, wondering if she's gone too far. Weeping, she clutches her mother's hand and asks her to watch over her. The spirit of her mother, Lydie, walks away from her into a divine light. Creak! Amelia turns as the chapel door opens, flooding the room with light. Blink. Noam appears in the doorway, and she stammers his name in surprise. Shut. As Noam asks if she is finished, she closes the coffin lid and nervously confirms she is. He respectfully asks if he might greet her mother as well, and Amelia agrees. Grip. Amelia is overcome with anxiety, realizing she's been unable to face him properly since their night together. Gasp. He calls her name, correctly guessing that he is the reason she has been feeling unwell. Looking pained, Noam confesses that he has been thinking about how he must have hurt her. Amelia quickly tries to reassure him with a forced smile, telling him not to worry. He continues, admitting he was worried she was afraid of him and didn't know what to do. Blushing, a flustered Noam looks up at her, ready to confess. Badam, with his heart pounding, he admits their marriage is no longer just political. He truly cares for her. Mortified by his own sudden confession, Noam stares with wide, blushing eyes. Sting. His words strike her heart, leaving her stunned and blushing. Looking away shyly, he explains he treasures her and wants to respect her feelings. Grip. She clutches the bow on her dress, moved by his sincerity. Drip. A tear of happiness falls as she looks at him, her heart full. Smiling through her tears, she begins to confess her own love for him. She shyly admits she might have been rushing things a bit. Noam's face lights up, with a relieved and joyful smile. Amelia returns his smile, a mutual understanding passing between them. Walking together in the garden, Amelia tells Noam there's much she needs to tell him. She suggests they talk in his mother's greenhouse, where the flowers should be in bloom. She finally shares her quiet feelings of wanting to hold his hand and sadness over not eating together. As she speaks, Amelia laughs with genuine happiness. Listening to her, Noam smiles warmly, his heart content. They walk down a garden path together, followed by a fluffy white cat. Bustle. Elsewhere, the castle staff, including Agatha, frantically search for the missing Lady Amelia. A panicked nobleman calls out for his majesty, promising not to be angry. While the servants panic, a red-haired youth, holding the white cat, calmly notes that their majesty's manna is still in the palace. Shout! The nobleman grabs him, demanding to know their location as Agatha looks on. The trio looks toward a beautiful building draped in flowering vines. The nobleman realizes it must be the greenhouse, which he'd forgotten since the former empress passed. Clack! A woman with white blue hair and green eyes appears, asking what they are doing there as a maid cries out, "Your Highness." From above, Agatha, the nobleman, and Noam spy on the happy couple below. The white-blue-haired woman explains she found them sleeping together while tending to her plants. The nobleman and Agatha laugh, agreeing that the royal couple are certainly troublemakers. Walking together, Noam worriedly asks if they got in trouble again, but Amelia just laughs. A note explains they read Queen Lucia's letter, a gift from Murray, in the greenhouse. Amelia feels conflicted as they read the letter, which confirms her brother's execution date is just days away. The crests of their two families are displayed side by side. Giggle. Amelia remarks that this nostalgic situation has happened before, leaving a confused Noam to ask what's wrong. Noam smiles, realizing she's referring to the night they went for a walk. She fondly recalls their trip to Elforken, the first time she ever flew. The memory of them gazing at each other fills the air. Snapping out of her daze, Amelia tells a concerned Noam she was just remembering the beautiful lights. Noam asks if she needs to go to Elforken for an inspection, and she confirms the headmaster requested her help with an investigation. She explains many new students have strange manna, as a dark image of children in a circle appears. He notes that an unprecedented 15 students came from a single small village, shocking Amelia. Amelia remembers that Agatha was also agitated after receiving a letter from her home village. She wonders if the strange manna is connected to Bruno, and Noam confirms he suspects the same. Noam adds that he also wants to visit his alma mater and greet his former teachers. Badum! Badum! An excited Amelia clutches two small pouches, her heart racing. Blush! A flustered Noam shyly asks if she would like to come with him. Beaming, Amelia joyfully exclaims that she would love to go. The scene shifts to the magnificent Elforken Academy, where young mages gather. They walk forward together in elegant, fur-lined winter attire. Noam and Amelia arrive at the academy, looking regal and determined. Inside, young students practice their magic, one nervously conjuring a small light. Amelia recognizes the light of mana, realizing the students are undergoing the same training she did. As Amelia starts to speak, Noam looks past her, greeting someone off-screen. A grand witch with a white owl compliments him on how upstanding he's become. Noam respectfully greets her as Mrs. Caroline, who tells him to raise his head. He insists on showing respect to his first magic teacher, making Amelia realize she's a renowned witch. Ba-A-A-M. The witch formally introduces herself as Caroline Flork, the headmistress of Elforken. Jump Amelia excitedly identifies her as the Mrs. Caroline Noam always mentions, startling him. Caroline fondly recalls that while Noam was a capable student, he was also a shy child who often spoke to animals. An ornate hall is introduced as the place for teaching practical skills. From above, small groups of students in witch hats are seen practicing on the grand floor. Shine! Splash! One young student successfully materializes water in a vase as her friend cheers. Amelia watches in awe, remarking on the difficulty of materializing mana. A boy with an eye patch observes that the sudden surge of talented students is an unnatural, peculiar phenomenon. A worried Caroline looks on, a sense of unease on her face. Cough. She thinks the feeling is the same as when she met Bruno, then quickly dismisses the thought. Noam turns to her, stating he came specifically to discuss that very man. His expression turns cold and serious, his eyes filled with resolve. With a worried Amelia beside him, Noam addresses Mrs. Caroline once more. He repeats that his purpose here is to speak with her about Bruno. Caroline explains that magic is usually genetic, with most students being children of alumni. Noam and Amelia listen intently from their seats. She reveals Bruno was an anomaly who, despite being a commoner, had mana rivaling Noam's, as if chosen by a goddess. Her witch's intuition senses the same unsettling energy from the new students as she felt from Bruno. Amelia recalls that Bruno was skilled with spells long before they were taught in class. She theorizes to Caroline that Bruno must have teamed up with a dark wizard. Noam coldly concludes that a dark wizard gave the children their mana, just like Bruno. Chill. Headmistress Caroline feels Noam's cold manna, surprised by the look in his eyes. Amelia realizes the new students might all be from Agatha's hometown, connecting the incidents. Noam agrees it's a good idea and resolves to form a team to investigate their hometowns. Caroline agrees there is plenty of reason to investigate the matter further. Chuckle. She smiles with a knowing, fond amusement. She teases that she never thought Noam would get married, flustering both him and Amelia. Amelia eagerly asks for stories of Noam's childhood, so Caroline offers to tell her about his first journey. The scene shifts to the borderlands, where a hooded figure curses his frustrating inability to use magic. He seethes with anger, wondering why he endured such pain for mana he cannot even use. Elsewhere, a villager recounts how the Empress revitalized their now thriving village. Stare. An old man in the village suspiciously confronts the hooded figure, asking who he is. Smile. The man pulls back his hood, offering a disarmingly friendly greeting. He introduces himself as a knight of the Empress, there to inspect her reforms. Delighted, the old man praises the Empress and offers to give the hesitant knight a tour. He graciously accepts the offer, saying it's a pleasure to meet the elder. Inwardly, he decides to hide in the village, as he can no longer return to Salverka. He watches a father and son happily banter about being late for dinner. Ha. As the father warmly smiles, the knight looks on with a complicated expression. In a flashback, a younger boy is overjoyed by his father's promise of chicken stew for dinner. His father tells him they just have to load the wagon first, and the boy is shocked by the amount of work. The father sighs, remarking how much easier the work would be if they could use magic. The young boy bitterly complains that it's unfair that mages can eat without working so hard. Ruffle. His father playfully messes up his hair, trying to lighten his mood. He jokingly threatens to eat all the stew himself if the boy keeps complaining. Delighted by the thought of stew, the boy immediately agrees to help. The memory fades as he reflects that Salverka is just as unfair as this land. Watching the family walk away, he concludes it's an empire where the weak are simply weeded out. He stands alone against the sunset, acknowledging he understood this reality even back then. A sudden, shocking memory flashes. A close-up of a terrified, blood-splattered eye. A young boy stands in a doorway calling for his mom, only to find her lying dead in a pool of blood. Rattle. Rattle. In another memory, the boy and his father happily plan to eat bowls of stew. The boy wishes for meat every day, but his father says he's content with simple vegetable soup. As the boy insists meat is better, an ominous feeling wavers over their approach to the village. Plunk. His injured father stops him, and the panicked boy tumbles from the wagon. Terrified, his father screams at him to stay hidden no matter what. Mutter. A dark figure clutching a knife approaches, muttering to himself. The crazed, disheveled man brandishes his knife, screaming that everyone is wrong. He reaches out, asking where everyone has gone and accusing an unseen person of being wrong. Pointing at the boy's father, he declares he isn't the dark wizard he's searching for. The father is shocked at the mention of a dark wizard, just as the crazed man spots the carriage. Grin. The man realizes someone is hiding and menacingly asks if he's found the dark wizard. Trying to protect his son, the father nervously asks for more details about this dark wizard. Grah! The attacker suddenly collapses, screaming about his lost mana and stolen job. Writhing on the ground, he cries that he is pathetic and sick of his pitiful life. Bloodied and desperate, he vows to find the dark wizard and get mana no matter what. He lunges at the father with his knife, screaming for him not to get in his way. Stab. He brutally plunges the knife into the father's chest. Rip. The killer finds the hidden boy, calls him trash with no mana, and screams for him to die. Paralyzed by fear, the boy bites his lip, desperately trying to stifle his screams. Slam! The boy finds his father collapsed and bleeding, crying out his name as his dad coughs violently. His dying father reaches out with a blood-soaked hand, a final, desperate gesture. The hooded boy can only watch, tears of shock and horror streaming down his face. The air fills with the sound of low, indistinct muttering. Wobble! A blood-spattered, dark-haired man stands unsteadily over the father's body, still muttering to himself. Peeking from behind a barrel in terror, the boy bolts into the open, crying out in anguish. Splish! He trips and falls beside his father's body, letting out a soul-shattering scream. The boy kneels over his father, lost in a growing pool of blood. Through sobs, he desperately begs his dad not to die. Clenching his fist, he realizes he must protect his mom and sprints toward their home. Bang! He bursts through the door, screaming for his mom, his eyes widening in pure terror. Inside, he finds his mother lying dead on the floor. In utter despair, the boy tearfully questions why such a horrible thing had to happen. He cries out, insisting that his parents didn't do anything to deserve this fate. Reach. A gloved hand extends toward him as a voice says he wouldn't be remembered. Pat, a man with light blue hair, gently pats his head, introducing himself as his grandpa. The mysterious man's expression is cold and unreadable as he stands under the night sky. Grit. The boy seethes with rage and confusion, unable to process the man's sudden appearance. Jump. He lunges at the man, screaming that he's too late. He cries that his parents are dead for no reason, remembering the killer blamed the Empire. He recalls his innocent belief that the Emperor was supposed to bring happiness, as a small boy flinches nearby. The man explains that in Salverka, magic is everything, and the weak are not even considered human. The boy asks in horror if they are fated to be victims, killed for being weak. The man tells the boy, Bruno, that to escape this fate, he must obtain power from a small child holding a crystal. Jump! Startled, Bruno asks if the man is a dark wizard as he stares at the small red-eyed child with the ominous crystal. A happy memory surfaces of Bruno as a little boy, feeding a carrot to a horse with his father. The memories of his loving family flash by, ending with their silhouettes against a burning sky. The man taunts Bruno, asking if he's scared, and the boy grits his teeth in defiance. Bruno grabs the man's collar, demanding he give him his power, and the man just smiles. Shine. The small child quietly agrees, offering the glowing red crystal artifact. Whoosh. The child stands in the center of a red magic circle, his heart pounding. Badum. Erg. Bruno's own heart pounds in his chest as he prepares for the ritual. Badum. He lets out a guttural scream of pure agony. Boom. An explosion of power erupts from him as he cries out in pain. Shove! The man pushes the small child, Toma, back, yelling at him to get away from the blast. Bruno's scream echoes through the air as the power consumes him. His silhouette is completely enveloped in a blinding, violent light. After the ritual, the young Toma pants on the floor, shaken and exhausted. Gasp. A transformed Bruno looms over him, his eyes now glowing yellow, prompting a terrified Toma to whisper, Grandpa. Toma closes the now dead man's eyes as he realizes Bruno absorbed all his mana, killing him. Fall. The new Bruno looks down at the lifeless body, remarking that he didn't know one could die from a lack of mana. A blood-soaked figure presses against the door, peering inside. Grin. The crazed killer appears in the doorway, maniacally declaring he's found the dark wizard. Lunge! The killer rushes at Toma, demanding his power, as the terrified child cowers. Toma screams, desperately telling the attacker to stay away. Splat! Blood sprays across the young boy's horrified face. Thud! The killer's body drops to the floor in front of him. Whoosh! Bruno stands protectively before Toma, his hand outstretched and glowing with newfound power. Now bathed in a divine aura, he wonders if this incredible power means he was chosen by the goddess. Two children, a boy and a girl, stand together on a lonely hill at dusk. The girl reveals her parents were killed by poison witches, but her grandpa saved her. She explains he banished the last witch, but now he is gone, and she is all alone. The boy reaches out his hand, promising her that she has him now. An older, green-haired man smirks confidently. He thinks to himself that the children he and Toma gave mana to must be strong now. He vows revenge against Noam for sending him to rock bottom. Embracing his role as a traitor, he grins maniacally and resolves to steal everything. At the Elforkin Academy of Magic, a boy with glasses prepares for magic practice. Shine! Ah! Jump! He is suddenly startled by something off-screen. He rushes to a fallen, pink-haired girl as other students accuse him of hurting her. He tries to comfort the crying girl, who has a scrape on her face. Giggle. A blonde boy mocks them, claiming the girl just fell because she was scared. The blonde boy taunts the fallen girl, telling her to run home if she can't keep up. Giggle. He continues to sneer, finding the situation amusing. The boy with glasses glares defiantly, protecting the crying girl. Flinch. The blonde boy is startled by an unseen person demanding what they are doing. Twist. He feels a chilling mana, realizing who has arrived. Loom! A young, silver-haired emperor appears, and the blonde boy wonders what he could want. A teacher in a witch's hat arrives, demanding to know what is happening during self-study. The boy with glasses explains they were just releasing mana when Cyrus hit the girl, then quickly tries to downplay it. Cyrus smirks with false innocence, asking if he did something wrong. The young Emperor Noam reprimands Cyrus, telling him to use magic for good, not to hurt others. Giggle. Another boy defends Cyrus, insisting the girl fell on her own. The teacher whispers to a red-haired woman that these are the powerful children they discussed. She notes that while they possess strong mana, they are also incredibly aggressive. Cyrus smugly tells Her Majesty that they weren't even using much of their power. Duma's sinister silhouette declares their restrained power is still overwhelming. Cyrus taunts the Emperor, asking if his incredible mana has left him speechless. Blink! Noam stares back, utterly unimpressed. Flustered, Cyrus asks if he was never once intimidated by others' power at the academy. Noam coolly replies that other people's magic never affected his grades. The teacher sighs in exasperation, remarking, "There he goes." She explains to the smiling red-haired woman that Noam has a habit of preaching. The red-haired woman resolves to calm the two boys down as they glare at each other. She gently tells Cyrus she understands his frustration with the dense Master Noam. She offers a kind, reassuring smile. She proposes a duel. Whoever knocks a flower off their opponent with magic first wins. If Noam wins, Cyrus can't hurt anyone again. Cyrus accepts, vowing the elite class will prove they are right. Two other students step up, telling Cyrus they'll defeat the Emperor first. Cyrus reluctantly agrees, watching as his classmates prepare to face Noam. Giggle. A girl mockingly asks the Emperor not to hurt them. Noam waits patiently, a single pink flower pinned to his coat. Whoosh! In a flash of wind, both students' flowers are torn from their clothes. Plop! Cyrus realizes the Emperor's mana instantly knocked their flowers off, a feat the others couldn't even see. Noam approaches Cyrus, noting his own flower is still intact. Cyrus declares he's no small fry and will give the fight his all, shocking his friends. Chill. Noam's gaze turns cold and serious, meeting Cyrus's determined glare. Cyrus unleashes a massive orb of energy, screaming that he has the strongest power. Doom. He is confronted by the Emperor's immense, terrifying aura, which takes the form of a shadowy giant. Wilt. Cyrus stares in shock as the flower on his coat withers from the Emperor's power. Shake. He trembles, realizing in horror that he was completely paralyzed by Noam's overwhelming mana. Lean. The red-haired woman comforts the stunned Cyrus, explaining that Master Noam has trained relentlessly, even after becoming Emperor. She continues, stating that Noam's strength comes from his effort, and he returns Cyrus's full-powered attack in kind. Taking his hands, she tells him that was the message Master Noam wanted to send. Cyrus angrily rejects her lesson, boasting that he received mana stronger than anyone's from him, shocking the nearby teacher and another boy. Her face falling into shadow, the red-haired woman smiles unsettlingly as she calls his name. Her eyes glowing an ominous purple, she menacingly asks Cyrus who him is. She presses closer, repeating her question, causing Cyrus to flinch away as she realizes mana can't be received naturally. FWIP. She concludes with dawning horror that if he received it, it must have been stolen from someone else. Yell. Cyrus furiously retorts that he doesn't need a lecture from her. She calmly holds his hands, warning him that there are many ways to get strong, and he chose a dangerous path. He admits the process was painful, but insists he survived because he was strong and chosen. Grip. The woman realizes he's fixated on being chosen, and asks if some children failed to receive the mana. He confirms some did. Cyrus proudly declares they were special, which is why they succeeded where others failed. She realizes the children were fed pretty lies, told they were chosen simply because they were compatible with the stolen mana. As Noam appears behind her, she has a terrible revelation. Bruno and the Dark Wizard gave these children their power. The two exchange a silent, worried glance. She asks if those men mentioned defeating anyone, and Cyrus, after a moment of angry denial, admits they did tell them something. In a flashback, the green-haired man tells a young Cyrus that magic is the key to a comfortable life in the Empire. Another memory shows a green-haired boy telling a young Noam he's lucky to have been born with both mana and status. Confused, The young gnome looks at the magic glowing in his own hands. A sad-looking, black-haired boy with yellow eyes sits alone. He thinks to himself that commoners could also live well if they just had mana. Two young girls fret, one lamenting that you can't get rich without mana, while the other tearfully vows to work at the palace to escape poverty. Cyrus remembers his happy family, dreaming of becoming rich so they would never starve again. Noam agrees that palace work is honorable, but warns that honor and happiness are two different things. As Cyrus looks on confused, Mrs. Caroline tries to silence the emperor, but he insists the children must know their fate, since they'll be managed by the palace eventually. He states that they have a right to know the future that awaits them. Kneeling before Cyrus, Noam delivers a harsh truth. Their freedom will be stolen from them. As the children look on in shock, Noam explains they must offer their lives to the empire, even killing loved ones if ordered. He declares they will become the blood and muscle of the nation, for that is the true meaning of power. Horrified, the children realize they will become the emperor's tools, a fate Cyrus vehemently rejects. The red-haired woman tells two other children that having power is wonderful because she gently pats their heads, offering them comfort. She gives the two children a warm, reassuring smile. Noam leans in, taking Cyrus by the collar as the boy stares in wide-eyed shock. A young girl asks the red-haired woman if it's already decided that they're going to work at the palace. She replies that those with strong mana are usually assigned to the knight units. The red-haired woman looks on with a thoughtful, concerned expression. She approaches Noam and proposes letting the children observe work at the palace, surprising him. She explains she wants him to see how hard yet worthwhile the work is. Overshadowed and desperate, Cyrus pleads with them to agree. Noam and the red-haired woman share a look of mutual understanding. Cyrus looks up, his expression a mixture of renewed hope and fierce determination. The children stand in awe before a grand, sunlit imperial building. Cyrus stands with the other children, determined to prove his worth, recalling the immense power of the figure who gave him his mana. He daydreams of a knight praising his incredible mana and offering him a position on the spot. The red-haired woman warmly welcomes the children to the palace for a day of observing the knights. Cyrus smiles, filled with eager anticipation to finally see the knights in action. Clap! The red-haired woman announces it is time to change into comfortable clothes. Now in apprentice uniforms, she explains they'll start by observing the Imperial Knights. Shock. A voice off-screen suddenly bellows, "Idiots!" startling her and Cyrus. The voice berates them for their lack of preparation and determination. Bam, a stern, mustached man scolds two cowering boys who apologize meekly. He lectures about discipline before ordering 10 more laps around the palace. Your angry gaze shifts as he calls out to your majesty. Shiver. He furiously scolds the empress for being late. She apologizes, terrified. Cyrus smirks, recognizing the man as Sir Thunder, Caesar, captain of the Imperial Knights. Shine. Confident, Cyrus prepares to demonstrate his powerful mana. Yoink! Caesar yanks him back by his uniform, telling him it's not time for mana. Seething with rage, Cyrus silently curses the captain. Caesar orders 100 swings next, with no rest, making Cyrus yelp in dismay. Eek! Cyrus grits his teeth, convinced he can become a knight without such tedious training. Jump! The captain's sudden shout about poor posture makes the children flinch. He then scolds the empress, asking if she isn't embarrassed she can't even hold a staff properly. Weary, the empress announces they will now observe the Black Knights. The exhausted children agree, though one whispers that he wants to go home. The children walk on, glad to leave the Musclehead Knights and excited to see the cool Black Knights. They arrive to find an office swamped with paperwork, as knights are berated for missed deadlines and urged not to overwork themselves. A red-haired man, the temporary captain, explains that while they hunt monsters, most of their time is spent on office work, shocking the children. Raise. The captain smirks, handing them a stack of documents to deliver. He elaborates on the endless reports they must file for every monster encounter. Clap. He then menacingly declares it's time to organize the documents. As Cyrus watches the knight's boring work in disbelief, he accidentally knocks over a stack of papers with a thud. Grit. He pounds the table in frustration, declaring these aren't the knights he knows, as someone asks if he's okay. Later, the empress congratulates the exhausted children on their hard work. Pout? Cyrus glares, utterly disappointed with the day's events. The empress smiles, telling him she knew he wanted more and has prepared a surprise. She gives a thumbs up, leading them toward a bright, promising doorway. Cyrus stands alone in a grand library, holding a stack of documents. He reflects bitterly that the Black Knights just do busy work, questioning the point of all his training. His expression hardens as he stares down at the papers, a new resolve in his eyes. Tenhud, a sudden command, snaps him to attention. A group of pristine, white-uniformed knights stands in perfect formation. Another contingent of knights in dark cloaks stands ready. From a balcony, the children peer down, wondering what is happening. They whisper in awe at the vast hall, filled with countless knights below. Clack, clack. Elegant shoes stride forward, revealing the back of the silver-haired emperor. Emperor Noam makes his grand entrance, and Cyrus glares up at him. Noam addresses the assembly, reporting a 70% reduction in incidents and singling out a new knight, Estelle, for his contributions. Estelle, a kind-faced knight with curly blonde hair, smiles warmly. He humbly accepts the praise, saying he is deeply honored. Noam thanks all the knights from the bottom of his heart for ensuring the citizens' peace. Cyrus watches, bewildered, wondering why the exhausted knights now look so happy. He turns to the Empress and asks why the Emperor is holding such a ceremony. She explains that the royal family cannot protect the people's livelihoods alone. She continues to speak, her profile illuminated by a soft glow. She adds that protecting people isn't something one can do on a whim. The Emperor is shown in a memory, a gentle and kind smile on his face. Hey, the red-haired woman announces one last event outside. Much to Cyrus's annoyed confusion, she leads the children to a village, a framed photo showing her with a little girl and a man. She explains that this village was attacked by monsters a few years ago. As the children listen, she describes how buildings were destroyed and people were hurt, but the Black Knights arrived just in time to defeat the monsters. A red-haired man from the Black Knights proudly states they save every human, no matter how small the village. Cyrus listens silently, realizing that the knight's work is not entirely boring after all. The red-haired man warmly greets local children, who are excited to see him. One boy shows off a cape his mom made to match the knights. HMPH. One of the local kids tells Cyrus they are from Elforkin, leaving him flustered. Bright, a local girl with freckles, speaks to Cyrus, whose face turns red. She announces to the other villagers that Cyrus and his friends can use magic, sparking their curiosity and amazement. Cyrus is internally conflicted, wondering how these people can laugh when they would have died without the knights, but a village girl cheerfully agrees. His resolve hardens with a single thought. They were chosen. Remembering the man who gave him power, Cyrus scoffs that they are different from the weak villagers who need protection. Meanwhile, the red-haired man lifts a little girl into his arms. With a pained expression, Cyrus fiercely thinks to himself that they are different. Local boy looks up in admiration, thinking strong people are truly different, a sentiment that shocks Cyrus. The boy smiles brightly, as if saying thank you. Cyrus reflects with shame on how he decided people without magic were useless and only existed to be protected. A little girl from the village eagerly asks Cyrus if he's going to become a knight too. Clutch, the freckled girl takes his hand, sincerely thanking him for training so hard. In a dark memory, a shadowy wizard assures someone they can now live safely in the kingdom. A memory of a silver-haired man warns a child not to misunderstand the meaning of strength. Cyrus stares down at the girl's hands clasped around his own, a look of profound realization washing over him. Touch. He gently covers her hands with his, apologizing for his earlier mean words. With newfound determination shining in his eyes, Cyrus clenches his fists and vows to protect them all. The other children from the academy watch his change of heart with smiles. The red-haired woman and the knight look on, pleased by the heartwarming scene. The two groups of children begin to mingle and play together. Peak. Elsewhere, in a dark castle, a man with purple hair and eyes spies on two patrolling guards. He smirks, a small bat-like creature on his shoulder, and complains about the sloppy security that let him waltz in. He confronts a seated figure, the sad, yellow-eyed boy from the flashback, now a king, and offers to do something fun. Calling him a good boy, he hands the king a glowing red staff and tells him to go wreak havoc. Ugh. Whir! The king cries out in pain as he's trapped within a glowing, purple magic circle. The purple-haired man smiles wickedly, holding a large, glowing pink crystal. The exhausted king collapses, and the intruder instructs him to send a message to Bruno via his little dragon familiar. A man with long, light-colored hair sits by a window, receiving the message that something fun will happen at the execution plaza. That night, Noam finds the red-haired woman on a balcony, calling her Amelia and asking if she's tired after the children return safely. Noam embraces Amelia, glad the children now have a better vision for their futures, as a panel shows a determined Cyrus. Amelia smiles, happy with the day's outcome. Noam reports they've sent an investigator to the children's homeland, and that Miss Caroline is caring for the Dark Wizard's other victims, but his words trail off with concern. Amelia's thoughts darken as she envisions a guillotine, knowing her brother's execution tomorrow will finally end her long quest for revenge. Gasp! Noticing her distress, Noam calls her name and asks what's wrong. Snapping out of her reverie, Amelia says she was just thinking about tomorrow, hopeful that the kingdom will finally know peace. Noam remarks that she's always thinking of others' happiness, a statement that seems to surprise her. A sly smile crosses his face as he declares that, no matter what, that man is going to die. Amelia looks at him in shock, taken aback by his cold resolve. Spin. Her head reels, finding it hard to believe that Master Noam would say such a thing. A small, cute drawing of the wise Emperor Noam appears. His expression hardens as he reminds her of the years of torment she endured, how her brother treated her horribly, and that he even killed her mother. Amelia stands in stunned silence, the weight of his words hitting her. Overwhelmed, Amelia's fist trembles as she struggles to speak. Her mind fractures as she questions the horrifying emotion she feels: joy. In a memory, a pink-haired woman recalls telling herself her actions were for her mother and the people. She realizes with anguish that it was all for her own vengeance, crying out at the unfairness. Noam gently encourages her to share her true feelings, telling her not to be afraid. Hesitantly, her hand reaches out to take his. She clutches his arm, confessing with raw emotion that she is happy her brother is going to die. She admits that even though her mother wouldn't have wanted revenge and the people might resent her, she took this path for herself. A wave of guilt washes over her as she remembers her duty as an empress. She tightens her grip on his shirt, clinging to him. Noam pulls her into a comforting embrace. He softly reminds her that before being royalty, she's a human who can laugh and cry like anyone else. He tells her that loving and hating are part of human nature, and she realizes this is his true, kind self. She recalls his profound empathy, how he tried to understand Sir Bruno's betrayal and even connected with Cyrus. She looks up at him with determination, wishing for him to love her, just as he understands everyone else. He gently lifts her chin, his expression soft. He leans in, closing the distance between them with a kiss. Embracing her under the moon, he promises to love her even more as he discovers her hidden self. Holding her close, he asks her to reveal all of herself, not just the perfect parts. His complete acceptance leaves her wide-eyed and deeply moved. Overwhelmed with emotion, she breaks down in tears, clutching his shirt. Finding solace in his arms, she buries her face against his chest. In his arms, she wonders if he'll still love her for desiring a peace built on sacrifice. The view from above captures their intimate moment on the palace balcony. Blindfolded, she whispers his name, Master Noam. She sees the honesty in his clear eyes, recognizing he holds no falsehoods. Radiant and smiling, she reaches out a hand toward him. In the city streets, newspapers stir the public's anger. Roar! A massive crowd roars in the execution plaza as flyers announcing the event fill the air. Dressed in formal, somber attire, Noam and Amelia proceed to the execution. Clank! As the former king is locked in stocks, the crowd gasps at his arrival. Roar! Chained and defeated, Craig is marched through the jeering crowd with 2 other female prisoners. The crowd screams accusations, throwing things and demanding death as Craig silently endures the abuse. From a balcony, the new monarch, Yualavana, raises her hand to address the crowd. She formally begins the proceedings, announcing the punishment for the sinners in her name. An official reads the former queen's crimes, including assassination and weapons dealing, shocking the confused public. The female prisoners react in terror upon hearing the name Oliopa. She panics, realizing they're being sent to Oliopa, a brutal prison island. Aurora Felamarin. Her crimes are read aloud, embezzling taxes and abusing the Empress Amelia, shown in painful flashbacks. The official declares her actions unforgivable, stripping her of the Felamarin name for disgracing the kingdom. Her sentence is revealed. She will be sent to a convent for corrective education, leaving her stunned. She panics, unable to fathom a life of prayer without her luxuries and servants. Shove! In a desperate frenzy, she shoves a guard aside. Clank! She's tackled to the ground, screaming in protest that she's a princess and deserves better. Yura! She lets out a final scream of fury as the officials impassively continue. Grip! The queen clenches her fist, frustrated that, without proof of violence, this severe punishment is the best she can achieve. Finally, the official calls the name of the former king, Craig Fellamarin. His heinous crimes are listed: murder, torture, starvation from high taxes, and profiting from deadly poison weapons. The official condemns his actions as pure stupidity, having endangered his own people and risked war. Roar! The crowd cheers as a death sentence is announced before the guillotine. Aurora desperately pleads with the new queen, Lucia, reminding her that Craig is the father of her unborn child, but Amelia watches with a cold expression. The former queen argues that Aurora hasn't killed anyone, and Aurora nods frantically in agreement. Enough. A furious voice cuts through the air, and the two women recoil with a terrified eek. Queen Lucia fiercely rebukes them for groveling instead of reflecting, ordering them to learn some humility. She tells them to face their sins, not beg at her feet, leaving the two prisoners to droop in defeat. Queen Lucia offers a faint, knowing smile. Amelia looks on, offering a silent, sincere thank you. Looking down at her brother, Amelia thinks his name. She reflects on his current state, lost in a black and white world of despair. Her glowing purple eyes widen with realization. Noam and Amelia stand side by side, watching the proceedings. She smiles warmly at him as he gives her hand a gentle squeeze. She believes this execution will finally end her long days of pain and her quest for revenge. Amelia's expression turns to one of shock. Lift! Queen Lucia raises her arm and orders the execution to proceed. Whoosh! The heavy blade of the guillotine falls toward Craig's neck. Montage of shocked faces fills the screen as the crowd, the prisoners, the queen, and Noam react in horror. Thunk. The blade lands, but not on flesh. Amelia stares in disbelief at the impossible sight. Scrape. A hand emerges from the headstock. Craig lifts his head, a sinister smirk on his face. The scene of the execution platform fades into memory. Boom! Massive explosion rocks the plaza, and Noam quickly shields Amelia from the blast. Whoosh! As chaos erupts, a newly empowered Craig breaks free and dashes away. A crazed, triumphant smile spreads across his face. The crowd screams and flees in terror as a vortex of dark energy rushes through the plaza. Craig feels himself filling with the power of Solverka, wondering why they hid such strength. He turns his attention to his sister, greeting Amelia after a long time. A shadowy Craig vows that he obtained this power just to hunt and slaughter her. Noam simply smiles, completely unfazed. Grin. Craig mocks Amelia, revealing the Dark Wizard told him their ancestors were disgraceful losers who fled. He declares with maniacal glee that he will use this power to control the entire world. Noam thinks to himself how ridiculous it was that Craig married his own sister off as a spy. As a magical snow begins to fall with a whoosh, Noam dismisses Craig's power as useless without the capacity to wield it, while Amelia adds that magic isn't so simple. Amelia realizes with fury that her brother was also connected to the Dark Wizard, not just Bruno. Grit. She declares Craig is the truly disgraceful one, and tells Noam the Dark Wizard and Bruno must both be present. Noam strategizes, knowing they'll target Amelia with poison. He plans to defeat all three, but wants to capture the Dark Wizard and Bruno alive. They stand together, holding hands amidst the swirling snow. Noam looks back at Amelia with a calm, resolute expression. Amelia smiles with fierce confidence, asking Noam to believe in her. With a gentle smile, Noam softly thanks her. A mysterious man in black clothes with red eyes appears, wielding a bloody staff. Amelia smirks, taunting the newcomer by claiming her magic is his weakness. Bruno struggles against her, vowing to hold her back to protect the Emperor. Craig interrupts them impatiently, while Noam calmly states he has others to end as well. Glare. Noam's eyes narrow as he decides to end the fight. Whoosh! Clink! Noam unleashes a blast of ice magic, which is blocked by a purple barrier, causing the Dark Wizard to grunt. Noam glances away as Craig screams and lunges, yelling that he is the opponent, just as another figure is struck. Rush Noam grits his teeth and charges forward as a violent smash splatters blood everywhere. Break! The dark wizard Toma stands amidst a swirl of purple energy. Ha! Noam clutches his shoulder, a bloody wooden shard embedded in it. Shine! He unleashes a blinding light spell from a glowing magic circle. Sir Bruno looks on in shock, asking Noam if he just protected him. Noam glares with furious determination, vowing Bruno won't die until he atones for his sins. He suddenly appears behind Bruno, holding a vial of purple poison to his mouth. But it is Noam who recoils, coughing as if he's been poisoned himself. Bruno scoffs, stating that not having magic doesn't mean he can't dodge an attack. Waver. Noam stumbles, holding a cloth to his mouth as the poison takes effect. A voice echoes through the darkness, bidding a final farewell to Noam. Bruno holds the poison cloth over Noam's mouth, whispering, "Bye-bye, Noam," with a sinister grin. Noam's body falls limp as Bruno watches from above. Touch. Bruno checks for a pulse and finds none. He smiles, believing that with Noam dead, the restrictive magic sealing his own powers will finally be lifted. His triumph turns to panic as he desperately wonders why his magic hasn't returned. From a distance, Craig watches Bruno carry Noam's seemingly lifeless body. Craig wonders why Bruno's powers haven't come back and what's going on. Amelia appears behind him, warning that he shouldn't be looking away. Thump! A blast of energy strikes Toma, causing him to clutch his chest and gasp for air. As his strength fades and his body goes numb, Toma apologizes to Bruno before losing consciousness. Bruno rushes to Toma's side, frantically calling his name and trying to wake him. He glares at Amelia with pure rage, demanding to know what she did to him. Amelia calmly explains that since dark magic is taboo, she stripped him of it. Grit Bruno accuses her and Noam of unfairly stealing others' powers. Amelia looks down, sadly questioning his definition of unfair. She condemns them for using innocent children, declaring that they are the truly unfair ones. Bruno stares at her, asking what's so funny. He reveals their plan to be captured alive, taunting that while they were busy, Noam died. Amelia's eyes flash with fury as she declares that he and his mother were the ones who killed Noam. Below, Craig cackles maniacally while standing over Noam's unmoving body. He laughs triumphantly, celebrating the fall of the Emperor by his own hands. A pair of feet descend from above. Whoosh! A mysterious man warns Craig to be careful around magic circles as one ensnares him. Clank! Craig struggles against magical blue chains, cursing his sudden capture. Waft! A sudden chill fills the air, and Craig stares in disbelief. Noam appears in the cold mist, remarking that even Bruno couldn't block his techniques. Whoosh! He stands perfectly fine amidst swirling ice and snow, leaving Craig to wonder how this is possible. Whew! Noam calmly exhales a frosty breath and reaches out his hand. Clink! Craig screams as ice rapidly encases his hands. Ugh! His vision darkens as he succumbs to the freezing magic. Thud. Craig's frozen form collapses onto the ground before a victorious Noam. Bruno demands to know how Noam is alive, insisting his heart had stopped, but Noam reveals it was all a ploy to distract the Dark Wizard. Stunned, Bruno realizes he was tricked into using the poison, and he asks Amelia if she detoxified Noam. He bitterly calls her more suited to be an assassin than an empress. Slap! Amelia strikes him hard across the face. She coldly informs him that she didn't detoxify Noam at all. Amelia reveals the poison was one she created to induce a state of temporary death. The elements of their intricate plan are laid bare for Bruno to see. Noam explains that every move Bruno acquiring the poison, Toma fighting Amelia was all foreseen and part of their counterplan ever since the betrayal. A small, defeated smile crosses Bruno's face as he finally understands. From above, the aftermath of the battle is surveyed as a faint laugh echoes across the plaza. Noam stands alone amidst the wreckage, his shoulder bleeding as he exhales in the cold air. Squish. Suddenly, Amelia rushes forward and pulls him into a tight, face-squishing hug. Touch. She holds his face gently as he looks at her in surprise, asking her name. Ugh. With a determined expression, she pulls his cheeks, making sure he's real. Noam softly reassures her that it's all right now, but she tearfully admits she knows, yet still feels overwhelmed. Drip. Crying, Amelia confesses she was terrified he'd actually drink the poison, and that something would go wrong, not wanting to see him suffer again. He holds her close, apologizing for making her worry and thanking her for her concern. Sleep clank in a dream, Craig awakens on a grand throne. Clatter. He asks where he is, as the roar of a massive crowd hails him as King Craig. In his hallucination, he sees Noam defeated and recalls his own victory, realizing the dark magic circle was a mere illusion before grinning maniacally. He revels in the feeling, declaring this adoration from all of humanity is what he's always wanted. Laughing, he claims the entire world is his, but flinches as his triumphant vision begins to warp. His celebration halts as he looks around in confusion, questioning what's happening. Stare. A colossal, glowing purple eye suddenly fills his entire view. He realizes in shock that the eye belongs to Amelia, who watches him thoughtfully. His dream resets, showing the defeated Noam kneeling before him once more. Noam thinks to himself that he defeated the King of the Frozen Blade and obtained Solverka. Craig's inner monologue repeats his delight, believing he has finally obtained the worship of the entire world. An attendant announces gifts from other kingdoms, and a lounging Craig dismissively orders them to be arranged. Ruer. Nobles praise King Craig for ruling the world as a crowd cheers his name. He smirks, satisfied that he has finally achieved the recognition he's been searching for. Eek. The illusion shatters as the giant purple eye reappears, startling him. A tiny Craig finds himself held in the palm of a giant Amelia, shouting her name in disbelief. He furiously points at her, demanding an explanation for why she's so big. Amelia looks down at him with an expression of pure disgust, remarking that there's a bug. Glance. Craig seethes with rage, incensed at being called a bug. He gasps in terror as a monstrous insect appears behind him, and Amelia states her hatred for bugs before reaching for him. Pinch. As she grabs him, Amelia lists the horrible things bugs do, while he futilely insists he's not one. Cinch! Squeezed tightly, he lets out a desperate scream, begging her to stop and offering his forgiveness. The vision dissolves into a swirl of black and white. Gasp! Craig jolts awake, finding himself back in the throne room and wondering if Amelia really smushed him. His mind flashes to a smirking gnome as a horrifying realization begins to dawn on him. Slumped in his seat, he asks in terror if he's repeating the same thing over and over. No, he screams in absolute despair as his mental prison becomes clear. In reality, Craig's body hangs limply in the air while Amelia and Noam watch calmly. Amelia explains she used a hallucinogenic poison because he would never repent, ensuring his personal hell continues as he screams for forgiveness. Noam notes that Craig is having quite the nice dream, while the former king cries out for help and begs Amelia to forgive him. Elsewhere, guards search for Aurora, the former queen who has managed to escape into a forest during the chaos. She catches her breath, realizing the border to the next kingdom is nearby, where her pursuers cannot follow. Determined, she pushes onward, hoping that if she escapes, she might be able to save her mother. Slam! As she resolves to get away, she collides with a white-haired man who asks if she is all right. She glares, thinking only of escape, as the handsome man apologizes for not watching where he was going. Bottom. Her heart skips a beat as she stares, captivated by his appearance. Clang! Suddenly she's in chains, and the man asks if she's a runaway from Ualavana, leaving her in shock. He kneels down, gently lifting the chin of the dirt-streaked and despairing Aurora. Badum! Her heart flutters again as he pats her head with a kind expression. She thinks to herself that she could forgive anyone with a face like that. Ugh, overwhelmed with fear for her survival, she collapses into his arms. Squish! With tears welling in her eyes, she desperately begs him to hide her. Grin! A dark-haired woman celebrates the success of her sinister plan. Blink! The dark-haired woman wakes refreshed, but a sudden clang reveals she is chained by the neck. She panics, realizing with horror that she's wearing a collar. A white-haired man greets her, remarking that her sudden collapse surprised him. Clang! With a sinister smile, he welcomes her to his house. He holds the end of her chain, asserting his absolute control.